Welcome back to CCT South America. Obviously, we are no longer in the Swiss stage. This is the playoffs and kicking things off. I'm so excited to see how these round of 16 games go. But obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful Nexus Wave. And look, how are you doing heading into these round of 16 games? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a while since South America has been really into my schedule, so I'm interested yet again to see what we're getting here. As in, what have these teams been cooking? What roster moves have they done? Because that's something I always look at, because so many of these teams just change the players between them and each other. There's a lot of changes. I'm trying to remember, like, there's this guy from that team that I see him, I'm like, okay, which team did I see him on, like, 7 teams ago? Like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of things going on. But I'm just always interested still to see what they show on the day, and if they're gonna be teams that actually gonna stick together for longer periods of time as well. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like in the player break with kind of some EU and NA teams, that's when there'll be semi-roster mania. It seems just like every other Tuesday there'll be these roster changes. It seems like there's a lot of turnover when it comes to these South American rosters, because I think they believe, look, if it's not working right now, we need to make some changes. But let's see which team today. Today we'll have a little bit of a look of kind of how things are going. Obviously, kicking things off, we've got Red Canids to face Game Hunters, Keyd Stars against Crew, 9Z to face Dusty Roots, and then to end off the evening, we've got FURIA against Flamengo. FURIA going to be I believe it's FURIA Fee against Flamengo. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm pretty sure it is. So look, we've got bangers on the cards. We've got exciting games to be seen throughout the whole of today. But why don't we take a bit of a deeper dive? Red Canids, Game Hunters, first game to be seen. And Nexus, is there anything you can say? Is there any kind of lay of the land, any expectations from this first game?
Kinda, yeah, and I feel like we can take a look at the roster as well for Red Canids, because it just looks, like, on paper, really good.
Yeah.
Like, Cold Zera, Venom Zera, Drop at Ponder and Cowhead. It's just, like, it's a lineup that on paper looks insanely strong. And for, like, last few years, and if I go into it, I'm looking at, okay, Venom Zera, I think I saw him first on Young Gods, right? The Gods and Academy squad from a few years ago. He was looking really good there, I remember. And it's always been an interesting prospect to see where he kind of goes. And a rarity, he's actually not been in as many teams. He's kind of sticked around in only a few. He was in Paqueta for a little bit in Selva, and now at Red Canids for close to 2 years, a year and a half, a bit more than that.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, look, I'm a longest-standing member of this team. I think we do have to say there's, we've already alluded to the kind of amount of roster changes that have been seen. The three most notable for this side being Quez and Ponta both being brought in. Obviously, they've only played one series. It was a best of 5 for this roster that they lost. And look, if you lose 3-0, your stats aren't going to be great. But we know what Quez can provide, especially from his time on Pain. Obviously, Drop's been on some decent form as well. So I think this Red Canids roster is looking really good. Hopefully, it is one that we can see kind of stay together for a little bit of time, because I think the pieces are in place. There's certainly kind of an idea that this team can look really, really strong, really kind of look to dominate. But obviously, it's playoffs, it's round of 16. There's no second chances. There's no Swiss stage to fall back on. It is all about the here and now. And for Game Hunters, what do we think is going to be there for them? Because I feel like this is a team that have made changes. They brought in Lich and Riccioli, so we can bring up their roster and have a bit of a chat. But I feel like this roster, when it comes to individuals, maybe not as strong. Obviously, we know what ABR and Mello can bring to the table, but it still felt for quite some time that ABR and Mello are the two pieces of this team. And when one of them is not fragging, that's where we can see a real difficulty here for Game Hunters.
Yeah, I think so. But then again, right, just looking at the, as well, like, the names I've seen as well on this roster from previous teams. Again, we just gotta go back to it. There's been some real good numbers I think I've seen from a lot of these players. I feel like Lich is one name that I've kind of remembered for some reason, one or another, as someone to kind of look out for.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what they can do. Then, of course, right, Mello's been... was in FURIA Academy. Yeah, was there for a good while as well, right? Wasn't a massive standout, I don't think.
No.
But was solid. Like, he was a clutch player. Like, these are the things I remember still from, like, even if it's been a while, I remember these factors, what these players can bring. And I want to see these, or see these sort of individual prowess again.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of the brilliance of what we have in this CCT South America is you get the opportunity for kind of younger players who maybe haven't put their stamp on the scene yet to really show what they have to offer. Obviously, Riccioli doesn't have that same kind of, I guess, viewpoint. You know, a little bit older. Obviously, he's been on plenty of rosters. Obviously, most notably, team like Case. Obviously, was on Odic, Flamengo for a little bit of time. But yeah, I'm excited to see what this Game Hunters roster has to offer. Obviously, when you look at both these teams on paper, they're both pretty similar when it comes to world ranking. They're both pretty similar when it comes to Valve ranking. So I think when it comes to the idea of where these teams are going to be and what they can provide on the server, I think we are thinking, okay, well, it could be quite an even game. We could see a 2-0 based on individuals because the sample size for a lot of these maps and a lot of these teams is somewhat minimal. And when I talk about sample size, we can bring up the vetoes, have a little bit of a chat on expectations. But I feel like we see a lot of the time Red Canids opt to ban Dust. I doubt we're going to see them play it. Obviously, maps that do fare quite well for them are maps like Inferno, maybe Train, maybe Ancient. But I wonder what we're going to see when it comes to these vetoes, because I think there is an argument that Red Canids have a much more viable map pool and a much stronger map pool. It's just whether they use that to their advantage in the vetoes, whether they play to their strengths or look to kind of capitalize on their opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, it is, for sure, it's going to be an interesting one. Especially when you do have, right, a couple of maps that Game Hunters just, like, haven't really played, right? You have the possibility of something like Inferno or Train, one of the two being picked by Red Canids here. So I'm interested to see what they go for in that regard as well. Right? Maybe they don't want to venture into the unknown. Maybe they do, but let's hop over toward that video. Let's find out exactly what the maps are going to be then, because Train does 2 out, Nuke, Mirage in. So you don't get to see either sort of thing, and
yeah, I'm so lost in this veto because Red Canids, they have obviously Game Hunters. They've not played Inferno. They've not played Train. So for me, I'm thinking, well done, Red Canids. Inferno and Train are 2 of your best maps, so that's a guaranteed map victory. They've not picked Inferno. That is crazy to me. I guess maybe they're wanting to steer away from the more puggier maps. But still, I really don't like this decision. Mirage selected by Red Canids. Yes, it's one of Game Hunter's weaker maps from the ones that we've seen. But honestly, I feel like this veto, from the disappointment that I expected it to be for Game Hunters, I don't know how they've walked through this maze that should have been the veto unscathed. It's ridiculous. Red Canids, they picked Mirage. It's one of their weaker maps. Statistically, is their worst map. What was the reasoning behind this?
I don't know. The only thing I can imagine is that since now they've added Howes to the roster alongside Ponter, that's where they've been putting a lot of their early practice into.
Yeah,
right?
Potentially.
About 3 weeks-ish that they've been there, right? Maybe they're starting off with the very simple maps and then working their way up in the maps they originally felt confident in, right? That's one thing you could kind of look at and say, sure, maybe, or maybe Kawas and Ponta are just really good demons on Mirage. I don't know, but, like, if you take that whole thing out and just look at as a team, right, the core, like, Mirage just hasn't been the map, so it just makes
it's an odd,
not a lot of sense.
Obviously, when these teams have faced off against each other in the past, Red Canids did win 13-7 on Mirage, and they've kind of upped their firepower as well. So I guess maybe the stats are slightly skewed. Obviously, as you mentioned, we know Red Canids have made these roster changes. They are going to be a little bit better on maps that are more tailored to players like Quez, and obviously with Quez being the top performer here, 1.23 rating, you might want to tailor your game around him, which, I certainly understand. Look, I think this is one of those games where we can give our predictions, we can kind of give our expected outcomes, but honestly, it could go anywhere. This is one of those, it's kind of the beauty and also the curse of these round of 16 games, because I feel like as commentators, we love to kind of give reason behind our I guess, predictions and how, statistically this should be, more favored for Red Canids going into it because they're a much better team on paper. They've just brought in two new players who have really injected kind of an increase in firepower, and then they do that with the vetoes, and you're just like, well, what was really the point? You've now made this back to a 50-50. But look, Nexus, we have just got word that there is a slight delay when it comes to getting the player cams ready, because obviously with this being playoffs, we got the player cams as well. So I guess we can see the excitement and disappointment of the players' faces with won rounds, lost clutch, and stuff like about that. But as mentioned, we're going to be jumping to a short break, and then hopefully it will be underway on Mirage very, very shortly. See you guys shortly. Into the action we go on Nuke, selected by Game Hunters. Sadly, bit of a slight delay in the start time. We do apologize to the fans at home, but look, waiting is over. Nuke underway. Canids to start on that CT side. But Nexus, thoughts and feelings here. Any expectations? Any predictions? Are you that bold to say this early?
No.
Okay.
I'm afraid of divine intervention here to prove me wrong, but let's just instead see. I'll say in hindsight if I'm right or wrong. Spoiler, I will be right. Ponter. It's not. He's dead. There's drop as well, dual Berettas in hand. He's dueling with them. Now taken down. Glock's too powerful. Quick surprise. Now, where's next one to take these duels as well, but it's the rotations coming through the vents that are going to be the real problem for Game Hunters to deal with. Flash as well, they are not trying away from this fight because there is ABR alone! But it doesn't matter, he does not care about support. He'll do this all by himself, essentially. This one, done and dusted.
Yeah, great pistol there from Game Hunters. Like, it was a very simple plan. Just head your way fast down towards ramp, take control of obviously control, I guess, and win the round because of it. Quite simple. ABR's double obviously kind of confirming that round, but I don't really know why they kind of didn't peek with the flash or without it. You're either trying to catch him while he's turning or you want to find him while he's blind. It seemed like the positioning of the CTs on that retake was just very poor. I also don't know why they threw the flash. If they were going to throw it off the wall, why would you not just throw it where it bounces behind you so then you can obviously peek with it? I'm not too sure, but pace continuing here from Game Hunters. They went speedily towards ramp. Now they make their way down the vent. B-bomb site already taken, and Red Canids none the wiser. Round's already over, and they don't even know it.
I mean, hey, clean enough at that point. Force by as well, of course, on the CT side, and as soon as that bomb goes down, they're not even gonna try.
No, of course not. Keep the weapons in the next.
Right, you can maybe, yeah, see one or two hunts, but that's about it.
Oh, look at Melo's positioning as well. Completely can catch off Quez. I'm just happy to get to see coldzera in the server, right? He's a player that I feel like has had one of the most kind of impressive and exciting careers. And the fact that you're still able to see him in the server, it's always quite a nicety, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure for a lot of people as well, right? It's somewhat of an icon. And,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, talk about a lot of people on the server as well, probably.
I think that's my favorite thing about watching South America and obviously watching any team that holds a player like coldzera, because I feel like you have to imagine so many players, so many kind of players from this region will have been kind of inspired and kind of aspired to be a player like coldzera. So, always nice to see a player with his history in the server. But just the kind of eco with these saved weapons. I say eco, there's 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and that USP. More of a half buy here, but Game Hunters, I like what they're showing on their T side so far. It's been quite threatening, and the pace is exceptional.
It really is. All right, of course, last shot is very quick. This one, it's not as quick, but the pace is still there. They're keeping it very much under their control. As the utility Cowas, he's essentially the only real surprise here, the only one who can challenge Game Hunters and the control they've got here. But going through a garage, I think, leads Cowas to his death quickly. And with that, the round, not as fast, but still just as solid as the previous one. Surely nobody goes up the ladder.
Well, they'd just be going right into the clutches of death. ABR could be the Reaper in the scenario, but...
Oh. The fact they don't actually spot anyone towards lobby, they're thinking they've already gone down ramp.
Tough. Yeah, this is such a tough one for Red Canids to read into. Steps and bomb will be heard in a matter of moments, and the setup is excellent. Melo can deal with any extremities, maneuvering through Secret.
Oh.
Lich, I was going to say, can deal with the pressure.
Up on the ladder.
He hardly takes any damage there, in fact. But right now, Game Hunters are looking exceptional. This is not a performance I expected and kind of a T-side that I expected. Obviously, we know that in the past, their T-side has been actually what's kind of carried them through a lot of these games on Nuke. But I feel like when you see a team look really dominant on their T side and their CT sides where you're lacking, you kind of question as to whether Nuke is a really strong map for them, because seemingly it's always the CT side of Nuke that should have that kind of potency about it. Ponta maneuvering his way here, will find one onto Riccioli. Taken down by PRT, the MP9 of Caldera connects, but will fall as well. But an AWP can be brought in now for both sides if they need or want one. 3-0 start though.
All right, let's get it then. CT side, you've got yourselves the first buy round. Yeah, I forgot about this one as well. I think I remember hearing about this, and I was questioning, saying, interesting, but Cold Zero's AWPing.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, talk about a varied career, yeah.
Yeah, whether we'll see a jumping double from Cold is the question.
I'm gonna wager no. You know, the field's quite rare.
Hey, look, we do have Mirage
ever
on the
even
cards.
happened before.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Not sure if I'm a massive fan of how...
Oh, look at Top's positioning here. Lich can find him, though. Red Cannons seem as though they forfeit all space across the map and kind of play chase the Game Hunter's decision.
Yeah, like, Cold Zero's been stuck in heaven the entire time. He's not moved since the start of the round. Like, not really being dynamic. Outside as well, that's Venom Zero, the only one who's, if you even want to call it now, that contesting it. Drop is already dead in main as well. They really are displaying with an information deficit. They hear that drop. Play is into hot, into ABR. Cold Zero nailed it. Short round is done. Nope. Round is done indeed.
Red Cannon seem lifeless here. Shots not connecting. Lack of space and kind of control. Riccioli drops down. Yeah, look, I don't really know why that's even happened. PRT could be found by Quez here. But that is the argument between the AK and the M4 displayed in 4K. Both hit that instant headshot, but obviously PRT, the successor in the gunfight. And this is where we'll be amplifying that sentiment that we made earlier. The fact that we could have seen an Inferno picked from Red Cannons. We could have seen a Train selected as well. Obviously, those are the two maps that Game Hunters don't look to play. The fact that Game Hunters banned Train, I was expecting Inferno to be a guarantee. If we go to map 2 Mirage, in which Game Hunters do play, and we see Game Hunters take that as well, we see a 2-0 against Red Cannons, I guess we can just look back to that veto and kind of really begin to show the difficulties and problems with what Red Cannons opt to do. But 4-0 start, the platform, the foundation has been built from Game Hunters, but whether we can see the fully furnished house upon it will be the question here. 13 needing to be found already. They've made a good dent in that, especially on the unfavored side of Nuke here on the T side.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to see a whole lot more from the CT side of Red Cannons here. You're just not challenging it, right? You talked a little bit about it as well, right? For the sidedness of favored sides for Game Hunters here, right? T side is where they do the better work. CT side is where things are a little bit more awkward. That's kind of been a general sentiment I've seen as well with South America over the last 4 years, probably 5 maybe. The sides flip in these maps, so you think it's one way or another in like the so-called meta. That we normally as well see. In South America, like you have Ancient, Anubis, maybe not as much into that, but Ancient specifically and Nuke as well, that are just kind of the T-sided instead of the meta, which is interesting for sure.
Well, I'm happy you brought that up, because for Red Cannons, they massively favor the CT side. So this is where we're saying, when we say massively, nearly a difference of 16% in their win rate. Their CT side has netted them so much success in the past, and the fact they are really struggling here, this is very worrying signs. I'm thinking 7's the bare minimum for Red Cannons if they want to pose a threat and take their opponent's map pick, and an outlandish statement to make when they're already 4-0 down.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like if anybody's going to get the 7, it's not them.
No, definitely not. And you can see in a round like this, Red Canids are being very disciplined. They're being very kind of slow about it. This is the type of round where you might go for a lobby crunch. You might go searching towards outside. Game Hunters are being given so much time, so much space in every single one of these rounds. They really are forcing Red Canids to play so disciplined, because the problem is Red Canids, whenever they've left the gap, whenever they've left any form and kind of idea that Game Hunters can have some creativity, it's been seen. So, round going to be coming through now as to be this aggression now towards A. We do have the rifle in play from Heaven. Venom Zera going to go searching with the 5-7. Needing to connect to ABR. Will hit. It's in fact Ponta that finds. Things go a little bit wrong here for Game Hunters because they go into the stack. There's a 4-man A play from Red Canids. And it's the one round where we don't see any extremities. We don't see any aggression from Game Hunters. Massive misstep there. Seemed as though every single round there's a bit of speed, whether it's towards outside, down the vents, towards ramp. Yet in this one, Game Hunters play slow, and it cost them massively.
Where's the supportive utility there as well for Game Hunters? They just went in. Contact game, they essentially bit into the bait there, completely swallowed it. And Red Canids able to overwhelm slightly or slowly there.
It was just sheer numbers.
Yeah. Just a flashbang could have made a difference there as well. For all I saw, I don't think anybody on the CT side kill feed was blinded. Definitely an issue. So, hope to see that rectified in the future if we are going to see these A hits coming through yet again. But now we're going back to the extremities here. Outside, you had an information play there for the CT side, a very basic blow up the smoke. It's the only able to still get by 2 HP only taken off him by that HE. But besides that, Game Hunters have nothing going on outside. Very steady A hit. We look at Mellow on the roof. You kind of imagine surely there's going to be a hot Molotov coming through at least, and maybe a flash as well. How are they actually going to make sure that this execution goes their way? They're still using on the CT side as well. That's an issue.
Nice find for Riccioli. Finally, kind of making that move towards Secret. Coldzera still here in ramp. Not moved a muscle. Drop. We'll find Lich here. PRT finding Quez. Coldzera with a Deeg in hand. We've still got Riccioli looking as though he might want to progress up ramp, but he actually is now just holding. Bomb to go down. 3 players are very low here, and Mello's on the AWP. Mello's going to find very little impact here because he's on the top side. Coldzera could find plenty. Spots out one. Has been spotted himself, and he's using a Deagle over an AWP currently. Bit of a different approach. We'll find, but seemingly the save here from the CTs. A vast majority of this damage dealt to Game Hunters unconfirmed and wanting to give it a go in the next. Great angle from Mello. Simple shot onto Coldzera, so no AWP to be saved over from Red Canids, but Drop can drop one over.
Now, taking this next 20 seconds to officially as well mention this in other news. We said it before we went live. Magic's benched, or Magisk benched, and Kyoki officially now on Falcons.
Interesting. Yeah, I think, oh, look, if we're going to have a bit of a news segment, UK players won the major, so I've got a big smile on my face.
UK won the major. Alexi B won the major. Finland caught that as well before you guys. You know, if we're racing to things.
Look, from Epic Land to Austin, Mezzi's the GOAT.
From Assembly to Copenhagen, Alexi's the GOAT.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go, though. Game Hunters. It's out towards ramp and on to the CT side, waiting for them. Ponte Coldzera. They will find first 1 and 2, and there is nobody else on Game Hunters side that will pressure this immediately. They drop the bomb, they pause. They look to punish any more aggression. They'll get the chance to do so, but still dropping in. Drop found one more, and ABR is left on his lonesome. And a very nice shot as well for Coldzera to end the round.
Yeah, Red Cannons, they get given quite a fair few frags there, a lot of heads-up fights, and they do really well. But still, I'm not too confident for them. You look at quite a lot of the Game Hunters' kind of success. It's been very creative outlets. It's been really kind of exciting CS. Nice find from Mello. Searching for more, and drop will be traded here. Silent across the server here, just trying to work out where to go. ABR's crept up heaven, can find Venom Zera. A bomb site open, quite a lot of utility still to contain, as they've got 2 smokes and a molly, 2 flashes and that HE. And with the heaven control here from PRT, although he's on a Tech 9, he's got great space to work with. Let's just going to send the smoke towards main, and that's going to confirm the round. Oh, Quez can find, and it's quite possibly one of the worst main smokes I've ever seen. Quez can just push through it with no issue. ABR needs to be disciplined here. He can't peek, but it puts the Tech 9 in the clutch. Ponta going to slowly make his way up heaven. PRT not holding. Oh, it's all about timing. PRT doesn't spot him. How has he not spotted him? And now it's all on ABR. There's enough time for the defuse. How has this round gone the way of Red Canids?
That's ridiculous.
Quite possibly the worst retakes I have ever seen, or the worst, sorry, post plants I've ever seen. What was the main smoke? It just allows Quez to push on through. We see both players on the bomb site peeking. The Tech 9 only needs to hold for 1 position. I just don't know how Red Canids have won that round, but Game Hunters maybe a little too overconfident with victory.
That's insane. Actually insane. You just let that slip. You gotta at least see, right, Volunteer making his way over the ladder. It makes sense, the timing's there. He's been so slow, but the fact that Cowis is able to get that shot as well, that's round changing in that situation.
Yeah. Oh, massively, massively.
Good information on that second. It's ridiculous, but Game Hunters, they're the ones who have to come back from this. Gave away a free round, essentially. Yeah, but
all Lich needs to do is hold towards Hut. He's got teammate to a second vent. They physically cannot get to you from main without having contact from ABR.
Problems and problems. What are the solutions?
Just a bit of thought. That's the solution.
That's a good thought.
Yeah, look, we've got a perfect post plant. They can't kill me from heaven, my teammate there. They can't come Hut because I can hold that with the orb. And they can't push me from main because I've got a player in second vent. You know what I'll do? I'll go and peek. Oh well. Red Canids against the Eco, able to clean that one up quite comfortably. And now we're looking at a much more competitive game. And we still can see that 7-5 Red Canids, which I kind of alluded to be the lower limit for their success.
All right, hey, Red Canids, you said it right. Minimum you kind of see is a 7 round streak toward the end of this half. They've got a chance to get there, yes. Obviously, take this one as well. Game Hunters, again, money down to nothing. There absolutely is going to be a chance for that. But we are seeing them slowly getting a bit more confident with this outside duels as well.
Yeah.
First time around, absolutely stale. Nothing there. Now they've finally found that confidence. Pontus has got himself 2 as well. Gold 0 at that point. Doesn't need to go swinging into the fight. He can hold back and keep the advantage alive.
Yeah, I like the discipline there from Cold Zera. Just calling to his team, conveying the information that he has. Drop's got a nice angle, and it's all going to be about timing between Drop and Riccioli. Obviously, they've got information that outside had a lot of pressure from Game Hunters with the plenty of utility. Coldzera slightly worried about the anticipation of outside. Obviously, Drop was playing behind smoke, so there is the chance that someone could have snipped the net. But Drop in the back lines can find Riccioli. Realizing these final 2 players are towards ramp or lobby. Red Canids with the 2-man advantage. Venom Zera in an excellent angle. There's very little the Game Hunters can do now. And this is the difference. We saw the discipline from Red Canids. We've seen it from coldzera. We've seen it from Quez. We've seen it from everyone in this round because Punter gets the double. They have great information of the final 2 players, and they just hold their lines. Drop was holding for kind of a flank from Secret. Eventually confirmed that it wasn't there as coldzera peaked. So he slowly went into the back lines. Very systematic with Red Canids' approach here. And now it's this 5-5 scoreline.
All right. Don't waste the advantage they were given. They make the round clean from that as well. That's been pretty good. It's getting good. Let's put it that way. Combat as well here for Game Hunters. Makes sense they want to try to change things up here as well a little bit. Because what worked earlier is no longer working. Are you going to go back to those A hits, have a bit more support around them, try to make those look a bit more clean? Now the Red Canids as well have started shutting you down elsewhere. I actually don't see a real... from what a Game Hunter has shown us, I don't see a real way out of sort of issues they currently have right now.
Yeah, but it's the lack of speed. They went for fast approaches down the vents out towards A, and it was working well. And then they decided, well, let's slow things down a bit. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It's the idea on the T side. We see it from so many teams where they have a game plan that works really well. It's clearly countering what Red Canids are offering. And then they change. They're like, oh, okay, well, maybe they'll read into it. No, they won't. They're really struggling with this aggression. All you need to do is keep it the same. Quez turns his back. Quite possibly the worst time to back away. He's just found contact in lobby. Venom Zera taking up the lost space. We'll get 2 for the price of 1. And with Riccioli falling to coldzera, it puts the low HP Mello in a 1 versus 2. But Mello, he can find the first, aware of coldzera's positioning as well. With him being against the orb. He backs himself to hit the shot with coldzera. Great shot there. Yeah, look, just another round where Game Hunters probably should have won it, but they make a poor decision. They overlook Hut. We see that double kill come through. They all just group together towards Squeaky and then say to themselves, actually, let's back away. I don't really know what's going on. It's clear the communication from Game Hunters and their identity has been missing here on this T side.
That's just correct. I'm not gonna get over that round for a while. The way they moved about the push and then Cow as the one to hurt his back is just crazy there.
But they still win the round even with that big mistake. Like,
I know. That's why I'm not really gonna get over it either.
It's just
That's a mistake you should have been punishing immediately.
Yeah, exactly. But then Game Hunters back away. Like, there's just been so many instances here from Game Hunters where the decision making has been really poor. And that's the big issue. And Red Canids seemingly got that confidence now. And we talk about how confidence can really change a game. Just, you know, a few rounds, you know, a nice set of kills. Okay, yes, we saw Game Hunters look very dominant. It was 5-1. It was a 4-0 start. We could be seeing a 7-5 scoreline in a scenario where they were trailing. This is 6 rounds in a row for Red Canids, unless Lich can win this 1v4, but he can't. 6 rounds in a row, 7 out of the last 8. Red Canids. Well done for coming back in this game. For Game Hunters, a real question to be asked of what's happened.
That's one hell of a question. I mean, like you say, it is a lot of that speed, but I'm just kind of seeing this first half as a lot of mistakes for Red Canids that don't get properly punished, and then individually as well, not at the very exact peak, right? You go back a round ago, Cow is walking out of a hot Squeaky, gets caught there as well. The target selection's not the greatest for him either, right? Like, there are so many mistakes that are being punished here to a degree, but not completely for Game Hunters. Like, it could be the other way around, absolutely, easily. If not even worse.
Even when you look at that Mellow clutch, we're seeing 2 1v1s being taken from Red Canids. He finds Venom Zera, and then coldzera hits the nice shot, but that could still have been another mistake from Red Canids. But yeah, honestly, you see it a lot of the time on T sides where people, when they get the ability to bring out the AK or bring out Galils, we see kind of a real slowdown in speed. We didn't see that from Game Hunters. They were still looking to go fast towards outside. They were still looking to kind of push the extremities and create these flanks, get this space in heaven. Yet they move away from that. They look to just play passive towards outside and lobby, and it costs them massively. Red Can is now in the lead. If they take the pistol, they could extend it and get ever closer to finding success here on map number 1, which is the selection of Game Hunters. Look, in the halftime break, what do you think the Game Hunters coach would have been saying? Because I don't think the 15-20 seconds is enough.
I don't think so. I think at that point you'd say, unlucky, there was so much more we could have done, but a mistake or two, that's all that really changes that from being anywhere to like a 10-2 possibly for either team.
Drop's got so much information. Look how much... He's heard 3 sets of steps here. He knows they're all towards ramp. Flashbang's coming through.
But it's one to hold.
Yeah, this is so tough because it's actually a 2 versus 5 on the bomb site currently, and with Lich finding, Drop's now showing his hand, showing his angle. There's so many players Venomzera needs to find. Lich, oh, great from Venomzera. 2 versus 2 now. PRT will get the kill, but there's limited time. It's going to have to be a stick of the bomb here. He's sticking it safely, though, and ABR can find. Is there enough time? It doesn't feel like there is. And there's not. Round going the way of Red Can. It's Venomzera just able to delay long enough.
All right. That is just barely another round that is way too close there to count. That could have gone either way toward the end. And at that point, like, we gotta start counting them. It feels like there's like 4 or 5 of these situations where it could have went in the balance here, which is insane.
I'm still thinking of that round where it was a 3 versus 2 post plant with knowledge of the player towards main. Yeah, just no need to peek. But forced by scene from Game Hunters. This is kind of a high risk, high reward type play. Obviously, the reward being they level up the scoreboard 8 apiece. Yet the loss, we could face 10 found from Red Canids. There is typing going on in the chat. Obviously, we have had 20 seconds of play, so it's not as though Game Hunters can sell or kind of invest differently. I still think they have to force. Obviously, there's a lot of questions to ask about what you do in this scenario, because the technical issues did happen as the round started, but there might have been enough time for them to refund, but it didn't look like they were going to. I'm still interested to see if any team has, I don't want to say abused that system, but looked to.
I think we just got some issues on Ponter here. Looks like he's the one with problems. Waiting, making sure the round can be restarted here. Should be good any moment now. Ponter at least looks like he's okay again. We get to restart the round. There we go. And is all okay? We're gonna figure that out.
Red Canids, they are on their unfavored side, but same goes for Game Hunters. So the fact that they're in the lead and obviously winning the pistol and an opportunity to find double digits here, Red Canids, they are kind of in the ascendancy here on Nuke. And I think this force buy kind of says it all. Game Hunters, they're going for broke. They lose this. They give up double digits to their opponents. Obviously, if they win it, they level up the game. Do you think it's worth it? Do you think the force buy is needed?
No, I'm not really a proponent for force buys. I do not like them. Especially when you've lost the pistol in the second half. That's where I do not like that. Right? First half, that's fine. Whatever. You're starting the game. But second half is where I have issues with the force buys. Unless it's like an absolute do-or-die situation.
Yeah, you know, 10-2 kind of pass type of thing.
Maybe in a 9-3, maybe. Depends on the map. A lot of what-ifs and yada yada such things. But here, I would have liked to see an eco. You can give away 9, but 10-5, that's where trouble surely comes. But Game Hunters, maybe as well recognizing they do have that dog in them. They found it the first one, that's drop. Actually, second one, I lied.
Yeah, crazy. They're in a 5 versus 3 now. Game Hunters just need to be disciplined. They don't need to fight at all. PRT might look as though he wants the challenge. There is 3 players ready and waiting towards that ramp, but Venom's Era will get one. The molly landing. Great from Ponta to find. The low HP Riccioli is here. We are seeing a double rotation down towards B. Lich, in fact, maneuvering through main. He's surely going to go down the vent, right? Or he takes some space towards lobby. This is the decision. It's all about timing here, but he could be taken down. The max end of Ponta might go searching. Great find from Lich. Problem is, a bomb site for the taking. Cold Zera. Venom Zera need to hurry this up. They're allowing for so much time for Game Hunters to silently retake through lobby. Red Canids, why are you going quiet about this? You've had all this contest towards ramp. It should be so obvious these players are going to be down on the lower side. They're going to be such fast flanks. Riccioli taken down. Venom Zera waiting for this trade from ABR, but ABR goes quiet, goes silent, and Venom Zera finds him as well. Quad kill in that round for Venom Zera. And this is that risk that we point out. Double digits is going to be acquired here for Red Canids unless if somehow Game Hunters can win this full eco.
Oh, damn, this is insane.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Already back there as well, Venom Zera. I mean, hey, it's time to wake up here as well. Right, you look at statistics as well. He is one of the leading men for his team. You could argue the leading man. For now, at least I would say so, right? Cowes doesn't have as many matches, go like 13, so his stats are a little bit inflated.
Yeah.
But for Venom Zera, I think he's like been consistent at this level for what's like 4 years. So, yeah. Which is crazy. And he's only 20.
Still a very young player.
Absolutely. Alright, that's one of the big reasons as well, right? Just CCT like tier 2 and 3 as well, Counter-Strike. It's wonderful to watch these players. Like you have people who are surprised with so many different like big runs of individuals. You know, go back, what, 2, 3, 4 years, Entropic, at Stockholm, Copenhagen Flames, like these teams, these runs, yeah, Passion, like, all these people are getting surprised, and we're here like, yeah, we knew this thing. We knew this was happening. Here, we did not know this was happening, though ABR Destiny goes beautiful too, it is Yoli, he's dead now, and it's down to ABR, who's down on 10 HP, making a big gamble here, and he's gonna be absolutely right about this one as well, that's massive. Yup. Do not fumble this one, and now it gets shown to be here. ABR had one chance and opportunity to make this one work. But I dare say that's the only chance he'll get.
A nice attempt from ABR. A lot of damage dealt to the Red Candid side, obviously with 3 casualties. Won't be too many limitations though. Venom Zera can invest and get 3 pieces of util, smoke, flash. Not the biggest of issues, but now only needing 3 to secure their opponent's map pick, Red Canids are going to be feeling far more comfortable regarding their kind of position and state in this series, and obviously within the playoffs, because we've mentioned how difficult and how kind of limiting Game Hunters' map pool has been, how they've been so reliant on Nuke and Dust in their previous series. The fact they're losing Nuke and the insta-ban of Dust coming through for Canids, Game Hunters aren't going to be too confident. But it's their own doing. It's kind of the amount of mistakes they've made so far on Nuke that has cost them. It's not really been the kind of game plan. It's actually been the mid-round decision-making, the communication that's been so off. Quest now,
and late rounds, yeah, that's where trouble has brewed.
Mellow on the
you
orb.
Can't... Ooh. Let that as well, right? You gotta keep that in mind, because any of these rounds... or the game could have been the other way around. Like this, it is that fickle. It currently is 10-5. That's, you know, somewhat one-sided, maybe. Yeah, if you wanted to look at it that and nothing else. But it is not far from being the other way around either. Yeah. So that's the problem here in this sort of game.
Bomb's been dropped in garage. Now retrieved and reclaimed. PRT holding from under heaven. Drop looking to take this control. Mellow's orb is there, but information gathered. No. PRT will find, though, HE grenade looking to land to PRT's position, and now the bomb is trapped. Well, I say the bomb's trapped. It's been able to make its way out. Venom Zera not only to get one, but information on the second. Not the best of sprays, but they've got that perfect intel. Lich has been found. Rotating up heaven, both Mellow and PRT. Excellent find from PRT. Mellow now in the 1 versus 1 against Ponta. All about timing now. Ponta has been spotted by Mellow, and the mid shot again from Mellow. Pick of the bomb. Nade landing onto Ponta's position, and Molotov soon to follow. Ponta creeping close, and the Molly spreading much further than Mello expecting, but missed shots and misunderstanding. Maybe assuming Ponta would have backed away towards Squeaky, or maybe towards Main. Directly under Heaven. 11 now found from Red Canids, and surely Game Hunters. Chance on Nuke is slipping away from them, as we could see a 7-round streak needed from Game Hunters just to get to overtime.
It ain't easy. It's coming down to these decisions that have been made so far, and they are left with just a real awkward position overall, right? You look at that money they have, and it's just at that borderline, we can buy, we can't buy.
Yeah, exactly.
It just makes it so much worse yet again. Just another round where they're gonna have to fight with the disadvantage. Or at least where things don't go their way from the beginning. But I'm not gonna take that away from them. Doesn't mean they don't have a chance. Oh my god.
Yeah. I think they realized trailing by 7. You might as well go for the full buy here and give yourself a chance not only to take the map in regulation, but the buys can be just as bad in the next anyway. They go for an aggressive ramp play, but the missed shot from PRT are seen. Trade from ABR is excellent, and he doubles here. Can upgrade to that dropped M4. Quez looking to take this space. Spots out Riccioli, but maybe not the best of reaction times. Mello finds a free one, and this is why they went for this investment. They've got a 2-man advantage now. Understandably, ABR is low. Lich has not gone quiet about this whatsoever. Spotted and found by Drop. So now this 4 versus 2 comes down to the 3-on-2. And as mentioned before, ABR is still very low. Spotted a player in Heaven. That is Mello. Needing to be a little bit more reserved. They could look to make their way down towards B, and that's where Riccioli is already rotating. And Mello as well with that same approach. The problem is with Mello backing away is it gives them a lot of space towards outside, a lot of space towards both A main and Heaven. And Riccioli's not looking to gain this early information, so Coldzera goes clearing. He's got a teammate alongside him. If they find Riccioli, this round gets really tough, and great shot from Coldzera. There is still a lot of utility here for Red Canids. Molly landing in Vent. They've got util towards ramp as well. Mello to get flashed off the angle. Information gathered. Great find from Coldzera. I don't even know if Mello was blinded by that. But it's on the low HP ABR. 12-5 is the expected outcome here, especially with the off angle that's being played by Drop. It's just going to be the save here from ABR. It's the right decision. This was a 5-1 scoreline, Nexus. It is now 12-5.
It's been such an advantage that Game Hunters let go into so many situations, and here we are then. Red Canids flawless since they got started. It was literally one round where Red Canids felt like they weren't going to be giving us a fight immediately. They fixed that mistake and done it. No more entertaining of Game Hunters and Nuke. The first gun round, that was it. That was the only round where it felt like, yeah, okay. Game Hunters, game on. Since then, it's been advantage after advantage, your position that has been slipping through. And it's not like Red Canids have played an infallible game either.
No, they've been littered with mistakes as well, just not been capitalized. But Red Canids wanting to end things with a bit of speed. Ponta making his way out of Squeaky. The A-bomb site contained by Venom Zera's double. ABR will find a fortunate frag towards outside to limit the deficit, but it's all going to be about timing. Coldzera could get caught by Mello here. I don't think he's been spotted, though. Need to find ABR. 2 versus 4 now. Ponta holding towards Squeaky. Timing's good for Mello, but Coldzera ready and waiting. All on PRT. An MP9 against 3. A chance to win the game. Perfect flashbang just to delay an extra 3 seconds. Venom Zera spotted. Nothing they can do, Quez, to get the killing blow. You look at the disparity in kills there between the two teams. We saw Red Canids, kind of all players sitting around, you know, between 11 to 15, 16 kills. Yet for Game Hunters, there were a few players a little bit disappointing, a little bit of tough games. I think ABR had some good frags, but the problem is rounds just weren't found from it. But Nexus, thoughts and feelings after Nuke?
It's not a perfect game, but it's a good game where Red Canids, despite these mistakes they were showing, they were the ones still recovering from them. The individual class does shine through, right? You have that 3 versus 5 against what is a weaker buy-in toward the start of that T side. Venom Zero pulls out a 4K. It's this situation they still come back from. And that's what pulls them through this first map. And that was Game Hunter's pick. And now I'm wondering, right, we talked about this. You could have had an Inferno going there where, statistically, pretty damn good. You could have punished into it. You go into a Mirage instead of a Red Cannage, which, not as great, but that leaves us with the conversation. Okay, is this where the practices immediately come in with Cowes and with Poser on this team? Or Thunder, sorry. Maybe, probably. That's like what I'm assuming is going to be the case, but individually as well, like, they're just pretty damn good.
Yeah, obviously we talk about Mirage being a map that can be dictated by individuals, and look, the individuals were perfect there for Red Cannons. Everyone stepping up, everyone having moments. I feel like Venom Zera was obviously the kind of the leading man in that game, but still, everyone's still stepping up, still having big moments. Now, it is the turn for Game Hunters to take their opponent's map pick on Mirage if they want to continue their time here in the playoffs, as a loss will result in a 2-0, obviously, for Red Cannons, and elimination for Game Hunters. Mentioning Mirage, though, it will be up and coming in about 10-15 minutes time, but beforehand we will be jumping to a short break.
minutes ago.
Mirage, yeah, underway. The pick, obviously, of Red Cannon. We questioned it. Let's see if they can provide the goods for a 2-0, or whether we will need the final of Ancient to determine which team makes it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, like I say, we question it. It's on to them to prove us wrong, see what they've been cooking here. Of course, we're in the playoffs as well. You lose here, you're out. There's no second chances, and that's what Game Hunters are currently up against.
And
Nuke, yeah, what, 12 rounds in a row on Nuke, giving up many rounds, not able to close out advantages, situations punished properly. That's where things already don't give me a lot of confidence headed to this map, but it plays out a lot differently than Nuke, that's one thing for sure.
Obviously, when you look at the only time these teams have faced off against each other on Mirage, it was a victory for Red Canids. That was about a month and a half ago, though, so there's been 6 weeks for Game Hunters to make up for that loss, and obviously with the recent roster changes of Red Canids, there's been obviously going to be some game time in the Prac server for Red Canids to work Mirage to kind of weave it strong into their map pool. But nice find from PRT, spots out 2 here towards middle, and Venom Zero under pressure to retrieve the bomb, but surely to go down here, but Venom Zero will get one. Venom Zero finds both! A disgusting double kill that sways the round back in their favor. But we see Lich find one. Mellow spotted here in Murder Hole from Quez. Contact from short, but Venom Zero crosses, and Quez. Surely Lich not prepared for this, and we will see the round go the way of Red Canids again. How has this round been lost from Game Hunters? They have the bomb carrier dead to rights in middle, and Venom Zero somehow gets the double.
You get a massive individual turnaround for Red Canids that lets them have this round. First on the board here again, Game Hunters, same as Nuke, force buying on the CT side of the pistol loss, of course I said. Second round force buys, that's fine if you're doing it the first half, you got at least contest it still, but you gotta make it still count.
Obviously they had that hefty advantage, they had that 5-on-3 in that second round force, and still unable to achieve it, but no advantage for Game Hunters thus far. I do like their investment, though, with kind of Mellow being dropped to Scout, investing in Kevlar. It means that you can get an AWP out as soon as possible. There's 2 pistols, there's 2 MP9s, there's a little bit of utility. Dotted across the map, though, are Red Canids awaiting aggression, but not met with any so far.
As the Eagles MP9s, they await Red Canids' move. And on top, you've got a scout from Mellow all the way back in CT spawn that he's able to get into this fight. Granted, they'll find this.
Is ABR?
ABR should have seen this. Still goes for the AG initially. As planned. There's one, there's 2. That's problems arising. ABR into window. And we'll give it about 3 seconds. He's out of window. Oh, whenever that smoke fades.
All ABR needed to do was hold towards Con. He could have waited to see one, then send the nade. He could have had the gun in hand. And that's a clear moment where sometimes you've got to just kind of give up your initial call. It was going to be him nading the window smoke and then the Red Room players having their impact. But look, sometimes you gotta throw the game plan out the window when you have that information. It goes against them. Red Canids, they deny the force just to be the eco from Game Hunters, and they look to start things off very nicely here on the T side. And this will be, what, 14 rounds in a row now for Red Canids? 15 after winning this one.
Yeah, if we're counting it from map 1 to here, yeah, absolutely. 5-1 to 13-5. Not a bad haul, if anybody's gonna ask me, but for now, we head with pack tactics out toward the A side. Venom Zero will lead this, I say, but Contra gets first contact. That's Cold Zero as well in that second. There you go. Utility mollies are good. Anybody anywhere nearby is absolutely going to get wrecked by those. And you just walk in, Cold Zero farming. 1 more to go. Spotted in window now. And I feel like they're just going to keep it clean. Absolutely.
Money's looking good.
Fantastic even.
This is where maybe Cold Zero will make that decision to remove the MAC-10 from the ranks and get an AWP in play, because we know that Melo's going to be wielding one. They should have that indication as well, because the second you see a second round force, you know that the AWP's coming out in number 4.
That's pretty much the only reason you want to go for that. But here's my counter to this. Red Cannons go for the fast B, just avoid the AWP. Don't let it even have a massive chance.
Well, they go back to
impact,
the old faithful. Just set of A smokes.
Why not?
Yeah, it's
as
another way
iconic as a rush B.
Yeah, exactly. And with just one HE grenade on Riccioli, it means that maybe this AWP isn't going to have as much impact. Melo is posted up here, though. Quez, he's lining up the molly.
I think that's
the molly for under.
As well that spreads top and bottom,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm still going to rethink, just in case the CT side want to fight through the smoke here.
There's a triple A setup.
Give it a couple of seconds. That smoke in the mid, that is going to be the biggest part of this, or smokes in mid that's going to give it Red Cannons any sort of potential opening here. That has brought now PRT into connector. Melo on the stairs, watching connector as well.
Yeah, Lich feels very isolated here. There's no utility remaining from Game Hunters, so this is what's going to create so much caution in the round.
Wait, PRT's gone underpath. He's left A. It's only onto Melo here to defend from CT. Lich is going to be burned, but not burning. Will check him, however, Cowes, massive shot to be found. The Melo, 27 HP, can miss a shot here. Might be better to play it safe.
There is a late flank.
Case.
We will see this flank come through here. But Riccioli being held for currently, and there's no utility, no defuse kit for Game Hunters, so if they want this retake to come through, they're going to have to hurry things along. Ponta's in an excellent position to deal with Riccioli. Riccioli's holding for this. What in the awareness? Ponta will find Coldzera as well. Information's gathered massively. PRT can get a kill, but there's very limited time now. Coldzera can just hold, turning from the flashes. It is planted for them. Just the tap of the bomb. Melo holding with the AWP. PRT found, though. AWP aware as well. And AWP taken down. Coldzera might be able to get there in time to save said AWP. Doesn't matter, they win another. 4 on the bounce. That is now 16 rounds in a row for Red Canids. Crazy, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just insanely surprised that Game Hunters make that call there as well.
Yeah.
Like, the PRT into underpass leaves A open as much as they kind of did there. The utility into mid was there. They had a good setup. They didn't need to make a massive rotation like that. If they're really not going to spot anybody in mid, I don't see why you would have continued pressuring towards underpass. Instead, you're going to be a step behind. Your site defenders are going to be what you need there instead. If there was a rotation, make it through CT spawn. What? Different strokes. For now, Red Cannons into mid, and it's free.
Yeah, there is this control. What do you do now if you're Red Canids? They've got all this control in middle, but they're worried about a stack towards both A and the B bomb site.
They're still headed towards A. Yeah, it makes sense. B is such a claustrophobic place to go to as well. On A, all you need is pretty much a smoke, Molotov, whatever, and that's as good as it's gonna be. There is that molly, and she just gets burned by it. I'm imagining Potter must have heard that as well. And let the frags begin. And let the round end. Are we still counting the amount of rounds in a row? Because I feel like it's up to 17 now.
I think we've got to keep counting.
It is rough.
Terrorists win.
Five 5-0, though, is a ridiculous start here for Red Canids on the T side of Mirage. And we talk about somehow and some way that a lot of these South American teams do kind of flip the script regarding siding and favoring, yet here for both these teams, it is the kind of expected of favoring and preferring the TT side, and not the best of times on the T side. Red Canids, they've already looked so poetic here. ABR going to be swinging from short. What is that spray from ABR? Drop will take him down. Nice damage.
Oh.
Kill not seen though. There is so much damage dealt. Mello will find one with the AWP. It's a 3-on-3 here. Molly to land at Mello's feet, forcing him back. Quez is in an excellent position. He can get one and now look to maneuver into window. Create another prong to this attack. And Quez...
Jelly should know. He didn't hear. All the noise by Cowes.
And
Didn't have the
PRT.
information.
Position made known. He's 21 points of health. Held by the healthy Coldzera. Red Canids continue 6-0 now. Well,
Yeah, that is... It's not an impressive return as well for Red Canids. Like, the way they are able to make Cowes' position work as well as they do is, to me, insane. I thought when Venom Zera gets caught there at the cross, that's where things start to go south. Melo's able to get a freebie, essentially, on the stairs. The molly is insane there, not even thinking about anybody in mid. Much less than second. Cowes gets away with murder, not once but twice in the round, and 6-0, they keep it clean from that play. Timeout more than needed at this point for Game Hunters. We go back to Nuke, we talk about the positions Game Hunters had at these sort of advantages and small positions they were able to grasp, but never really get a hold of those, not able to complete the positions they were in. That's just a throwback to it. Red Canids individually powering through.
right now, it seems like Red Canids, they've got every single part of their T-side Mirage worked out. This is brilliant. Venom Zera. He's been so key in these games. He's been so key. You know, we spoke about the Nuke, how he was kind of the tip of the spear, looking to take that initial, well, just initial contact. The team's trading was there. Yeah, you've got Quez 10-2, Venom Zera there as well. I don't really know. What you can do, but yeah, brilliant from Red Canids. Absolutely exceptional.
Good opening. Coldzera. Pretty much always expected to play ahead of the smoke. Somebody at least will swing through that. Mello has got himself a second. It starts off in finding underpass. Now to A. Impact and found, but Riccioli will swing into that second as well.
Yeah, it looks as though Game Hunters now have their first real chance to silence the streak of Red Canids. It's been 19 rounds in a row. Obviously, they've already taken down Venom Zera and Quez, the heaviest hitters here for Red Canids. But as mentioned throughout Nuke, it was a real team performance. The disparity of kills, non-existent. It was, 15 on the highest for Venom Zera, the lowest being Ponta with 12. Talk about a team performance. Still, though, the option and the opportunity for a bit of a mess up here is Drop's going to send the utility. He's going to take some contact here. Mello. Will he account for this? Will he spot out the flash? Mello's positioning is great. He fires off the shot. Mello goes down here. Round could be so tough. Drop. Well, he's taking all of this contact. He puts Coldzera in the clutch. But already accounting for it is PRT. Close here in CT. I think quite thankfully there's not that much time on the clock. I feel like if there was an extra 40 seconds or something, coldzera, he would face some contact. But because there's so minimal time, PRT might be a little bit worried about pushing into market. So coldzera can get the bomb down. He's got 2 flashes, a 1 versus 3. No utility here for Game Hunters, and they are going to opt for a bit of a swarm approach, but coldzera can get the first. But the movement from coldzera costing him. PRT finds, and eventually there is an end to this streak of rounds. 19 in a row needed, or 19 in a row, sorry, found by Red Cannon's Game Hunters. They finally put an end to it, but a crazy stat to talk about. Already with Red Cannons winning the half, they tee themselves up perfectly to take the series in 2.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, coldzera, he looked confident there as well. The movement he had, bomb plant as well, everything was just prime for it, but then... yeah, it's a movement, you know, sometimes you skip your KZ practice. Sometimes you don't do it at all, and that's unfortunate to see how that actually ends, right? It would have been fun to see how he plays out the rest of the round.
Honestly, I think he wins the clutch if he...
that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
It felt so confident. It felt like he had everything there, but... well, not every day you manage to, fit your cheeks through the window.
It's weird because I feel like we've watched 1v3s with a bomb down probably more than anyone else in the world. We see it on a daily basis, right? And there's always moments where you see a start of a clutch and you've got that kind of feeling of it is going to happen. He goes for that peek, he finds the AWPer. He has knowledge of the 2 other players there as well. It's kind of just like a perfect time and a perfect opportunity for coldzera to win that round. So it is so tough to see it go against him because I think we all know what coldzera can do in the clutch.
Some might describe him as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, definitely. We're not doing the Hugo and Harry, let's bring out all the old commentator lines. We're not doing that today.
Alright, I was trying to figure out what else there are, because I really am struggling with these.
They did it the other day. We're not doing it.
Alright, fair enough.
Sorry, Matt.
I do love bringing out these old sayings. You know, holy mackerel's one that I've been bringing back, and what the scallop is just funny. I'm bringing them back.
I just want, the thing is, I think it'd be better to create your own, though, no?
Maybe, but these are already funny enough, so... I don't want to mess with perfection. coldzera, he wants to mess with Racioli. 45 seconds on the clock means that we can start, or stop yapping and start concentrating on the game. It's a play towards A. You've got a good position here for the CT side, at least a decent position, let's put it that way. ABR, he's going to be in the power position, he is dead.
Yeah, you look at the 2 most recent signings to this Game Hunters roster, in Lich and Riccioli. They've really struggled in this game. Obviously didn't have the best of times on map 1. You know, 6 and 15 for Riccioli, 9 and 15 for Lich, but this map's looking even worse. And when you compare to the kind of 2 newer additions on the side of Red Cannons, it's night and day. 8-1, they silence Game Hunters, deny them having any chance of a streak, and this is just a tough game to watch here. I feel like we always want these games to go the distance, and honestly, I wanted Red Cannons to be caught out by their Mirage pick. I feel like sometimes when you see a team maybe pick a map that isn't going to be the best for them, and they've got an opportunity to have such a stronger veto, and then they're still not costed by it, I always just get a little bit annoyed. Just from a, I guess because I'm a hater. That's all it is.
You know what? I love that for you. I'm also with you on that. I am also a hater.
It's like when a team plays a clutch wrong and they still get it right, or like they go for a buy that they never should, and you just sat there like just so disappointed that the Counter-Strike gods haven't just smited them, and it seems that the only side getting smited is Game Hunters in this one. 8-1 down now on the CT side of Mirage, and with it just being a half buy around Mello saved AWP, the idea for success limited. I don't mind how they're playing this, actually. They leave the saved AWP on one side of the map. Mello gets a kill, and you're going to see Red Cannons look to accelerate now onto this stacked A-bomb site, which is, I think, is always the way to play it. You should always keep away from the big green, because he brings so much attention away from that half of the map, and now they've got this 2-man advantage.
Surely they don't win this round.
Oh, I think they do. There's 4 players on the A bomb site. B bomb site's now clear because Melo's rotated across. There's nothing that Game Hunters can do to get themselves back in this round regarding util. They're just going to be held. Coldzera spotted one. He's in such a power position towards short. If they just plant the bomb towards short as well, I'm saying the round's over. But Drop staying in apartments. He kind of needs to get into the action a little bit. Help out Quez. Tap of the bomb to maybe force the CTs through. I love the idea of this boost, actually. Catches off Lich. 3 versus 3 now. This is the problem. They over-rotate massively. Game Hunter's so certain that it's going to be this playthrough, eh? And again, Melo, he gets the kill on the B bomb site. All he needs to do is stay towards B and the round is won. But Red Cannon's given a gift. Over-rotation, over-complication from the CTs. They had a 4-man A setup. If you're not trusting a 4-man A setup with a kill already coming through on that side of the map, you've got bigger issues at hand.
It wasn't even just a matter of, it was a 2-man advantage there. They had a 5 or 4 or 3. 4 players towards A, sitting pretty, waiting. Information deficit at mid, sure, yes, but the fact that you are still making that rotation is a massive issue.
Yeah. Really unnecessary.
Bailed out yet again. Like, when is enough? Because we've still not seen it.
Yeah, look, Lich still 1 and 10, Riccioli 2 and 10, and look, the main reason that Game Hunters found any success and kind of keeping rounds close, keeping things semi-competitive at moments was because ABR was having a really good game on Nuke. Yeah, ABR, he's gone silent, 4 and 10. Yeah, the individuals on Red Cannon's continuing to show the reason as to why they were the invited team. The reason as to why they are one of the strongest teams here, and the expectation for them is, look, yes, there's teams like Sharks, like Bestia, like Odic, but Red Cannon's the way they're playing today. A very compelling act that they could win this one, but it's a man advantage scenario for Red Cannons that have gone back to this 3-on-3. It was a 5-on-3 for them, but I'm not worried. Red Cannons show what they can do in the deficit. Now it's even. I'm sure they're not bothered.
Such a disgusting push as well.
Coldzera?
That is a big whiff. Out towards A, 1 more to go. Venom 0, suddenly 3 to go.
He's got information on 2 players here. He actually needs to find the player on short because...
Oh. Blessing.
28 seconds here.
That's all.
Excellent for PRT.
Wonderful for PRT as well. And we talk about these mistakes that they're not able to capitalize upon. Well, here you have one finally going their way.
Honestly, though, 9 on the T side.
Yeah, no. That's something, yeah. You could say, yeah, we won a round, boys, let's go. It's still 2-9. And half's not done.
At best for Game Hunters, they get 3 on the CT side. We know their T side has been troubling.
The Mirage has been troubling.
Yeah. The Nuke was pretty bad as well, let's be honest, right? Only 5 rounds found. They were 4-0 up. They were 5-1 up.
Last time as well these guys did play was at the start of May. That was a 13-7 for Red Cannon, so... Already a little bit of history here. Despite that as well being still a previous iteration over the roster without Punter, without Cowes here.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
And that seems to have only powered them up as one would imagine roster moves do.
Melo looking to aggress here towards short, caught off guard. The utility excellent, the B bomb site taken, and now Game Hunters disadvantaged by 2. Drop. A bit of a risky angle, one of which maybe an Orpug should take, not a rifler. Bomb can go down now, smoke's going to be dropped. Look, my co-commentator, Charlie, is always drinking from a tall glass of copium, and he loves the idea of a comeback, and an optimistic one. Are you in that same camp, or are you accepting that Red Cannons have won this game?
Oh no, I've accepted Red Cannons have won this game, but I'm on the sort of different type of hopium and copium. I'm the kind that looks at silver linings and what could go wrong, what could go right. Currently, there's not a lot of that for Game Hunters.
Yeah, 2-10. If they lose the pistol, that is kind of it. They're going to have to force until the end, but... Yeah, a lot of weight now on the Game Hunters individuals. Like, yes, they physically can do it. It can be done, but it's not going to happen. And I think that's the difference. We understand that the game is physically not over yet, but Red Canids, the way they've played, the individuals have been exceptional. We've got, you know, 3 players on 12 kills, Coldzera only 2 behind. The individuals from Game Hunt has been non-existent. And there was that one round, you know, that they were successful on where PRT gets a triple from short, and you can understand the reason as to why they won it. It was just sheer ability from PRT. Yeah, game plan has been pretty non-existent here from Game Hunters. And yes, that is a flip of the HUD. Don't worry, Game Hunters haven't randomly just been given 8 rounds and Canids have lost them.
Hey, that's the comeback done. Dusted.
Yeah, already they're in the lead. How have they done that?
Not anymore.
Look, for Red Canids, they just need to make sure that they can just close this out quickly. Because I think we both know that if you allow Game Hunters to kind of get their confidence back, come back into the game, maybe have a chance, not only does it mean that Game Hunters obviously have the chance, but secondly, Red Canids, it's going to affect kind of their future games. You're 10-2 up, you're now on the favored side of Mirage. There should be no world in which you lose this, so...
Nope.
Especially with it being your map pick. Oh, the CP side pistol, look, fair enough. What a pistol round. Quez, absolutely excellent. Venom Zera getting 2 as well. And look, we were a little bit late to start. There was some slight delays regarding player cams and stuff like that. Red Canids look as though they're going to be getting us ahead of schedule, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we've got, what, an hour still to go until our next series?
Yeah.
Keep stars, kid, you waiting. And they'll have to keep waiting. With the way this game's going on right now, Red Canids, they are going to be done with this one. In a mere moment. You said forcing to the end. Yeah, you said forcing till the end. What happened, Charlie? Fred, sorry. Almost confusing. You as well now.
Why are Game Hunters going for the force on... You're 9 rounds down. Are you just accepting defeat? Are you just saying, well, we're going to be 10 rounds down. We might as well have a full buy. We might as well have a round where we can have the AKs. That's what it seems like. I guess no bomb plant for you kills, and the force wouldn't be great anyway. It'd kind of be Tech 9s. Maybe a dropped Galil at best, or a Mac 10. Clean there from the riflers. Quez getting a triple. Look, we've seen 19 rounds in a row from Red Canids this series. Game Hunters, you could get 10.
Yeah, I mean, on a theoretical level, yes. But I feel like I've seen this one before, and it was called the final act of Titanic. The sinking ship on Game Hunters, and they have not really got much going on there.
Yeah, there's not enough space on that door for Game Hunters.
Oh, there really
to kind
isn't.
of cling on to survival.
Survival of the fittest, and the PRT, I mean, on his team, the fittest, yes, but in the game... well, the only one who's doing worse on Red Canids is Ponder.
Yeah, and speaking
Everybody
of
else
found by Lich,
outclassed.
this was a quad A setup here from Red Canids. Clearly they had a read, and it's the big book of rubbish. That's what they're reading into. Opting for that quad A setup. Venom Zera can get the trade onto ABR. Obviously, we'll see a retake attempt here. Surely we'll see a retake from Red Canids. It's a 3-on-3. They've got 30 seconds. Well, they're playing for the AKs. Never mind. Honestly, I don't mind this. It's a 3v3 save. It's just the fact they have no control on the B bomb site. They've got so many angles they need to clear. So instead of going into it looking for a retake, they can just drop weaponry across. I actually think this is a fine decision. A lot of people would put into question why they're saving in a 3v3 retake with like 35 seconds to get there, but I don't mind it.
I'm with you.
PRT is going to go down to drop as well, so there's going to be limitation. Oh, PRT and drop. I don't know why drop's not looked for that kill. We had the early information with the steps, but as mentioned, we can see Red Canids full invest once again.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of go on it again, right? The save there as well, of course, just means they're going to buy again this one. They don't have to eco force buy. It's just fine, right?
Yeah.
You've got so many rounds on Red Canids. Just save once or twice. It definitely is not going to hurt him.
But also,
and I'm questioning if there's going to be a second save needed.
Look, they're 12-3 up. normally you kind of see that decision to save when you're 12 to 10, when you're kind of, you need an investment now. There's so many rounds for Red Canids here, but they've got the discipline, they've got the maturity, and they've got the understanding that, look, that retake's near impossible. There's no point just throwing that weaponry away. Coldzera's in a great position here. He's towards CT, he's unaccounted for. So much contact's, in fact, been made, obviously, towards kind of COD and jungle. Nade of the smoke here for a drop. He could get a timing, but will get taken down. And Coldzera and Ponta now in the 2 versus 5. The problem with Ponta taking that contact is Coldzera's been disciplined here. He's sat silent in CT, kind of waiting for the time to strike. With Ponta taking the contact away, they're going to be clearing. They're going to be looking for him. Okay, Game Hunters. This is more like it. The problem is, Game Hunters made countless amount of mistakes on Nuke, and they are one mistake away from being eliminated from the playoffs.
And a near impossible game ahead of them here. I mean, that does help, but... let's see. What can anybody here do for the Game Hunters to continue this? Right? So far, individual outclassing. Tactical side as well, yeah, you could make that same argument. But I'm just going back to thinking for this one at the big picture, thinking to Nuke. What have the Game Hunters really shown us that's worked consistently? Not a lot. Right, like, they started off Nuke with that faster sort of place. That was A-okay, that was fine. Then they slowed down a little bit, and it was one round, or one gun round that they took, and that was pretty much it.
Honestly, the way they started the series, I was literally thinking, okay, Game Hunters, you can get a 2-0 on your hands if you play like this. If you keep the speed going, yeah. And then they just decided to play slow. And the thing is, you don't really want to play slow and disciplined against the experience that a player like Coldzera is going to bring to a team, because he's had every kind of round. He's played every round, every situation beforehand. He knows what's coming. So this is where you really should just look to play aggressive, play a bit frantic. I guess not stratless, but a bit crazy. Quesdo can get one. Underbalk is dropped. Surely not the full eco victory. They're going into the stack here. They are pushing into the stack. The bomb's going to make its way away. PRT could be found by drop.
What?
It is a 2 versus 3. Weapons can be retrieved.
They're not going to do this. They cannot get away with this. Absolutely ridiculous if they do, but...
Honestly, I reckon the CTs will save in this scenario. They'll pick up the AKs and they'll say, well, you know what? We don't have a kit. We don't have much util. We don't know where these players are. And obviously, because of the positioning of some of the CTs, it's not as though they can cut off ties to this, but... Honestly, I wouldn't mind the idea of just a save. Venom's area going to go down here. It is the 2 lowest performing players in the whole server in the clutch. But yeah, just going to look to save.
At least. Yeah. This is
But players like Coldzera can struggle to invest when it comes to full buys and full utility. Saving the AK is going to be really key.
Absolutely. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking as well, right? Surely you've got... Hey, Venom Zero with more than enough as well to drop that AWP. That's going to be perfect as well if you want to get it out.
Yeah, Coldzera could just drop the AK to Venom Zero. I think that's a great transaction for both.
A win-win situation.
Yeah.
But it will be a win-win-win situation.
Well, look, now the order's going to be in play here, or at least you'd assume so for Red Canids.
Yeah.
This is where we can start saying, look, this could be the end here for Game Hunters. Still, though, with Red Canids, they've got 7 rounds to do it, which means they've got 4 full buys and 3 half buys. And with the way in which that kind of Deagle investment with 4 USPs went, I'd be very worried for Game Hunters. Hello, elevated, boosted to hold connector. Bit more of a default here from Game Hunters. 2 towards ramp, 2 towards top mid, and Lich making his way through under. A great setup here, though, from Red Canids. because Ponta's holding 4 apartments and he's not spotted anyone, they can just continue this AAA setup. And with the AWP holding towards ramp, it's going to be so tough here. Let's see what that AWP can provide. ABR. It's a nice angle from coldzera. Somewhat like unpre-fireable. No one's going to expect this like slight elevation. But it's going to be a flashbang coming through. venomzera, it's all on timing. Flashbang fully blinding, and great information now. HE grenade to land towards ramp. 3 players in middle now for Game Hunters. Smoke in window, Molly in short, seemingly to be a playthrough. Con drops in an excellent position here. Smoke now towards ramp. Quez can try and find Mello. AWP shot connecting from coldzera. Quez spots out Mello. 2 versus 4 now. Riccioli will get 1. 25 seconds on the clock, but Drop, he's in a perfect position for this. PRT will get 1, but Drop can contain him. And Riccioli 1 versus 2. There's 17 seconds. You do not have enough time to do this, mate. He's got to make his way through to B. 11 seconds on the clock. The CTs are letting him leave. There's going to be just enough time to plant. Well, he gets to safety as well. Ponta can't deny it. He's going to swing wide, and Riccioli can maneuver. And now it's 1 versus 1. Riccioli has the chance to find this round. Drop has crossed. Riccioli maneuvering. Riccioli's just been given the clutch because, I don't know, there's no reason. Red Cannons, you see him in red room, you see him in window at 12 seconds. All one of you needs to do is go and die to him, and you have the round. You just need to take an awkward fight. You need to delay him. You need to slow him down. Someone could just run through jungle and make the short jump. There's so much difficulty for me to look into that round from Red Cannons. I don't know how they have possibly lost that.
That felt like it was certainly a shoe there. It's 1-2 seconds that makes the difference between the bomb plant as well or not. You could have double swung. You have these things you could have done, but given Game Hunters round of a 6, and at that point as well, I'm feeling a little bit confident, surely, for Game Hunters.
Yeah.
Building themselves into the game, one block at a time.
Honestly, that round has made me question this whole game. Literally, there's 12 seconds, you've spotted him in window. All you need to do is just take a fight. He either fights back and you win the game on time, or you get the kill and you've won the game. I really don't know what Red Cannons opt for there. Drop is slowly clearing. Riccioli sending a flashbang in middle. Great find from Drop. No trade from Riccioli. No one from under to find him as well. Riccioli will get that kill. The M4 can be retrieved from coldzera. It is safely in connector. Ramp's been taken now, and venomzera to join Cold here in con. Smoke towards lower connector. venomzera waiting for it to bloom, and now we'll go retrieve the rifle. Could just push through this smoke and find Lich. Obviously, there is a risk about it, but this is a half buy. This is where risks have to be taken.
I don't think we can even say that this one is all too steady for Game Hunters, even in a situation like this, with how close some of these rounds have gotten. Like, for all we know, Cows is going to get 2 with the MP9 there. Drop the bomb for a couple of seconds. Might be traded, but I am still all too worried for what could be. He's jiggling this nicely. That's 1. That's
great
half
damage.
HP guard for Riccioli, and guess what's waiting for him next? The scout and CT, and it's the bomb that has to cross. Now gone. If he finds a little bit more damage,
look at the
time
flank
off the clock. This round very much still in play. 4 red cannons this time to close it out. The HP is not there. The bomb needs to be planted, and Ponta's got an HE. That's done. That's round. That's game.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough. Is the smoke faded? It was a bait out there. Excellent.
What?
It's going to be a bait once again. coldzera aware of it, though, and ABR now planting
What?
open. What is he doing? coldzera playing with time. That is all he has got.
What?
And the T's win the round again. coldzera could just take the fight and win the game, but he decides, well, there's 4 seconds. I know he's off the bomb. What are they doing? They're playing with their food. You just need to kill him. Again, that is all you need to do. It is a rinse and repeat of the last round. What are Red Cannons doing? Just put pen to paper. Just swing him and kill him. You're messing about with this. You're trying to be too fancy with how you're winning the round. It's just so silly.
What is that disaster? I can't wrap my head around it. There were so many win conditions in that round, and everything just goes against them. Absolutely ridiculous. Another round in the bag, another round they lose. Just can't get to 13 here.
Yeah, an embarrassment from Red Canids. Look, you understand what coldzera might want to be achieving. They know he's low, though. It's just crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. Again, it's Red Canids kind of turning around that could be pretty unfavored into a possibility. Venomzera in the Molotov. Flashbang comes over. Great find from ABR. PRT emerging. Drop. Must have heard these steps. Still holding towards Con. Smoke coming through. Drop it being held, but will find. Man advantage now.
Drop's had a very good performance as well here throughout this Mirage.
Yeah, he's been really good. Drop and Quez.
That connector position as well, he's been holding it very well, almost all the way to at least one and done. Or at least one. This time as well, he'll hold at that position, but now we've got a man advantage on the retake.
Ooh,
surely
drop.
this is it here. Surely you don't lose this one, but AVR has been spotted to move it a little bit forward. He's going to be in the open. Flashbangs to try to pressure him. But actually, no, the bomb has never been planted. What?
Yeah, he took down the planter. Right now, they have to go searching, but a kill's been given by coldzera towards CT. ABR spotted out drop. Quez might go on account for. HE grenade will land. Great find, but ABR taken down. It's now all on Mellow. 33. And they've both drop smokes to back away. I quite like this.
There's the molly. Cowers, surely you deployed that as well, but they're going to play together instead, and Mellow's going to have one of us one here on the stairs. The AWP is built for this position. Just finding that first one. It's a not perfect shot.
Oh, this is excellent. They think he's gone towards CT. He can isolate these fights, but another missed shot from Mellow. Combat ordering now required. 2 bullets in the mag. Surely not another 1 versus 2. Quez just needs to isolate this fight. And not again connects. Another 1 versus 2 that should never go the way of Game Hunt. It's another round. The Red Canids, they have in the palm of the hand. The bomb is dropped. They're in a 4 versus 2. They could literally all run into T-spawn. They could run into B apartments and it would have been played better than that. I just don't know what is happening here, Nexus.
There's what, 2, 3 missed shots for the AWP. Those are the opportunities. Again, how many are you gonna have until enough is enough? We're talking about map 1, the way it was Red Canids punishing mistakes, and now they're the ones who can't close out any simple advantage they have.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. That's now, what, 3 in a row that Red Canids had dead to rights. It would have been those kind of 99-1 going the way of Red Canids. Yeah, seemingly they always find the round, they always find the way to play at that kind of 1%. Once they know that the AWP's there towards kind of, well, obviously towards triple, I don't know why they don't just run at him. It just seems such a weird approach. Quez does have this hero M4. Nade towards ladder. Riccioli, has he not been spotted? I think it has just been conveyed to Quez. Maybe it's kind of the question mark on the minimap, you know, when you spot someone but you don't actually see them. Riccioli maneuvering here in con. It is going to be this A play now from Game Hunters. Venomzera will get one now. Deagle in hand. Venomzera, they've got the man advantage, but it's still not massively in the advantage because they've got weaker weapons, low utility, or no utility, should I say. So that's why Venomzera's quite frantic about his peeking. Into the molly. All the way down the stairs? That seems like a bit of a cheat code, that molly. Never seen that. That's disgusting. Drop, though, will find Lich towards middle. 4 versus 3. They're looking to take CT. The flashbang looks good. Hunter plays it. 3 versus 2 now. Information on 1. Flashbang coming through from PRT. Great flashes here. Gonna take the swing, can isolate. Great information. PRT aware. It's gonna be another 1 versus 2.
Not again!
No, it isn't. Get Red Canids finally put pen to paper here. Finally able to close out the game. I don't think I could handle another 1v2 loss, and I don't think Red Canids could either. but they will get themselves into the quarterfinals. They are our first team to progress through the round of 16, and obviously for Game Hunters, the first team to be eliminated. But what a crazy way for it to finish. There was kind of that slight hope, that slight realization that Red Canids, they might fumble, but obviously they do take it now. But Nexus, thoughts after that one?
I got nothing. My head is
Fried.
filled with way too many missed opportunities throughout this one. And I can't believe we even see... Like, at that point, I'm expecting the game to go to overtime. I'm expecting it on a spiritual level. That's a game that Red Canids, if you give up so much, you're not deserving to win at that point. But they have that 12. It's just one slip-up and a mistake on the other side that will finally end it. But it does not feel like they deserve that Mirage toward the end there with so much given away. It's insane.
It might be a victory, but I think they know that there's a lot of losses and a lot of disappointment to take away from that game. Saying that, it's still a 2-0. They still make quarterfinals. So I think they're going to be happy, obviously, with the result of the game. But they know that there's, so I guess, a slight asterisk and a bit of a tarnishing on that record, because it was, 19 rounds in a row. They looked incredible. They looked unbeatable. And then it just seemed to slip away a little bit. But obviously, that is the first round of 16 game here in South America Series 1. We still have plenty more action, plenty more games to be seen throughout the rest of the day, with the next matchup being Keat Stars to face Crew. And I think that one is going to be just as exciting, maybe not as many crazy clutches, or at least you'd hope so. I don't know whether my heart will be able to kind of able to deal with that. I'm sure the players as well, the pressure would have been at an all-time high. But as mentioned, we've got Keat Stars to face Crew. That's going to be kicking off in about 40 minutes or so. So set your timers, set your alarms. We'll be back into the action there very shortly, but beforehand we will be jumping to a break. Gonna be back into the action now. Second series to be underway very shortly. It is Keystars against Crew. I'm excited for this one because I think there's a lot of intrigue about both these teams. Obviously, we know this Keystars team is that old Swingers roster. I feel like Crew have been making waves. They look really good. Obviously, in the Swiss stage, they went 3-0 there, only dropping one map to LP. I'm excited for this game. But Nexus, what are we thinking? What are you expecting?
I'm not sure. I feel like for the last game, I had a whole lot more confidence to say that felt like a Red Cannage game through and through. It did. Here, I don't really know as much, right? Because I've seen, of course, right? Almost everybody on the server, I feel like, bar for 2 people I've seen before. Maybe even them as well I have seen, but just forgot about. But I still just do not have a good read on much of this game.
It's
like maybe that comes from the fact I haven't seen them in a while. But
yeah.
Whatever the reason is, I do not have a massive read on this. Instead, we'll have to go into it blind, or at least I will have to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think both these teams have got something to prove. Obviously, with Keystars being the invited team, with Crew going 3-0 in the Swiss stage, I think they're both the opportunity to take it. But why don't we take a bit of a deep dive in this series? We can bring up the rosters, have a little bit of a chat about the teams and kind of our expectations of where things might go and, you know, who's going to be the top performer, who's going to be that difference maker. But obviously, for Keystars, we've got Ninja, Veto, Leo, Drunky, Dash, and Flash. Obviously, this roster, you know, this is going to be the first game under the new banner, but we've got to say Dash, a lot of the time we look for him to have that importance. Veto as well, he's a really key player. I think there's obviously the opportunity for everyone on this team to be that kind of high-octane fragger, but who do you think is going to be the difference maker today?
I mean, I'm kind of looking towards sort of seniority that Leo kind of brings into this team as well, right? Having been around for a good while now as well, having had the chance to play with a bunch of the top players in this region as well. I kind of say that a lot of it maybe comes to him, and then he as well have like numbers wise, which of course not with a massive number of games played, but Dash does bring those numbers as well. So it'll be an interesting one for sure. But like I say, they invited teams. They haven't really played as actively as Crew now for the recent last weeks or so. Like the last game Keystars played was a month ago.
Yeah.
Over a month ago, actually.
Been a while.
Yeah. There's definitely that rust factor that maybe comes to question, right? How prepared are they in terms of the official games? Or is that even going to be something that we need to talk about?
Yeah. Obviously, I feel like when it comes to this roster, obviously they're an invited team, so a lot of people might be thinking, okay, well, they're going to be slightly favored. We can bring up the crew roster and maybe create some arguments of why they won't be, because the crew roster's been looking really, really good as of late. When you say that they went 3-0 in the Swiss stage, obviously really important. We've got Reversive, Rigi, Ataraxia, Shekin. Are we saying we're going to go with Shekin? I feel like that's...
I think so.
That's as close as you get, right? I'm gonna butcher it either way.
I'm guessing professional in this region.
Yeah, like I'm guessing Shekin's standing in for what, Laser? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
But obviously their newest addition being Buddha, he's been kind of the lifeblood of this roster. We've seen him in the Swiss stage. That's the only time he's been on this roster, and it's been absolutely insane. A 1.26 rating once kind of being here. So he's been looking really, really good, really positive. Obviously, Rigi's had some really big moments as well. You just have to look at that game against Flamengo, kind of 35 and 19 when it comes to kills and deaths. Really impressive. So, crew, I think they are kind of on decent form here, but whether they can continue against key stars is the question. I think the vetoes are going to hold a lot of those questions, because when you look at the maps, when you look at the sample size, we're seeing a bit of strength from a team like Keyed Stars on maybe a map like Train. They could look to pick it, maybe not so confident. Neither team have played all too much Anubis either. Inferno's the insta-ban or the generic insta-ban from both these teams. So I guess whichever team doesn't have to ban it has the slight edge in the vetoes. But is there anything we can expect? I guess the only map that I feel like we're going to be so positive about is we probably should see Nuke. It's the most played for both teams, but whether crew leave it, or whether Keyed Stars leave it for kind of a decider or a pick is the question.
That is indeed one we're going to find out right away. But I also did have something. Apparently, as well, I did have to double check this one about. Apparently, Laser is checking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It took me a second. I looked at the pictures. Monitor 1 and 2, HLT was like, wait, that looks very similar. Look at the picture, same name.
Do we know? Is there a reason for the change? I'm not too sure.
I don't know, but we'll just go with it either way. So it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much in sort of that department in terms of a standard or anything of the sort. So
what's his surname? Okay.
In full force, yeah.
Okay.
A fun little thing to note. But let's hop back over to what the veto here. We have a Nuke. Talking about it. Is it going to be picked? Maybe. Yes is the answer.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
It really is, but I'm just wondering, right, because the month break from official for crew, like, what have they really been cooking is the question. How on top of their game and what maps have they been really practicing is my question, because you have so many maps. Like, they've played Train twice, Anubis once, and Inferno is still what they don't really touch. Like, I'm just wondering, like, where has the time been spent to polish that map pool?
Yeah, and I've got to say, the fact that both these teams insta-ban Inferno and Keyed Stars go against it, not only are they probably coming in as the favoured side, but they've also got the vetoes on their side as well, with crew forced to ban Inferno. I think when you look, though, crew in that game against Shinden, that 2-0, the maps that featured were Nuke and Dust. Obviously, they've been picking Dust quite a lot recently, and you just have to look in their two most recent games on it. It's been kind of a 13-5 and a 13-4. So crew, it seems like Dust is a well-polished product. I know it's not been perfect for them throughout kind of most, the last couple months, but obviously when you compare to some of the opponents that they've lost, it's 13-11 loss to LP, 13-11 loss to Game Hunters, and then their two kind of drastic losses to Imperion 9Z, which you can certainly forgive. So I actually think Crew's pick of Dust is going to be really key. We know that Keyed Stars as well, yes, they have played Dust in the past, but it's not as though it's it's not as though it's the most perfect map for them. So I think we've got to say for this Keyed Stars roster, Ancient's a good map for them, Nuke's a good map for them, but we're thinking that it's probably going to go all the way, right?
I would like to hope so, or at least imagine that to be the case. But I'm just not all too sure, right? There are so many unknowns for me in this one, right? Even if, like, I'm familiar with the individual prowess of these plays from the past as well, I don't have a massive, I don't know about the current rosters and the situation, how they want to actually play. Like, that's where my massive question mark comes to this, is how well are these guys going to perform when you put them into the game right now? Yeah,
obviously we have seen a head-to-head between these kind of rosters before on Dust 2, and it was Crew that were victorious. Obviously it was, it went the distance. They won 13-11 on Dust. They did go on to win this series as well, which was, oh no, they didn't. They did not win the series. They lost, and the 3 maps that featured were the same as the ones here. Obviously, there's a bit of a difficulty when it comes to the information, because whenever you try and look up this Keystars roster, obviously they come under Keystars, but their previous games are on Swingers, so it's a bit of a maze through looking through HLTV. But we'll get there, we promise. We have just got word that there is going to be a slight delay when it comes to starting this game. Apparently, there's a lot of internet issues currently. So what I think we will do next is throw it to break. Hopefully, we will be back very shortly as the first map being Nuke. Yeah, we have, and look, sometimes. You know, look, I hope we don't see a forfeit. This is actually, out of the 4 games we have today, this is the one I was kind of hyping and hoping for kind of internally, because I think this actually is the closest game that we've got on paper. When you look at 90 versus Dusty Roots, look, I don't want to take away from what Dusty Roots could do, but it's 64th against 217th. When you look at Flamengo versus FURIA, that is actually a really close game as well. But it's the fact that I know a little bit more, obviously, about these 2 rosters, and I have a bit more information. That's why I'm so excited for it. Hopefully there is no forfeit. There's none of those shenanigans. We will be able to get to see it. But I guess that's something for, the admins to give us information on later on. But as said, we're going to be jumping to a break. Hopefully we'll be back shortly on Nuke.
Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Finally into the action now on Nuke, the selection of keyed stars, crew to start on their CT side. And look, I've got to say, we were kind of umming and ahhing about where this game was going to go. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say crew win 2-0. I'm going to go against the grain. Cannot wait to look silly, but that's my 2 cents.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I do have an answer as well. We were talking about something before we just went live, and I'll tell you about it later. For now, we focus on the pistol here. It's going to be reversive into the back lines, and he's going to try to open it up. It's Ataraxia instead, first one found. Dolberetas, however, not that great for Buddha. He gets put down. Flames as well. Puts down. Veto Beast. 1, 2. Seems like he's done the trick here as well. Crew, they're able to force out of this pistol round.
Yeah, honestly, it seemed like crew were playing the round as though the bomb had already gone down and they were retaking. There were still players out in the open and people had util in hand. They were swinging. Well, I don't really know what we saw there from crew, but great openers and finds from keyed stars. It gives them a great shot in the pistol as it is a 1 versus 4 for Riggy. But Vinabeast with the triple, and he might in fact find the 4th as Riggy is giving this one a slight look. And Vinabeast spotting. Quite quick on the shots there. Maybe my prediction hasn't really gone so good to start off with.
Not immediately, apparently. There's going to be some problems with that. And, yeah, second round. We are going to force buy. Okay, I'm going to still save my topic until we see a boring round here where we can yap a bit more freely.
Yeah, like an eco or something like that.
Yeah, most likely, if things were to go as common sense would kind of dictate here, would it be next round? Of course, that is still pending any saves and such boring stuff. We'll see if we get to it. For now, it's a slow beginning. Just the utility there, and Leo making his way outside, and he's got a couple of teammates. I say slow, I lied completely. Flashbangs are good. They're setting themselves up properly for these plays immediately, and there's that Mac 10 making space. The crew, they've got good players, or good position here as well for them. MP 9 at 5-7, this is as good as you really want them to be. The best positions you can imagine them to be. And check it down to after 1 as well. There goes the trade. Reversive also down. That could still be enough as well here. You've slowed down Keyed Stars to play toward the B side. You've taken or lost 2 of your own players, but the only real issue here is the rotations and where they currently lie. And Buddha, I think he is about to be a dead man.
Vinabeast, how has he slipped the net there? Timing couldn't be worse for crew. Yes, it means they've taken control towards lobby, but the B bomb site thoroughly underway and under the control of Keyed Stars. A lot of utility sent here from Keyed Stars as well. They're making sure that they kind of take the bomb site effectively. Still an opportunity for crew. The bomb's only getting planted now, so they're going to be in great positions for this retake. It's not as though they're far from the action. There is a Galil to be retrieved there.
Giving it a try here as well. It is a surprise to see them still attempt it, but... Oh. Riggy... He had a Galil. I'm assuming that must have been out of ammunition in that situation. Ataraxia's dueling for his own life on ramp. It doesn't go too well.
He might just not realise he picked it up.
Yeah, that could have been the case as well, but I was looking at it
maybe.
for a few solid seconds. Wasn't apparently ever something he cared about. Interesting enough. But hey, here we got a... most likely a boring round. So, the conversation you and I had right before we went here... is... Phase Academy. Apparently that's now becoming a thing. You know, there's a rumor, or a report by Harumi. You know, 50-50 is it right or not? Who knows? NATO Safix might be coaching it. We said we at Phase do not have an academy team yet. I mean, maybe. Until I pointed out they already had one, and it was called Mouse Sports for like 5 years. took a look at all the sort of players that have gone through MOUZ and into FaZe, you had way back when, for a short stint, 110 days in 2013, one Finn Carrigan Anderson. In 2013.
Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, something I did not even know about. For about 2 months, Cadian was there as well. That's crazy. Never actually made it to FaZe, but still. Then you have Alu. That was one hell of a thing. Nico. That's an easy one. Then we kind of skip. Then you have a lot of these sort of talent that didn't really go to FaZe. You have like the classic lineup of Oscar, Rob Slowell, Sonny, Stico, you know, these kind of things. Robs, of course, that's a big one as well. That's number 4. Now, do remind me. I feel like... No. Okay, no. I am completely misremembering. I was going to say, I feel like Snack stood in for FaZe, but no, that was not a thing. That was that. He actually stood in there for MOUZ for a little bit. That was the case. They won that tournament. But here we've got Desh. He's farmed 3. And yes, with Nico, that makes 4 so far, and we're still going down to this.
Obviously, Frozen.
Number 5, Frozen. Now, here we kind of go the other way around, because things did happen. You know, Carrigan came back. He brought in BMOS from FaZe with him to MOUZ.
Okay, yeah.
You know, MOUZ get a little bit back from that as well, right? Then you keep going forward, and there's not really anybody else that goes. So 5... plays that have gone from MOUZ to FaZe over this time, but there's been a lot of plays on MOUZ as well. Surprisingly little, I'll say.
It's interesting because Carrigan and Bimus actually didn't play together on FaZe.
Terrorists win.
I don't believe, anyway.
Did they not? I feel like they did. Maybe I'm tripping here.
No, in the break that Carrigan was not in FaZe, that's when Bimus was there.
Let me just double check that you're making
they played together on MOUZ, but not on FaZe.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Honestly, MOUZ and FaZe are probably the 2 teams I've watched the most CS from. Apart from maybe Zero Tenacity. Apart from maybe ZT. I felt like
same.
they...
A generation.
Good start for Keed Stars. With this being their map selection, you'd hope for something like this on the T side. Ataraxia will get 1. Oh, I love the attempt from Vinabeast, but Buddha prepared. We got the keyboard cam. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Buddha is just one big hand.
You never know. I mean, we don't see the rest of him. Don't like we're gonna make that call. At least does look like his teammates are real people. Leo, currently in a position as well. They've got him here, yes, but the sacrifice was Ninjas and Anubis so far. Star's not in the perfect position, but if there is an overextension from crew, that's where this position suddenly becomes powerful. The problem with this one is still the fact that you do have, well, is that Riki towards secret stairs, making a play towards outside. It's the timing, that's everything here. Leo will find the first turnaround! That's ridiculous! Criminal almost. Check it, will find himself wide of war as well. There's that trade opportunity given. Suddenly from a 3-5, it's been brought back to even numbers. 2-2 remains here. But they try to find where this ball has gone. Flash escaping. Time is not on his side, and he's thinking as well. Cannot go outside, would have to run. He's going back towards lobby Buddha. All he has to do is hold this position. The round is won. That he's left it open. It's coming down to a retake here, surely.
The big issue here, though, for Heat Stars is they have got such little information. The bomb will go down now. Utility, bit of an issue here, but Buddha's got this whole round to play for. Reversive's low HP. Buddha's going to be creeping in now. Clearing systematically, but Leo again, 3rd kill of the round. Reversive makes his position known, thinks that the only way out of this round is an AWP, but he's going to save it. Oh, it's devastating for Crew. How is this how the round goes? Crew. It's a tough one, right? It's a tough one, but it's Leo. Of course it's Leo. To dig deep in that moment.
Terrorists win.
That is crazy. That felt like a shoe in a round as well. It was really Riki who had the duel for him as well, but Leo pops up with 2 and just keeps the round alive, even in the most unlikely scenario.
Yeah, and of course we see attack pause from Crew. I think maybe the coach wanting to step in a little and say, look lads, this is an important game, this is a playoff game, this isn't the Swiss stage where if we do lose, there's another chance. Obviously for Crew, they didn't find a loss in the Swiss stage, it was just one map they dropped, but this is where it is all about the here and now. And yes, okay, this is the map selection of Keyed Stars. We are expecting them to have the slight leg up, but I think the difference is Crew have already identified if they don't keep things competitive, if they don't really show much on Nuke, that's when we move to Dust 2, a map that is very individualistic, that can be kind of carried by kills with little confidence. So I like the early tack pause from Crew. It was a question of whether to invest or not, and they've opted for it. P90 in play. Obviously, ever since there's been the restriction on how many weapons you can carry, I feel like the P90 has been shunned by the pros, but Leo showing what it can have to offer. How is he not spotted the player towards round? We've got a double ram setup here from Shekin and the MP9 of Riggy. Ooh, timing looks good. Riggy gets 2. And look, they throw away the last round. Surely they do not give this one up, though. It's a 1 versus 4 for Dash. That was all because Leo just didn't spot the player towards kind of ramp boxes. Devastating.
Yeah, clearly that is didn't actually see it. Now, down. I mean, that's tough. You have that around position. You have the whole W strategy working out. You get that control, but as soon as you go down, it's not just one, but it's an insanely fast rotation that Crew had ready. And both defenders, Riki and Shekin, they found a 2-4. She's just starting off his one of probably many saves that we're going to see throughout this game.
Yeah.
Especially considering map 2 is going to be Dust 2 as well. That's where saves really just become ridiculous. Never got to stop hating. Valve, Major's over. Get them out. Get them out. Dust 2, out. Inferno, maybe that as well.
Yeah.
Get them out.
Get him gone.
I do not want to see a map where the save is normalized that much.
Honestly, I think just get rid of the CS Classics. Screw Mirage as well. Get rid of Dust, we get rid of Mirage, get rid of Inferno, we bring in Overpass, we bring back Vertigo. I know everyone hated that map, but actually
I liked it.
It is a certified banger. So we
Until
bring back
they
Overpass.
made the latest change, I liked Vertigo.
What was the latest? Oh, it was the con change with A.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
just,
but I actually thought that was it made retakes on towards A a bit nicer for the CTs. It also allowed space to be taken by the Ts a little bit earlier. I thought it created a little bit more of a dimension to that map. It felt like Vertigo was quite easy for the T side on the A bomb side because it was just you send the 2 smokes left and right, you've won the round. Whereas now there's more things to think about. And then third and final map. They made all these changes to Cache. When is that coming back? So that's got to be the new map pool.
That Cache is 100% coming back. That's like they bought it off of F and Pone, right? That's been done a few months or since a few months ago. That is 100% coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, going out, Riki. RIP. We'll remember you for this one round you tried something here.
Honestly, I respect the observer for thinking that Riggy could have got that kill.
It just made it look funnier.
It would have been a crazy rifle shot, right?
A lot of belief in himself as well.
Yeah.
That's the sort of confidence I aspire to play with myself.
Sadly, we don't have the aim of a player like Riggy.
No. But
otherwise...
I am built different.
Oh, really?
I have the aura of enemy bullets don't hit me.
Fair.
Yeah. I get that extra half a second. I tap him in the head. Same way they get put to sleep here on Keep Stars. Down to B. Sure, Reversive is burning a little bit. It doesn't matter. They've done the job of defending the B side valiantly here.
Oh, Dash is all
Dash,
about timing. Ooh.
Next victim, dead.
Ataraxia finding. Big from Crew. No, back-to-back round victories. Unless somehow Flash can win this 1 versus 4, but I I think we all know that's not happening. So the foundation's been built for Keystars. They've got themselves kind of the pistol, the early rounds on Nuke, and obviously we talk about Nuke being a very CT-sided map, and look, we know it is. So for a team to have themselves 4 already with 8 more to play, or 6 more to play, it leaves them with a lot of possibilities, a lot of intrigue. You know, a 7-5, you know, getting 5 rounds on the T side, you'll be very happy with. So already, Keystars, they are well on their way to having a positive half here.
I mean, you did say, right as we went into the pistol, you're thinking there's a crew 2-0 brewing here.
Yeah. Hey, look, we say stuff all the time, right?
We do.
Most of it's wrong. So, no, I actually back this crew roster. I think Buddha's been a really good kind of addition to the squad. He's put up incredible numbers. He's obviously a player that I think many will have had kind of an idea about ever since he was on 9Z Academy, moved to 9Z, and then we saw, well, wasn't on that 9Z roster anymore. A lot of people were kind of questioning, well, actually Buddha was such an instrumental piece there. Obviously, they've changed up a lot for 9Z, and you can see the real plummet as well. They were pushing for, what, top 10, roughly? I think they were like 11th at one point, and they were, for a good few months, they were at quite the top of, well, not even tier 2. They were solidly in tier 1, and now this 9Z roster's sat, 60th. So Buddha was a part of such a big team for Crew, and I think for Crew is such a good addition to the roster. But nice trade there from Flash. Needed. Riggy has rotated, so the B-bomb site is safe for now. Reversive going down as well, and with Buddha finding that kill towards lobby, this is going to kind of cornhole Keystars into a B play. Riggy now under pressure. Reversive going to look to take contact, and this is debates in Riggy perfectly. An excellent setup there between Riggy and Reversive. Crew net themselves their 3rd, and en route to level up the game now.
That was such a nasty 1-2 punch as well there with the CT side of Crew. You overlook a corner for a split second. The round is done just from that as well. Insanely well done for Crew. But that's not all. Now they're gonna have an easier time as well.
Is Reversive playing on black bars? Or is that like a monitor with...
I think that's black bars, yeah.
Rolling back the
I don't
ears.
think he's got like a, what, 21 by 6 monitor with a 21 by 9. I don't think he's playing on one of those.
More as in, there's some monitors that have those little side
like those
panels.
side flaps. Yeah, I know what you mean as well.
Nice find from Ataraxia though. He's been a little quiet on the AWP.
Oh, okay.
Checking, nice find here.
Ataraxia is not afraid of this fight even. He should be. He's moving with confidence that he's not owning this round because they've got him dead to rights in Garage.
And he's missed about 9 shots.
Yeah, that too. Oh, hold on. That's...
Disconnect is a tough one. Look, it was a half buy here from Keystars. They had no right in bringing it so close, down to the 3-on-3. Obviously, weaponry couldn't be retrieved as... Or at least, sorry, the AWP of Ataraxia couldn't, as Reversive and Buddha prepared for that. But with the disconnect, it is a tough one. Shekin's in a nice angle as well. But they do look as though they're going to make their way towards A, currently defended by Buddha. But the angle he's got is excellent. And if they do make their way out of Heart, they go right into the grasp of him. And the problem is, with such limited time, they're going to assume that A is going to be held from heaven, maybe the back of the bomb site, maybe second vent, a bit of a safer angle. So they might go clearing towards top Heart, but with the flank coming through, that's going to force them forward. They're not even going to check Buddha now. They've got so many bigger problems. The Buddha gets a freebie, and he's completely trapped now, trying to make his way through. Shekin can get one, but Buddha will find. Shekin in the flanks there, shooting like 3-4 bullets, just means they are never going to check Buddha.
Again, another wonderful CT setup there that they get away with.
Yeah.
Quickly tying up the game. That's going to be Nuke to a 4-4 situation. Well, of course, we get away for VWs now to come back, but this is Crew waking up to the start of this game, right? We talked about it a little bit. Mentioned the break that Keystars didn't really had, right? A month since their last official, essentially. They've been invited here. You kind of got to show what you're made of. And for now, it is definitely not as clean as they'd like it to be, right? They've got 4 on that T side, sure. But you have one of those rounds coming from the 3 versus 5 where Leo absolutely pops off as well outside, finds 2-3, and the round essentially from him alone. Right? If you don't have that sort of round going to their way earlier on, like, you don't have anything for them to really build off of. And that is right back to what we are now seeing for these last few as well. I'm a bit worried, but it's good to see that they have that individual prowess that can maybe get them out of it. But when your default protocols are still going to be the sort of things where you are overlooking some of these bait-and-switch setups, or at least falling earlier on to those CTs, that's where issues do arise for long-term.
Yeah, look, I think if Keed Stars, if the half does end 8-4 or 7-5 or something like that, I think there's definitely positive to take away. And obviously, we know how CT-sided Nuke can be, but within the same vein, with it being that 4-0 start, I think we would all know that, okay, well, Crew, the second they got the weaponry in play, they actually pretty much dominated. So, look, Keed Stars, they do have a lot of thinking to do here. And honestly, this could look quite reminiscent to the series we just watched, where Game Hunters, they had a bit of a slight edge, kind of the leg up in that first one, and then we see the weaponry in play for Crew, and we just see a very one-sided affair.
From 5-1 to 13-5. Then you continue toward the second map as well. They had 19 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 7-0 start on Mirage as well.
Not to say it's going to be there just yet, but hey, it is a bit scary.
Right, we were a fifth of the way there.
Maybe we'll get there.
Probably
won't, let's be honest. But
if Crew win the next 16 rounds in a row, I will eat my proverbial hat.
I was gonna say boot, but you're not as brave as Vince.
Also, like, hats are tastier than boots when it comes to clothing, right? Surely.
You know what? Probably a British person would know.
Whoa!
It's the secret genetics, you know, the
stronger teeth. Yeah, I knew that joke was coming.
No, I was thinking more of the you know, Irish famines and such. You have that somewhere locked into the genetics of hundreds of years of evolution.
As you can tell, as we start rambling onto nonsense, there is still a tech pause going on.
Indeed, yes.
Look, we're not too sure as to how long this tech pause will continue, but with Vinibis reconnecting, hopefully it is... we will be returning back into the action. A bit unfortunate on the disconnect there for Vinibis, because I think there could have been an argument that Keed Stars could have won that one, but either way, 4-4. Crew, CT side, money's looking good, no limitations. This is where the kind of the real map begins, I guess, because we know what the pistol and the clutch has done for Keed Stars, but now it's kind of a clean slate for Crew.
Just to see how they continue from this. Of course, this is going to be one of the earlier times we're going to see Keed Stars now fight back for or against that notion narrative. Just waiting for Leo now to return as well, and I think all should be probably okay. So, that's the next thing we're waiting for now. Build up the suspense for this round.
Yeah, hopefully we will be back in the action. There is some slight typing in the chat, which usually is the indicator. I made my bold prediction, Crew 2-0. Are you gonna give one? Are you feeling like you could?
I don't think so.
Oh wow.
I don't think I can.
Interesting.
Sometimes you gotta just be fully in the unknown. There's Leo though. He's coming back. Headset is on. Time to say, yeah, boys, I'm ready to go. Type .r, everybody's ready. Adam is gonna pause, and I hope that is all we have to wait for now. No strangers to waiting, you know, us here in the online cups and commentary in terms of waiting sometimes. Happens a little bit. A fair bit.
Yeah, I like the fact that the camera was actually on Leo while he was away, so it kind of gave an indication as to why. A lot of the time there's very you know, a real question of, look, why is there this tech pause? All 5 players are in the server kind of thing. But back into the action, timer ticking. 4-4. Keyed Stars, they did start the half excellently, but they yet to find a round in the last 4, as Crew have shown a lot of success. Now,
all right, let's get it. Keyed Stars, it's time to make this round count. Weapons are back out. CT side, they are fighting, and they are going at it with the pace well on this Keyed Star side. Look at this T go. Dash immediately into Secret instead, and he's not going to be stopping it anytime soon. He still wants to clear as much as he can. Portion, yes, but doesn't stop him from going at it. The action for Crew. Not a whole lot of it. Rigi does manage to get himself out of trouble into main, into the teammates as well. But if she's getting lost, that's going to be an issue.
yeah, Buddha's taking a lot of this space as well. The big issue for this is, although it's a clear indicator that remaining players are towards outside, it doesn't really help them massively. Rigi's playing a very defensive approach. Just playing from invent, hoping to catch one player, but because they've got a 2-man deficit, I don't think this is really the play to make. And with Buddha falling as well, this round becomes so difficult.
First round back with the weapons, and as requested, you could say, it's made very convincing for the T side. Damage taken, yeah, sure, that's one thing, but actually having a single kill, that's what the Crew do not have at the moment. Azarax, yeah, he's just off the save here. Far away.
Again, for Crew, like, it's a rough round for Crew because they just lose those individual 1v1s. Ataraxia's going to struggle to save it. Going to send the flashbang. The nade will land at his feet. No one helping Flash here on this hunt. With Ataraxia surviving? Yeah, look, I don't mind that, actually.
Yeah, just give him a little bit of respect. That's okay. That's fine. It does mean he can drop a weapon, right? But when you look at the money, there was going to be a buy coming out no matter what. So, timeout, Crew. Last run. It looked like they were ready for the pace, but didn't full commit to actually stopping the play of outside control and in the secret for Keyed Stars. And now I just kind of want to see them push that a little bit further. Not in the exact same sort of play, perhaps, but that attitude of take the fight right to that T side. Well, maybe there's got to be a complete change of pace as well. You never know.
At least Keyed Stars were able to kind of, find their footing again. I think we always know sometimes after a long tech pause, it gives a team that maybe are underperforming, maybe are kind of losing rounds where they maybe shouldn't and stuff like that. It just gives them a chance to mentally reset and go back to basics. And that's obviously what we see from Keyed Stars. Nothing basic about this round though. Ninjas is so fast in a main hit. Reversive holding for it. Oh, positioning for Ninjas is good, but Riggy, great shots there. Loads of damage onto Flash. How has Reversive not found him there? Ataraxia falling to Leo. Yeah, big fumble. Shekin is maneuvering to a decent position here. Playing towards rafters. Who just rotated down? There's 2 towards Ram. They could go up towards A and completely change the outcome of this round. Shekin gets 1.
I think that's it, they gotta go.
Play. Reversive is holding though, he's got a good angle. Re-aggression looks good, that's the bomb drop now. And the round somewhat confirmed. Should be this 5-5. Vinabis can actually go and recover the bomb unnoticed. See, he doesn't know about this. Has picked up the bomb now. A great crossfire here, though, between the CTs. Contact taken and rigging doubles. 3 overall. Orb can be saved, and crew 5-5.
That's nasty. Like, again, it's another great CT setup here in the end that gets them that round. Right, this time it's easier than the previous ones. It's just 2 you need to close down. But crew have these setups very nicely in place.
Yeah.
The problem there, like, despite that opening in the position Ninjas gets, they do very little with it. He waits there, dies, and that's like there was no other part to that plan.
I like it from Ataraxia. He gets into secret so soon, so quickly that there's no way Keyd Stars are going to be ready for this, especially for it to be an AWP.
Oh no!
Ataraxia, he just needs to be disciplined. He's worried about the smokes. The T's are playing in front of them now, and Riggy now with work to do. 3 players to find. He's got the first. No second, though. Important trade. Orb of Ataraxia in the back lines. Ninja's aware. Buddha's in a great position here. Ataraxia gaining even more information. Going to send a nade to allow him to try and cross, but the molly will keep him at bay for now. 2-man advantage, though, for crew. Ninjas. Oh, great find from Ninjas. Aware of Ataraxia as well. Kills are being given here. Crew are searching, but Buddha's finding, and Desh now in the 1 versus 3. Obviously, this round gets so much harder. Desh being on his lonesome, bomb dropped. Looking as though he might wrap from ramp, but he's got 40 seconds to make this work. And the fact the bomb's dropped in main, even if he takes down Buddha, it's just going to be so difficult. So seemingly, Desh going to save for the last. Finance is not great for Keyd Stars. So the save from Desh is key. He can drop over a Deagle, maybe a Tech 9 to Vinabeast, Leo, or Flash. Or obviously can just get utility out. But crew, important round again. They take the lead now for the first time in the half.
I mean, hey, crew, from the start they did not have here, they've immediately come back to it. It was 4-0 for the opposition of Keyd Stars. Now they've only just had the 1 since then. And it's harder to stop this CT side, apparently. And it is very reminiscent of our first series of the day in that same regard.
Yeah, maybe not quite the scoreline, but obviously we could see it.
Tech 9s, Khalil, AK-47. Or A-Tech 9. Back then just blended. I don't know why my eyes made those things look the exact same, but hey. I need glasses, just another sign.
It's enough of a buy to find victory here.
Absolutely.
Oh, down the vent here. Riggy's going to go chasing. And he finds. How is Ninja's no advantage there? The Mac-10's bombing their way down ramp. Flash will get the trade. But already on the back of the bomb site is 1. Riggy. Not mollied off currently. Positioning here for Riggy's excellent smoke towards windows. Oh, quite possibly the worst spray I've seen in a while. Except while I've been playing the game.
Yeah. And the positioning as well wasn't all that great.
3 versus 3 now.
Giving away 1 too many 1 versus 1s here. So Flash, he's just confident.
Buddha, though, he's a player you trust in these types of positions. Top hut.
Didn't see the leg.
On his own, yeah. Ataraxia worried about the progression through secret. Smoke will be down. Does have an HE grenade, though. Ataraxia could work this to his advantage quite nicely. Oh. Does he get the tag there? 3 positions for the kill. Honestly, I think if he kept spamming, he could have had that. Seemed near perfect. Buddha, position made known. There is a gap in the door for him to be found. Ataraxia will take him down. In fact, Desh now swarmed upon him. It's all on Leo. 3 players. Some have been slightly chipped away at, but not enough for an easy round. Buddha holding. Round found by crew. They end the half with victory here. 4-0 start for Keyd Stars and crew. They end the half with the lead.
Terrorists win.
All right, that is quite the nasty CT side round yet again.
Yeah.
Like, this time wasn't even a setup that they just had waiting for Keystars to get and walk into the crosshairs. They went for the fight. It's that opening kill at Araxium finds through the door that even makes that a possibility as well. And Buddha continues to slip in, finding 1-2, and ends the round 7-5 at halftime. That is very, very domineering from Crew toward the end of this one, right? It's only the beginning. You take away the pistol, the force buy, and eco conversion. That's essentially 2 rounds that have gone to Keystar's way.
Yeah, now for Crew, they're in the lead. Yes, they're on the unfavored side, but you know, from what we've seen from Crew in the past, their nuke's been pretty difficult at times anyway, so I don't think they'll matter.
Alright, CT half. Looking at the numbers as well here. Pretty good. We talked a little bit about this, meta flip of what is actually favored when it comes to a lot of the South American series we have.
Yeah.
Right, some maps kind of flip in terms of the favored portions in terms of the, or compared to the meta. You know, you have Ancient, Nuke, kind of where things maybe can become a bit more T-sided. Not here. Keystars actually CT favored as well.
Yeah.
Same with Crew, both gotta fall into that same camp with slightly worse T-sides, but with the pistol, you've had in your things, Ramp has become a bloodbath, a battlefield almost, and somehow, I don't know how, but neither one ends up dying.
Yeah.
Flesh and Buddha both just respect each other a little bit toward the end here. Riki does catch ninjas, and that's Buddha rotation opened up through the vent. Just taking a little bit of time here, and 1 man remains. Still yet to get an assist. Buddha never gets it. Reversive instead of 4 kills, all for himself.
A great pistol for Reversive. Over doubles his kills in 1 round. He had 3 kills going into that pistol. Now has 7. You know, it's been a tough game for Reversive, but yeah. A round like that can instill a lot of confidence. And with Crew getting the pistol, we see an eco from Keystars. Crew, they'll just be 4 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick here. Are you now seeing the vision from my prediction?
I'm seeing that vision, yeah, absolutely. I still refuse to make one of myself, but I see the vision.
Okay.
You know, hey, I recognize your game, okay? No need to be, you know,
Don't like
sad.
to play it yourself, though, do you?
Not in this case, no, unfortunately.
Just abstaining. It's fine, I'm used to it. Getting a prediction out of Charlie is like getting blood from a stone. It just doesn't happen.
You know, one of my favorite predictions to ask for is how many kills does the CT side, in this case, get in a round like this, where it's just an eco, you have nothing really to get?
I always feel like 2 kills is what can happen and what probably should happen. If the CT's play as a pack, they should be able to trade nicely. Obviously, it depends. It's all kind of on the decision of whether you want to play for the kills or play for the round. Because there's certainly the opportunity to win a round like that. Obviously, we know the odds are very slim.
But never 0.
Yeah, never 0.
Now, thank you for the answer. You say 2 is the possibility, and that's what I always say is the wrong answer, because that's way too boring of an answer. It's like the...
Okay.
You say you get 2 kills in a round like this, you're like 90% of the way always right. Like, look at this. Desh, that's 2, and he's dead. Every goddamn time, I tell you, Fred, every goddamn time it's only 2 kills. That's the wrong answer.
That's the wrong answer, but it happened though, didn't it?
I know, and that's why it is the wrong answer. It's like, oh, a team is won 12 in a row. Are they going to win the game? What do you think?
Yeah, but
It's the same odds. It's the same odds every goddamn time. No way.
I feel like there's some real heartache in this line of questioning.
Yeah, maybe. But I just want to see a spicier take. To say 1, 0, or all 5. You know, just never 2. Dash,
Oh.
Leo. 1, 2, 3. There's ninjas. 4. What the hell just happened?
Not a single kill, not a single bit of damage dealt there from crew. A
Holy
knife
hell.
kill as well, yeah. I feel like I just missed that whole round.
I mean, it was just way too quick. You have
Yeah.
one duel that a T side actually have a chance in outside.
Just one
It's
duel
literally...
of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's literally the one fight that crew had a chance in. Everybody else just dies without having a fair shot.
Yeah, look, I feel like we knew where the knife kill was going to come from, but we always have to say it.
Always a rat in the vents somewhere. Just avoiding those rats is the problem.
It was ninjas. It was ninjas who got that kill, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So effectively, Nexus is just called ninjas a rat. So if
A
anyone wants
ninja
to,
rat. I've seen this one before.
What was his name?
Master Splinter.
Master Splinter. That's the one. Oh, great HE grenade. The utility from Key Stars. Disgusting stuff. Dash might get caught on the reload, but can get his gun out in time. Goes for the swing, and we see a kill gun
Wait, what?
from him again. He gets the triple.
What has happened with ninjas there? How does he... He just flew out the vent, right? Just did not even check his left and right. Did not cross the street safely. We just suddenly isolated Vina Beast, although he is not in as much trouble as his HP might have indicated.
Yeah, Key Stars with a necessary resurgence here since their CT side. Things are looking a lot better for them. 7-9 now the scoreline. Crew still in the driver's seat, still in the lead, but they're slowly losing control of the car.
Alright, Fred, round 2. How many kills does crew get?
4.
Thank you. Manifest
Never
that.
gonna happen.
Let's go.
It's gonna be 2, but I'll say
Let's
4
manifest
just to
it.
shut you up.
Let's manifest it, okay? You can take this back, ask Charlie the next time, and shun him when he says 2 and the answer is 2.
No, did
Spread
we
the
right?
word. That's 1. Oh, wait. Oh my god! Only the 1!
It was a full eco. What do we expect? What's going on here, Nexus?
I don't know, but it's always somehow 2. Key Stars,
I
thankfully,
feel
they
like-
do not let that
You've
happen.
been watching too much CS recently.
Not even recently. This has been like a yearly, 2-3 years long thing, I feel like. Either that or this is my life is just a whole...
It's just Groundhog Day.
It really is. That or somebody's pulling the strings and nobody's told me.
Yeah, I heard it's Teo. He's the puppeteer.
Oh. I feel like he was there when they built the original puppet. He's old. Is the
That's
subcontext there?
just so harsh.
Yeah,
Flipping it and
he'll
sending it
accept.
his way.
Alright, hey, one thing's for sure here for Key Stars, they've got one hell of an individual right now, that's Dash.
Yeah.
We're talking
yeah.
about statistics as well. Dash was one that has been the biggest performer. I said Leo as well, it's probably one that I look out for as well. And, I mean, hey, he got them one of those earliest rounds.
I've got to
kept
point
it
something
alive.
out. Dash dropped a molly to land on the back of the bomb site. He has landed on top of the silos. There is a spare Molotov for Keyed Stars that can't be retrieved unless he shoots it off.
Oh no.
Leo, that's a tough spray. That's a tough position to be in. Disadvantage now on the side of Keyed Stars. Possibility for crew to deny Keyed Stars leveling up the game here, but Vinabeast with a good idea. What do you do now if you're Keyed Stars? Because yes, you're disadvantaged, but the setup's pretty good. Flash is rotated down to vent. You've got Vinabeast there as well. Ninjas can hold if they look to back away to main. It's actually going to be quite tough for Chris.
Oh my god. That is a not perfect spacing, and no trade available there for the CT side. Just walked into it a little bit too early. Not able to assist it. Look at this. They've got, what, is that Ataraxia on the A side? No,
Yeah.
it's not. Keshkin? Somebody. Nonetheless, was the order the site, had it under their control. Everybody else through the vents and up towards a crew. I'm going to be hitting double digits here. There is money still to go around with the Keyed Stars. You wouldn't really blame them if they, let's say, flashed in ninjas through heaven. See what you can find, even a kill or two here, just to keep Crew's own economy lower. Or more modest, but they're not gonna try that. Walk away. They've got an AK-47 they would not like to lose here. You can forgive them for that as well.
Terrorists win.
10 now found here from Crew. Attack pause called from Keyed Stars, realizing that Crew are still only 3 rounds away from closing out their map pick in Keyed Stars' point of view. So Crew have got to be cautious to not let Keyed Stars get back into this, because I think we all know dust is a possibility.
So, how's your 2-0 Crew still holding up here? Feeling shaky about that?
No, not at all. I'd say quietly confident, but I'm going to be loudly confident. I think Crew are going to take this one. I think we're yet to see what their T-side has to offer. I like the idea from Dash here, but... Great shot there. Holding towards Silo. Missed shot from Dash in no man's land, and Buddha finds. Buddha's still yet to activate here, and Crew are 2 rounds up. This is the worrying thing for Keyed Stars. Buddha here, he's 12-8. I was expecting a 21-4 type game from Buddha.
Maybe that's this time.
Yeah, potentially.
This warm-up. Unleash the Beast on map 2. For now, it's a team-wide effort to try to get them towards that 11-12 and then potentially 13 if your prayers are answered.
Set of outside smokes thrown here from Crew. Reversive maneuvering back to lobby. Great information for Ataraxia there. Buddha still towards top main. We've got Shekin in a good position, but speaking of good positions, Flash is there. Ataraxia will find Leo. He picked up that orb. Dropping down is Buddha. And now this is where the crunch on the A-bomb side comes through. Crew find 11. And Keyed Stars, they could be 1 lost round away from being in a very, very difficult scenario. And that's why I'm confident here, Nexus. A round like
Now
that.
you're getting loud. Now's the time to get loud and confident.
Yeah, I'll probably be brought back to reality when they throw a 1v5 or something. A 5v1. Honestly, the amount of rounds that we saw go against Red Canids when they were in 3v1s, 4v1s, 2v1s, it just...
Like
honestly,
4 in a row.
Yeah, it broke my mind, broke my brain. Vinabeast. Sure he's going to be breaking keyboards after that spray. Certainly not the best of aim there from Vinabeast. Vinabeast had a bit of a tough one. 7 and 11. Lowest kills on the server currently.
Another quick reset here, apparently. Again, there's some issues with Anubis, that is connection to the server. We did have, right, at the start of the game, we had some problems with not everybody being here. Some internet issues. Feels like we maybe have found our culprit. Who knows? Could be a different one as well, but either way. Have to wait it out. This gives key stars as well a chance or two to catch their breath. Get ready for round 20, because you lose this one, you're fully invested into it, as we saw before we did restart the round itself, or reset. They were fully investing, meaning they lose this, it's 12, you got nothing left in the bank. And a very loud Britishman can't be heard somewhere.
Yeah, I
At
feel
that point.
Look, when it comes to predictions and stuff like that, like if you think to EU, I predicted Gun 5 to beat. I want to say I don't think it was Gun 5 to beat Big. It was Gun 5 to beat someone.
Somebody to beat somebody.
Yeah, Gun 5 won, and look, I feel like when you make those rogue predictions, you just have to be quietly. You just have to. You can't gloat, because then you just seem like a, you know. Yeah, it was 2-0 against Passion, where I predicted, and that happened. So if Crew come through with a 2-0, don't worry, I won't be loud and proud. I'll just have a sweet smile.
See, that's where you're going wrong. You need to be louder, less proud, even more proud, actually. You need people to hate you so you can feel that much better. Look at Apex.
Look at Apex. Honestly, you say look at Apex.
Thriving in his element.
He is my favorite in-game leader. I've said it for like 5 years now. Or even longer. I love Apex. The passion that man has is just... I love it. We always like a good villain. We always like a good villain.
We do like a good villain. And then it's even weirder when the good villain somehow plays the best game of his life in the biggest game that matters. And I don't know how the hell I don't know.
Because he's Apex.
He cooked yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like 1.4 rating almost in the finals, I think, or whatever that was.
We had disconnects from Venombeast earlier.
We do. Yeah, we can talk about it for a minute.
Yeah, honestly, we don't know what's happening with the internet. I feel like maybe it's just a good idea if we jump to a small break, and hopefully he'll be back shortly. So yeah, what we'll do is hop to a break and then be back in the action on Nuke quite shortly.
There we go. Apparently we're back, and we've missed a little bit of the action. Crew, also, they were missing inside action to our guard without a check-in. Both are removed.
Yeah, 5-on-3 scenario here for Keyed Stars. This has got to be around victory. Finances preclude them from having a strong investment in the next, but they've got a real good chance. Utility limited. I think the only way to get themselves back into this round is perfect utility and great openers. Well, there's one. Riggy clearing. Leo will find, though. HE grenade towards heaven. Bit of a spam coming through. Leo still not been found. Great from Ataraxia. Will get one. Needing so much more and not enough ammunition. Keyed Stars, they will find victory there. Important round to deny 12.
Alright. We said that they needed to make this round count. When we went into it. That was Keyed Stars' full investment. They lose that, they have nothing left. Same situation pretty much this round. They lose this, there's not a whole lot left. And Crew onto map point. That's the sort of stress the CT side are playing with right now. Something they cannot let really phase them at all. Leo waits. Veto Beast, however, Molotov it off. It means that there is no support for the next few seconds when it comes to Leo and his position. Flash is taking upset position.
It's gonna be an aim crunch,
only
surely.
to be executed. This could be the play. Back into it, maybe not. Ninjas outperform. The rest can't do so.
The money's still pretty poured for Keyed Stars.
Oh no.
Inubis, he steps. He will find the kill. Off the bomb is Riggy. 1 versus 2 now for Dash. Certainly a possibility to win this one. He's quite fast in the flank of Hut. If they just go shoulder to shoulder, they will win this round. No, and there it is. Dash will find his first. Now holding for Hut is Dash. Riggy should just maneuver towards top Hut. And seemingly that is what he's done. He's now playing an overlooked angle, surely.
This position,
Dash
absolutely.
having a slight look. Oh, it's all about timing. He's been spotted in this fight, in fact. What a shot from Dash. I'd love to see that from his POV. Disgusting that. And 11 now secured from Keyed Stars.
God damn. Keeps them in it still.
Yeah, Riggy's timing there is so unfortunate. The problem is he's holding Hut for so long, and it's not as though he's dancing and dotting between the two angles, that when he goes out to Squeaky, instead of clearing the left-hand side first, he just assumes, well, he's not going to be out yet, and obviously it cost him massively. Hero AK in play for Buddha will connect onto Leo. A fast play down secret. We've already seen Dash maneuver his way through, or not Dash, Venabeast in fact. Ninjas is looking to make his way down. He's currently on the ladder. Ninjas heading down. Ataraxia combined. This is just a half buy here.
What?
Dash caught in the open. This is a half buy with a Hero AK. And Buddha's Hero AK is connected twice. This is where Flash and Ninjas might just have to save. What a crazy way for Crew to secure their 12th.
They just bullied them away.
Yeah. Speedy play outside. It's quite fortunate that Buddha finds that first kill through the smoke, but it was the nade of the smoke that allowed him to spot and obviously confirm the kill. So, Crew, they find 12. They've now got 2 opportunities to close out this first map, it being their opponents as well. Oh, Flash has to live. He's got to survive. The money is so important here. And with him falling, Ninjas now, the importance of keeping this rifle is massive. $1,400 on Ninjas. Riggy's clearing. Oh, Ninjas. Good that he plays discipline there. I know he does go for the kill, but he delays that instant shot. Obviously needing the time to be on his side. Can drop over a scout maybe for Dash. An MP9 obviously can be dropped as well. This is so tough for Keyed Stars. The loss bonus so limiting. We've currently got 2 pistols here. An M4 has been dropped though. But the weaponry, the utility, very limited on all accounts. Ninjas, the only one with a decent bit of util. Oh, missed shot. Vinaby searching, spotted here. So now forced back towards top hut is Ninjas. I hate the fact that one of these rifles is playing such a static angle like top hut. Obviously, you can find plenty of action, but a triple ramp setup. Honestly, this triple ramp could be perfect. If crew decide to head towards ramp, surely Keyed Stars victorious. Riggy finds one though towards A, and in doing so, it might speed up their decision. Check-in's going to be clearing, shoulder spotted, and now it's got to be this play out through A. They've got to go now, crew. They've got control of the bomb site. We have seen a bit of a slip through made. Vinaby's just behind the smoke. Riggy towards outside, timing. Vinaby, it goes his way. It's a man advantage now for Keyed Stars, but this could be it. 4 kills away from closing out map 1. Crew, a retake with a kit that has been lost. So much steps, so much information. Molly onto the bomb site, flashbang coming through. Flashbang again, Buddha. Buddha's not been checked, Buddha's not been seen. He didn't get a freebie, but we will see kills come through beforehand. Is there enough time? I believe there is, yeah, certainly is. Celebration scene there from Leo.
They let the last chance go for getting 11. This time they'll make it at least there. But now they have to play for overtime. Final timeout of the game, unless said overtime comes to play. Keyed Stars.
I don't really know what Riggy was doing there. It looked as though he wanted to flank towards heaven. If Riggy flanks towards heaven, he wins his team the round. If he sits towards outside, he wins his team the round. He then looks to go back into main and gets caught out by Vinabeast. Bit unfortunate, but that's sometimes how it goes. And now we can see the weaknesses. Ataraxia questioning whether to drop over an AK and bring one out himself or buy an AWP. And he's opted for the big green. He's confident in himself. T-side AWPing on Nuke. We know the troubles. We know the difficulties.
Alright, let's get to it then. It's a fast round play through the flames, through the smoke, into the AK. Dash is somewhere close by. 23 kills deep. He wants more. That's number 24 missed. Has a chance, but that is instead giving a massive position away. Riggy, as you say, has position, but he is separated for the moment. But there's so much that crew are doing here. They've decided to group back up, and toward the A site they go.
It's a great call as well, because Keyed Stars would always over-rotate down towards lower site with ramp being lost. Leo is maneuvering here towards heaven. We've got a double A setup with Flash to take contact from top hut. No smokes, no mollies remaining on Keyed Stars. They do still have some HE grenades and a flashbang on Flash. Disciplined our crew, understandably, as Keyed Stars, because there's only 3 defenders, there's always going to be a gap, so you'd assume someone would go pressing. But in fact, Keyed Stars are bunkering. Smoke in the hand of Buddha. Going to send it towards A main. Understandably, nade towards second vent. Flash still here on top hut. Holding now the hut angle. He's allowed Buddha to get on out. Ataraxia holding, not been found. They need to deal with Flash here towards top hut. He gets 1 kill. Riggy eventually takes him down, and now it's all on Ninjas. 1 versus 2 here. Ataraxia, he's 9 HP and looked to pick up a rifle. He could have had the AWP in hand. He probably should have the AWP in hand. Why is he using an AK in this scenario? Ninjas, he wants the smoke. The smoke is going to help him in this clutch. All he needs to do is get it on the bomb. And that's where he has a real leg up. Not being held in heaven either. This is just going to be a smoke and defuse type situation. Ataraxia, he's done so much damage though. Riggy will drop.
Oh no.
Riggy can swing at any moment, and Riggy will find crew. They deny Keyed Stars from taking it to overtime. We will see them take map number 1, and obviously the second map being theirs. They've got a real chance here now, but Nexus thoughts after that one.
I've got some, and some that I'm still trying to put together. First off, Dash, great individual show. Not good enough in the end with the rest of the team, but I'm just more sad about that first half and how it was let go, almost, right? And how dominant it really was for for Crew, since those first 4 rounds. The pistol, forced by follow-up eco, and then 2 gun rounds was all that we saw from the Keed Stars being one of that first half. That's what I'm really upset about, because that's... Sorry, 1 gun round they wanted in that first half. No, 2, I'm lying. Confusing myself here. But they didn't really have enough firepower or enough fight in them, because as soon as it came to those later round situations, it was a Crew just having wonderful CT setups that stopped them time and time again.
Yep.
And here as well, eventually they'll get toward that 12 and 13 to close out the game. A team-wide effort when it comes to Crew's side.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you look at it, Keed Stars, yes, they had the early lead. They were 4-0 up, but then it went 4-4, 5-5, 7-5. And I think from the second half, it seemed like they were always playing catch-up, never really in control were Keed Stars. And obviously, when we see that half-by victory with the Hero AK from Buddha come through, they secured 12. And I think that was kind of what solidified, obviously, Crew taking map number 1. But now we are going to be moving to Dust 2. It's the selection of Crew. I think, thankfully, Desh was playing really well, because the one person you need to be activating on a map like Dust is your AWPer. So at least you can say there's certainly the chance for Keed Stars to, I guess, map trade in this scenario. But if they do lose Dust, they are out. Obviously, Dust 2 going to be up and coming in about 5-10 minutes time. So don't go too far. We jump to a break. Second map of the series, the selection of crew, obviously in the advantage as they did win map number 1, made possible by the brilliance of players like Buddha, like Riggy, Ataraxia having big moments. Obviously, Laser and Versive, a bit quieter when it comes to it, but the main player to highlight actually heading into this game would be Desh, because not only do Keed Stars need to win this game, but with it being such an AWP-centric map, certainly the way to do it. Looks as though it's going to be a play through middle here from Keed Stars, and Vinabeast holding long. We could expect it to be a bit of a short to A. Set up for it though, our crew. They are very well prepared for this decision. So we might see Keed Stars maneuver their way from this A-bomb site.
For now, they wait. Keed Stars are going to make their way on toward the site shortly enough. 4 on short. And no complications. Long play taken care of. It's just a site hold. And apparently, crew are willing to give them that fight. At least the opportunity of one. There's the opening. Continuing for the second as well as the pressure for Keed Star that does not stop by the reverse, as well as the Araxia both find a shot off. Bomb denied. Leo doesn't even try to stick it. And there, Ataraxia does not stop. He wants more than 1, 2, or 3. He'll take 4.
Yeah, Ataraxia, he had some big rounds. He had, I believe, I want to say 4K in, on Nuke as well. Crew, they start very nicely here. No bomb plant for Keed Stars, so they might be a little bit swayed away from the idea of a force.
This is an interesting split for the T side. 4 tunnels just gonna walk out, 1 man and making noise in mid. It's actually gonna work out a little bit here. Ataraxia, I don't think can stop the bomb plant. He can at least find 1. That is a nasty MP9 as well for Leo.
HE grenade can take him down though. Leo having to quickly maneuver, yeah. A lot of damage has been seen. We will obviously see the round go the way of crew, but good damage. The rifles can be picked up. There's an M4A4 to be dropped at the feet of Riggy. Or a FAMAS, in fact. But crew secure 2. Keed Stars getting the bomb down and a couple kills as well. An excellent eco.
Red, one more question. How many kills was that last round full eco?
Yeah, it was the 2.
I know it.
Always the 2.
Always the 2. I'm telling you, I'm opening your third eye. You're gonna start noticing it. You cannot stop complaining about it.
I'm not complaining. I like it. I feel like there should be 2 kills around.
I know, but when you see enough of it, enough is enough. You want to see more than 2. Either that or just keep it clean. I don't know, man. Anything. There's a boogeyman. I close my eyes, I still see 2 kills every day.
Well, it's because the T's are going to go as a pack, and they should
so
be able to
annoying.
3-to-1 trade.
Oh, that's so annoying. Those pesky T's getting in the face of a clean CT round, or just winning a full eco, which would be funnier.
Yeah, but we're not about the comedy. We're all about the action, all about the kind of competitive nature.
Ooh, speak for yourself. I love myself some comedy.
Yeah, this is Counter-Strike, though.
Counter-Strike 2. Sub-genre of comedy.
Yeah, obviously
Tagline, what you see is what you get.
Watching the final rounds of that Red Canids game, I guess you could class that as a bit of a comedy show.
I think that was a horror movie.
Yeah.
But, yet again, same as Pistol. Or very similar as Pistol. 4 players up from short toward the A side. It's going to be crew again. 2 players on the side. The smokes are very much the same as on Pistol. And taking the fight right to them. Ataraxia, though, he's got a wonderful position. They might be able to spot him if they spend a little bit of time here. Is there going to be some sort of support? He'll select the path. That's 1. That's 2. Could be good enough.
Honestly,
he one back as well, but this is not.
He had to find 3. He had to find 3 in that scenario. They are giving up kills, though I don't really know why we're seeing these fights being had. There's minimal time now. He can't do anything. The round is done. Dash can't get the bomb down. He can't win it on kills. He might just look to try and save. He might get taken down after time now. He is. Oh, look at the money for Dash. $550 to his name. That round should have never gone the way of Crew, that. But it has.
Oh, that is rough there. Ataraxia still did enough there. The fact nobody checks him as the forward smokes, they don't really give them that good of vision into that exact corner. And wonderfully played there, of course, right? 3 probably should have been the actual result he needed there, but finding Buddha into a little bit of action as well as that mid-rotation found.
Great finds here from Reversive.
Yet again.
This is the full buy, by the way.
It does. They are not doing too hot here to start off, Dust.
Yeah, obviously for Crew, they prefer the T side here on Dust. That's where they find most of their success. Same can be said for Keyed Stars, but we're not seeing that success so far. Nice EG grenade to soften up Leo.
This as well. For Crew, all you have to do is make that rotation, right? You're going to have, I think that's... Is that Ataraxia or... Whom else behind Rigi? They're now holding the mid. You had those early 2 players on long. You're gonna have Reversive still holding for it. All you need to do is now just find where they're going. And it is always going to be an advantage.
Yeah, the issue is if Rigi gets nothing here, but I doubt it. He's in such a good position. He's going to hear these steps. The flashbangs are good. Spamming through, but Dash denying, deleting here is Dash. Shekin really struggling, but Buddha can rotate in to get the double. The AK can be retrieved. But Buddha doesn't do that. Okay.
No, it doesn't. But back-to-back 2Ks for Buddha. Round deciding kills toward the end there. And what did you say on Nuke? You were expecting a masterclass. I kind of said that was his warm-up. He promised Dust 2 was going to be better. So far, so good.
Yeah, the problem with a lot of these rounds coming close is for a player like Dash, we might not see the AWP out until round number 6. A lot of utility here towards long, but it is a play through top middle. There's a molly to delay them, and Ataraxia, he spots out all this utility. If he times this nade nicely, he's going to go for the pot shots instead. Going for the kills. Or the damage, sorry, with the nade. All these steps are going to be heard from Rigi, and you can hear him, you can see him calling it. He feels like you can hear him. That's how sure they are of what the game plan is. Just jiggling here is Flash. Spotted Ataraxia quite quick there to pull the trigger. Buddha with a nice position. Not the best of sprays or shots from Buddha, but Ataraxia here to defend. Buddha, he's hungry for those kills. He doesn't need to look to swing. They've got a good setup, but look, you can't question as to why he's going for those fights. You can understand everyone wants to get the kills, and we saw it there from Shekin. So hungry for the fights, but it is now this 5-0 lead for Crew. Look, I predicted Crew 2-0. They're now 8 rounds away from it.
Like I said, Dash AWP comes out for the first time in round number 6, and that's where we're gonna need to see that impact, right? In terms of Nuke and the good parts they had going for them, Dash was the biggest one. What, 23 kills at the end of Nuke?
Yeah.
Nobody on his team, not anywhere close. I think like next one probably 15, something along those lines. Yeah, 15. Shared by Leo and Flash. Dash, top of the server for map 1 so far. Not as much impact, but to turn things around here. Yeah, when Dust 2 really comes to a change, as well as soon as that CT economy gets broken, then that's when you start to see an entry or two affect the game on a whole different level compared to any other map, because you gotta think, do you rotate, do you not? If you don't, you lose the site, you're saving. The round gets decided just like that.
I think as well, we talk about how kind of these CTs look for those frags against the ecos, how Buddha overfights, how Shekin just peeks for no reason. The economy actually for Crew, it's not really as stable as you'd expect after winning 5 on the bounce. 3 players will be financially reset if this loss comes through. So this is why overhunting, overfighting, and looking for these ecos can come at a cost. silent across the server, though. Eventually, some noise will be made as peeking's coming through. Ninjas goes for the fight before the smoke lands. Ataraxia should have found that kill, but there's a great double B setup. In fact, a triple B setup here from the CTs. Ninjas found by Riggy. They're going to make their way back towards A. Reversive.
What are these rotations crews now making it? What is the same play with Keyed Stars as well? They're not fully committing toward the B side.
A huge call there from Keyed Stars to make that decision.
I can complain about it, but it doesn't change the fact they've currently hold a 4-3 here for that T side of post plant. Buddha. Masterclass needed here to open up this retake. First one, it's not his. Instead, the line is held by Flash, and with that is all you need. He doubles down, hunts for a third as well. Riki waits in spawn to meet his maker. Not today.
He will survive in this current position. There's no need for him to cross it.
Ridiculously small explosion. It's gonna take like 20 damage, not even. He'll live with the AK, and he talked about that economy as well, right? As soon as that CT side lose that bomb site, problems come into that form. AK needs to be kept alive here, so Ataraxia, he could buy an AWP, he could make a jump at M4, that's what he's done. He's gonna play with no utility, no Kevlar. Out of a crew, 5 in a row, but all it takes to break them is 1 here. Bank is empty. You need to make this count, or the momentum is suddenly on that T side. And that's the worst thing on Dust 2. You don't want to let them have that. Or at least, before you do, make sure you have at least, what, 4 or 5 rounds. Have enough to play with.
Great flashbang, yeah, huge that. Missed shot as well from Ataraxia, looking to get himself away. Even more damage dealt there. Nice find though, Ataraxia not shying away and brings it back to this 4 versus 4. Keyed Stars, they have looked to finish towards the A-bomb site in a majority of these rounds. So you can understand why they're gravitating towards that position now. Steps heard in middle from Shekin. Just going to be backing away now. The mid to B smoke has landed. Ataraxia going to send a smoke in middle of his own. Reversive. Taken down by Vinabeast. Right now, Keyed Stars, they don't know whether to go towards A or B. Obviously, on the extremity here is Flash. Ataraxia on the back of the bomb site. Peeking here towards short. The flashbangs are awful from Keyed Stars. Just behind the smoke. Looks as though they wanted to boost. Flash, yeah, they found a pick on B. So they are going to continue this play through B now. These steps have been heard, though. Riggy's got this information. Ataraxia looks as though it's just going to have to be the save once again.
Hold. Depending which way he goes.
Even if he gets the kill onto Vinabeast, I don't know why you'd give this round a go. You got no utility, 26 health on Riggy, no armor on Ataraxia. I don't really see the point in going for this round.
Ataraxia spots something he likes. He likes that as well, even more. He sees the actual kill. Wait, what is Riggy doing?
He's looking for exits.
Was he attempting an actual ninja from that?
No, surely
like,
not.
surely not.
Especially with the bomb radius being so small on Dust.
That's what I'm thinking. It just looked so weird. Like, he's looking towards the lower tunnels, not thinking about the man that could have been right by the actual tunnel entrance to what is left. Interesting. But hey, that's going to be another weapon lost there.
The problem is, it's crew, yes, they had such a strong start, but I mentioned it before. It's the fact that in those kind of, against the half buys, they always just look to overfight, costing them quite massively. And some of the rounds that they have won already this half, it has come to the clutch. It has come down to the wire. So, obviously, crew, yes, they are still 3 rounds up. Yes, they are still in a good position, but I'm expecting to see maybe 4 here. All that needs to be done here for crew in this round to give them any chance, You play quad A with the pistols. You leave Ataraxia towards B and middle. I think that's all that needs to happen. The second that AWP shot rings true on either on middle or the B bomb site, they're just going to head their way towards A.
Very slow to the peak. Yeah, it could be. Dash is making sure he stepped up for the next boost here as well. Check for short aggression. Being patient not to be caught out here.
There is currently a quad long setup, and we are seeing Ataraxia defending the B-bomb site, as I hoped. There is going to be 4 players on Keyed Stars making their way through. It's not as though we're just going to have 1 player probing, so... Smoke landing towards CT. There's going to be a lot of utility here to this long play. CT's flashed in, fully blinded. Great utility here. They find 3. And this is where Leo and Ninjas, now they have to kind of scramble for this round. 1v1 fights are being given up here, though. Ninjas can isolate. Ninjas can find Shekin as well. We've still got Ataraxi holding towards B. The bomb is dropped. I don't really know why Atarax is still holding this. Flashbang comes over. Great damage onto Ninjas, down to 34 points of health. There is going to be help as well from Reversive now. Weaponry can't be retrieved. Ammunition limited. Ninjas will find Shekin. Reversive now backing away. The bomb has been claimed. Look, they get the 3 opening kills, but after they retrieve the weapons, they look to fight. Why are you looking to fight 1v1 in a chokehold? You've got such an advantage. You've got the bomb. There's no need for that. The bomb is making its way up towards A. The late lurk from short is going to be the difference maker. Ninjas finding Ataraxia and Reversive now. He's going to maneuver all the way to long to retrieve a weapon. The damage is excellent in this round, but Crew, they give up this whole entire round. They're in a 5 versus 2, and they throw it away because they go hunting for the 4th and long. Reversive sends the flash over here, so they are now just going to be holding for him. He just gives up any kind of surprise factor in this round. And now the util can be sent for Leo. Honestly, I feel like Crew, the flash play from long, absolutely perfect. And then they just forget how to play CS. Keyed Stars, the round will go their way, and that's how the outcome should have been seen from the get-go. But that is quite possibly one of the biggest fumbles and mistakes that I've seen, not only from that 5 versus 2 scenario, but also in the 1 versus 1 clutch. Reverse it, or 1v2 clutch. You've gone all the way to long to retrieve a rifle. You're going to be maybe overlooked. And for some reason, you throw a flash indicating your position. I just don't see the point of it. Still, though, Crew, they are in the lead. If they win this round, Keyed Stars' finances are a little bit tough. Dash holding towards top middle. Obviously, there is a lot of aggression here in middle from both Ataraxia. Oh, seemed impossible for him to not get a kill there. But Dash does miss. Reverse is finding Ninjas. Dash finding Ataraxia, though. Oh, he has spotted one towards lower tunnels. He's got perfect information here. Flash looking to take some space, but the dink comes through.
Flash.
Flash playing with fire. They know about the player in lower tunnels, though. Leo will find Buddha, but aggressing here is Shekin. This is such an awkward round. How is Vitabe still alive here?
Trying to group up as well. 45 seconds remain. Everybody will meet as mid here for the C side, but if they're not careful, they might need Shekin as well, but being reversive, they might think that's the only man rotating from B. That's a freebie. One in the back. The second one. Gotta spot him as well, thankfully. Shekin's not alone. So we'll see him first, and now we leave Vino Beast alone.
Yeah, there's going to be this double-up approach here from Shekin and Reversive. They just need to go shoulder to shoulder to find him. On the center of the bomb site is Vinabeast. Can he get the drop on them, though? They seem so certain of it, so sure, and of course, because they haven't seen him off of it. But Vinabeast! He wins the 1 versus 2. How many rounds are we going to be seeing a disadvantage for Keyed Stars, and they still are able to win it? Crew, they just need to start winning some of these advantages. A crazy performance from Keyed Stars, though.
That is nasty. That is a nasty way to end the round here as well. And with that, I say, Keed Stars, for sure, hold the advantage now for the first half. From this point on, it's hard to end up losing more than... hard to end up losing any rounds from this point on. The momentum is such a massive part they have going on right now. Everything is going correctly. And for Crew, I'm getting a little bit worried. But one thing I can say, they have the minimum requirement met, and then I think even a bit more as well for the CT side of Dust 2 already. They can go with this to the second half. But the only problem is the way it started to the way it ends. 5-0 to a potential 5-7. That's where a little bit of that kind of confidence doesn't hold up. But with that as well, with just 5 is... to put it plain, 5-7, if it comes to it, you're going to work with it. Second half is second half. Things will change. But at the moment, I'm kind of expecting Keed Stars to continue with this.
Yeah, honestly, the way they've played on Dust so far has been excellent. When it comes to opening kills, when it comes to team play, I think Crew have been the better side, but by God, Keed Stars in the clutch. A completely different tale. Obviously, we've seen this matchup before. We've seen Crew against this roster on Dust 2. It was about 3 months ago now. It was a victory for Crew, but only just. It's kind of as close as it gets, really, but obviously with a very different roster at the time. For both teams, obviously. Crew, they had such a hefty lead going into this kind of second portion of this first half. It was that 5-0 lead. Yeah, 4 in a row here from Keed Stars. And now the finances for both teams pretty poor. But the investment going to be seen from Crew. They kind of recognize that if they win this round, the finances for Keed Stars are broken. Or they got a chance to secure maybe 7, maybe 8 here on this CT side. As I mentioned before, both teams do in fact prefer the T side. So we do have to say already it's looking like a positive start here for Crew. But after finding 5 in a row from the get-go, I think many would have expected more than just 5 heading out of the half. But still, more rounds to be seen. Still 3 more to be seen. But this investment from Crew has been decided against. They opt for the eco here.
Let's see it then. In rounds like this, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Crew surely going to be let off the leash, so to say, and it's again, it's a approach you saw earlier towards long is where everybody's going to meet.
Yeah, this is where the T's need to back away. They can't go into this hefty hold. AK's been retrieved from Riggy. Honestly, they've just got to go towards B. I don't know why Keed Stars are taking their time with this. Why would they opt to go into middle? Why would they look to try and take their time? They've seen 3-4 players towards the A-bomb site.
Check these corners.
Flash found. Shekin. Important kill. 5-on-3 now. Can't wait to see how Crew lose this one. The advantages have not been their safe haven as they have lost so many of these types of rounds. And how are they going to do it? Swinging in middle. You have a 2-man advantage. You don't need space. You don't need control. You don't need more kills. Crew kind of biting the hand that feeds them in this round. And Keed Stars certainly bitten back. I don't get it. So many of these rounds are just making very little sense. Obviously, we can see it. We've got the X-ray, we've got the radar, we've got everything on our side to give us the intention and indication of what they're doing, whether it's right or wrong. They have a 2-man advantage. You don't need to double peek in middle. Shekin, though, will get 1 hit. Taken down, so it's a 2-on-2. We're on the B-bomb site, notorious for its difficulties regarding retakes. Yes, this is just a half buy, but Crew, it should have been a round victory. It should have been a guarantee. Splitting now our Crew. You understand why. With 2 angles to hold. or 2 players to hold them and 3 angles to be held. This is where they can look to try and catch the timing. Speaking of timings caught, Buddha has caught a bullet to the body and taken down. From a 5-on-3, the fact that Crew lose this round is it's troubling, we'll call it.
Yeah, we can call it that. We can say that. But hey, you're still, no matter how this half ends, it's still a decent half of both teams, just numbers-wise, but it could be better, it could be worse. For now, though, another quick timeout. I do hope it's nothing too bad, right? We've had a couple of these already. Don't have the information for as to what exactly the problem is, but c'est la vie and all that, you know.
Yeah, look, if you tell Crew that you're going to get 3 kills on a half buy, they're not going to be disappointed. They've affected the finances of Keyed Stars, but if you told them that you had a 5-on-3 with 30 seconds left, 40 seconds left, with all the control of the map, you'd question how much they've won the round by, not that they'd lost it. Ataraxia back on the AWP though, still limitations on the side of Keyed Stars. Vinabeast could have dropped over an AK to Leo, but the MAC-10's in play, and if there's a MAC-10 when an AK can be bought, that's a B-rush. That's all that indicates. A lot of work now for Shekin to do. He will get one, but Vinabeast quick to trade. It is Leo to fall, and that's a rifle for SMG trade. And just with the sheer amount of utility remaining here for Keyed Stars, they have won this round. They've still got 3 more smokes, to send towards doors. More flashes, more mollies to delay. I don't really know how Crew are going to break their way into this bomb site. It's going to be so difficult. So, without a defuse kit, surely just a save hit.
Yeah, they're thinking about how do we attack this bomb site. The simple answer is, like, say, you don't. That's the only fight they'll be awarded in this entire endeavor. And that's this simple problem of Dust 2.
Honestly,
hold on, you can actually.
They're still going to send a molly towards car. Yeah, of course they're going to hunt them down. Where are they going to save? They're going to save towards tunnels.
Flash could survive on site.
He can't when he's been chipped away at. The buy's going to be really tough now. Yes, Vinabeast can... Actually, Leo can buy. Same with Vinabeast. It's not going to be awful. Crew 5-0 up. The fact they might not even get 6 is ridiculous.
Here come Keyed Stars. That hunt will lead them to finally, or I say finally, to at least take on mid control here. A default of Dust 2, nothing crazy about it. Attempt towards B. Hold on edge. No way they're gonna send Flash out alone. Ahead of the rest. Flash is decent, will force them onto the site to play as a 2-man tandem unit. Not the same guy, that was a different weapon shooting from sight. They don't seem to recognize, but they'll still find him. Rigi doesn't hear the steps getting closer. And round number 6 is about to turn to 7 here. A wonderful streak of rounds coming out toward the end of the half here for Keyed Stars. Exactly as prophesied. CT economy, a fat middle finger, and Keyed Stars, they are off the runaway. Completing a insane streak of rounds here.
Yeah, not only have Keyed Stars individuals stepped up in the form of players like Vinabeast, like Flash, Crew. Look, I don't know what I've just watched. It's been absolutely devastating. Are we thinking reverse sweep then? Are we thinking Keyed Stars can take this, or are Crew still in a good position? Look, they are T-sided, both these teams.
Yep, I'm kind of seeing Crew still come back into this one. It is just what the blessing of a T-side I always give a team one does too. It doesn't matter how bad or how poor a situation might be, and this is a good situation to be in. 5 on the CT side.
Yeah.
You're chilling with that much, even more.
You might.
That's a good done, well done, boys. At the end of the half here, it's only the situation for which they were in that they could have said, yeah, we could have done better.
Could have done better. I think there's no could have there. If it was a 5-0 and then we just saw Crew get rolled, fair enough. They didn't. They had a 5v3, they had a 5v2. They had so many rounds, they had so many 2v1s that they should have won. Like, it should have never gone against them. But the pistol certainly going their way here as Riggy unsettles the A defenses.
Bomb has been planted.
Just nice tap at least. Couple $100 in the bank for him. But that is Crew. Breaking free from the streak that Keyed Stars managed to get here. Ooh. Alright, I mean, hey, he's making bank here.
Terrorists win.
Almost gonna enjoy that for the CT side here as well, and I probably imagine this is gonna turn into a force fight. I just know it in my bones, and we now get to see it as well. Alright, let's get it then. Keyed Stars going for a big investment into this one, especially because I know exactly what can happen on these Dust 2s. It's that T-side we saw as well at the start here. Keyed Stars come back to it.
We've got a force
Crew can do the exact same thing. Yeah, this is a risky play. Just 5-7. Great position to be in. A dash as well with a scout. It doesn't even need to get a kill here. Just the tag will do. Because now the 5-7 might have a chance to mop up a kill or two as well. Thankfully for Crew here, they do recognize that and walk away. They're not willing to fight that. If they get contact there, clear plan, back away. Take mid instead. CT sort of does to kind of works now. Whether you fight long or you fight short. You get contact and you spot a scout, a force fly coming through. You're able to recognize that much. Take the space elsewhere. There's going to be a good flash into mid that relieves Riki dead.
Ooh, I don't mind the
Ataraxia?
idea. Yeah, look,
That
Flashy's
is
got to
nice.
find a kill. He has to find a kill, but Crew look as though they're going to secure their 7th.
Bomb has been planted.
Important though for Crew. They get themselves their 7th. I guess they kind of come back into this game and they're able to show that, yes, okay, the CT side, there was a bit of capitulation. There was a bit of a fumble. Honestly, we could have seen Crew end that CT half like 8-4, maybe 9-3 up.
Yep.
The fact they can still take this game, and I guess if you go from this moment on, Crew are to face off against a half buy. They're on their favored side. We've seen the disappointment from this Keyed Stars roster on the CT side. Crew probably will still take this game, but they've made it that much harder for themselves.
Yeah, that force blast well is going to come immediately here and bite Keyed Stars in the ass. They keep that scout alive. They've got 2 Desert Eagles. Yeah, sure, but This is where you are going to let that T-side build up their momentum, and Ataraxia, though, he's kind of playing with that idea a little bit here. Give the CT side an opening to work with. Won't get anything from it, but... for now, we still play slow, we back away, and same as last run. Exactly the same, but just flip the paths of where you go. You see Keydstars fighting for mid control there, and off too long. Crew take it. Spot no resistance there. This time they'll have it. Rigi, he's just playing a lurker flank here to catch off any aggressing CTs.
This is the issue from the get-go, though, that we pointed out. The risk of picking them up like Nuke against Crew. Obviously, I think there were a few maps that Keydstars could have decided to select instead and maybe leave Nuke to be that decider. Crew now, though, they will get themselves their 8th.
Bomb has been planted.
There's a dash. There's at least one more on the way out. But they also get found out. Exposed here.
Right, Nexus, what are we thinking?
I'm sticking with my T-side momentum favorite of Dust 2 every single day of the week. I'm saying Crew will take this one at least to a very good scoreline, and then it's just to see if Keydstars can stop that momentum, and that's what Dust 2 always comes down to for me.
Yeah, definitely.
A good long hold, a good short hold, but so far Crew, like in these last 2 rounds, we're kind of seeing they're just avoiding where that contact goes, right? They got it, a scout tagged them in long, nope, into mid. A scout took a shot at them in mid, nope, too long. I'm liking that sort of idea here, because they can try to avoid them, but it's just to see how well it now works in the gun rounds where I'm really getting interested in this, and how do Keydstars as well play when they have more utility available to them, and when they have these rotations and actual weapons to back up their plans, where the changes might come. But that's what I'm trying to see here.
Yeah, Dash, he was the, Dash was the kind of the lifeblood, obviously, of Nuke. Gone silent here on one of the most AWP-centric maps. It's always a tough one.
And one of the parts we talked about for Keydstars as well was Dash having the best game out of everybody on the server on Nuke. 23 kills, next best one was like 20 on the other side. I can't remember who it was. But here he is. Well, it was promised to be a lot better, right? Dust 2, AWPers, yada, yada, yada. You know, they go hand in hand. Not doing a whole lot right now. But Ataraxia on the other side, he's giving us a show.
Yeah, Ataraxia has been pretty key. Keydstars, they've used quite a lot of their utility. Just a smoke and 2 flashes. There is a defuse kit on ninjas. Minimal time here now, so Keydstars, this is where they bunker down bomb sites. They go for this 3-2 split.
Oh,
Always
no.
trapped. He's dead to rights. There is nothing that Venombeast can do now. And with Flash getting the double, it creates some caution here. Ninjas fighting through as well. This is excellent. Timing on this HE grenade. All on the idea that Buddha might have crossed. Leo is going close here. There is the utility. There is these 2 flashes now for the retake. They're going to come through. Buddha dodges the first. It will be Shekin to find information on these final 2, but the missed shot from Buddha. Shekin needs to go huge, needs to go nuclear. It's all about a question of where the final player is, but Shekin with perfect information. But it's Dash that steps up. From a player who has had such a tough time on Dust, he wins the clutch, and it's been these clutches that are keeping Keydstars in this game. And of course, it's Dash to do it here in number 16.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, Dash a nasty shot to hit there as well to deny the clutch coming through, but just talk about the clutch as well. That round is all on Flash, finding those first 2 at the doorway. He finds the plays in mid, which lets Ninjas slip in for that 3rd and takes away the entire pincer maneuver essentially for Crew. It's such a crucial play to have been played out there. Lets them have 8. He retakes. By no means an easy task. There, they'll make it count with the defense. Everybody was ready as well to react. And that's what I wanted to see. How do you play against the crew who are trying to avoid you when it comes to those early duels in the earlier portions of this half? Yeah, they were not really shying away from it, but they do leave Reversive out to die alone on long. And again, they still avoided the rest of the stack, headed to mid. They'll make quick use of the space they have been given, but Keyed Stars as well at the same time. Nobody supports the player on long. They can have just one man there. It's a basic CT setup at this point. Come back, hold the site, and with the man advantage as well. You imagine Keyed Stars surely have something like this in the bag.
Yeah, the only issue for Keyed Stars in this scenario is, yes, they haven't got that much utility. Honestly, I think the only way they win this round is you get the AWP to take contact towards B tunnels. You don't go for any of this mid to B util because you can just get crunched in from multiple sides. You're going to be fighting a battle on 2 fronts. You just need the AWP to go first, find a pick onto flash, deal with Anubis, and then at least you might have a chance of a 3v3 post plant. But utility going to be sent. The main front making their way out of B tunnels, and Buddha kind of... It seems like he just... I don't know. He got shot at and just forgot what CS was. 1 versus 5 for Ataraxia. The save is going to be the play, and Keyed Stars looking to take 9. And look, every round that we see go the way of Keyed Stars has generally come from a clutch or come from kind of a moment of individual brilliance. This round was a bit of a team performance and a bit more of a mistake from crew.
There's the Keyed Star defense coming out here. Exactly what the doctor ordered as well, because now they are the ones to try and set the pace here. It's not 1 round, it's not 2. Well, actually, it is 2. That crew have now failed to get here in a row. And if you can't avoid them, you gotta start going into them more. Full commit to those plays. Don't half-ass it in terms of the contact as last round it was there, leaving Reversive alone towards long. Start challenging it, start fighting.
The thing is, honestly, even at this moment, crew, in my opinion, could have already won this game.
I could see that, yes.
There's been about 4 or 5 rounds where a mistake, an advantage has cost them. And I think in moments like that, we talk about finances being a real issue for some teams. You've got to imagine some of these rounds would have broken the finances, so rounds would have been kind of 2 for the price of 1. So we could be already over in this series. Crew could have already made that kind of step to the quarterfinals. We're now living in a scenario where not only is that not the case, they might not even make it there. We know how strong Ancient has been for Keyed Stars in the past, and that was kind of the question as to why they didn't pick it over Nuke, but Crew going to be calling for their second tactical pause, ensuring that this round goes their way, because honestly, without it, Keyed Stars will be on a 12-8 scoreline.
So, it is really getting to do or die, as you say. 12-8, that's looming over crew at the moment. Lose this round, you've not set yourself up to at least avoid that in any way.
Yeah.
But what I want to see is them not to avoid it. I want to see them actually fight here. Because so far, these last few rounds, right? It has been get contact, take an L in the first fight, 5v4, and then try to recover. That's not worked. You need to stop the CT side from having the manpower necessary to defend the site, catch them in those rotations. It's not happening. Here at least, they take the fight to them on a short. No attempt even as long to entertain that, instead right to it, but there's a third man still awaiting. Dash has made it a bit more expensive, but number 4 emerges. He a beast. That's the man who started this journey for Keyed Stars here. And he's gonna look to end the crew as well. A massive second shot, put it now onto just Buddha. We've been waiting for him to show up here in the series. Now's the time.
Yeah, obviously it was Veto winning that 1 versus 2 that really solidified the chance. Oh, jumping. Okay, don't really know why Veto has given up the info of where he's playing from. Buddha. How has he not been taken down yet? How is CT struggling so heavily? He's got a Glock in hand.
No!
He will connect. That's quite possible. Look, I've seen some big mistakes from Crew in the advantage. How have they possibly won that? How have Keyed Stars lost this round? How many rounds are we going to be seeing a clutch come through when it never should?
You cannot be kidding. Finally, at least something in this clutch goes their way. As compared to Vina Beast, the 1 versus 2, and that's where their journey began. And now Crew, the comeback may begin. They avoided the absolute worst case scenarios here. But utterly ridiculous how they get.
Look, we were waiting for Buddha to come alive. Welcome. Nice 1v2 there. Denies 11th and maybe an impending 12th to be found.
For number 10, CT side, and now it's your economy again on the line. The same story as previously, multiple times, and what history shown us about 100,000 different times of Dust 2. A lot of pressure now on the CT side to perform in this exact round. I'm liking the change of pace now for Crew again. Into the fight, be aggressive. Short control is going to be there. Quick protocols. There's going to be the Molotov as well. Clear out these corners. You don't want to walk into a similar stack as last round. The Reversive still not feeling too great. Dash has somehow still managed to find one to add on top another. And Nade walks towards Reversive. Direction flies towards Reversive. The 5-on-3. They avoid, this time at least, meeting anybody on Keyed Stars head on.
Yeah, Dash is in such a good position as well.
It still led them to this.
Simple shot for Dash. 5-on-2 now. Keyed Stars look as though an 11th is looming.
Damn, we are not seeing much of Crew here on this tactical side at all. We
The
saw one
individuals as
attempt
well.
towards B, and every other one has been just a very, very basic long or short.
Yeah, and that's the issue with kind of having quite a simple kind of pace to it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alright. 11-9. And we are seeing a very tough time for Crew. Because I need them to change now. Their mapping. Dust 2 is not that difficult. It's not rocket science. I always say as well, right? Hyperbole, of course. This map is like 3 things you can do. We are seeing them do about 2 of those things. But they are just not going about it in the way that would be the best. Set yourself up for these duels. Take more space. Catch the rotations. Like, that's a massive part that's missing at the moment. Not forcing Keyed Stars to play your game, but instead adapting to play the CT side's way.
Nade and Flash to come through. Ninjas. Nice flashbang, but Buddha finds. It's Buddha's hero AK. We've seen this type of round before. Great damage onto Leo. Retrieve rifle now. They just need to swarm onto Leo's angle, and Ataraxia can find 5 versus 3 now. Man advantage seen. Vinabeast towards CT. And it seems like the CTs, they're not having anything to do with it. I like the idea of the save. It's the perfect call because realistically, Keystars, they identify that they don't really have the finances to go for a round like this. They don't have the util either. They've just got to give it up. But now, they have to make sure that they survive. They have to save because if they lose 1 or 2 players here, it's going to be even worse for the investment in the next. We could be seeing Crew go 12 to 11 here if honestly, Keystars lose a couple players. Obviously, it's all contingent on Crew winning the next round, but Hero AK works out well for Crew. And this is why I always love these Hero AK investments. Look, worst case scenario, someone's using a Galil or a Mac-10 in the next. Best case scenario has just been shown there in round number 21. You win the round.
It should not be, but sometimes it is.
All it takes is some nice entries.
Like a decent flashbang or two.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think a Hero AK on, you know, to like 1 Mac-10 isn't going to be the difference whether you win or lose a round in the next, but a Hero AK certainly is. Dash going for a bit more of an aggressive approach here. Somewhat worried about tunnels, and quite rightly. Dash now backing away. Bit more of a mid-heavy play from Crew. Dash still holding the angle now. Molly thrown by Reversive. Dash forced back from it. Smoke and nade sent. A lot of utility there from Leo. Don't really know why he's done that. And in doing so, the Crew have got a minute now. And there's just 1 smoke remaining for Keystars. Regarding their defensive utility, it's non-existent. 1 smoke, 5 flashes. Space is being taken, though, which I really like to see. I believe it's Ninjas who's deep there towards long doors. Crew, they've used 30 seconds. It was a minute 15 when they had this stability in middle. It's going to be the play now through A. Ataraxia dropping into CT. Leo caught off guard. And now they can cut all the rotation through the A. Shekin holding for short. They need to get these B entries. Reversive will get 1. Low HP is Vinabeast. Won't double. Riggy trading. Ninjas can find a middle, but Ataraxia waiting, and Dash also remains. He's in CT. Why is Ataraxia peeking? He's safe from middle. And Dash now with another 1 versus 2 attempt. Riggy playing close towards doors. Those steps surely been heard. Riggy tucked away here. Gonna peek off the Dash and will find. Timing looks good. But again, it's another moment where Crew have the advantage, and they just make a little play that could cost them everything. Ataraxia gets the trade in middle. You've got a teammate who could be in a position to trade you. All you need to do is hold long doors, hold mid doors. Not only are you favored in that fight, but if they swing you from CT, you've got a teammate who can trade you towards doors. I just don't know what is going on here. It seems like Crew, they're playing far too aggressive in these kind of advantage situations. And in doing so, it is costing them massively. It doesn't lose them the round in that last, but it certainly could have done.
There's an opening. That goes through long. The rest of the USPs and pistols waiting. Featuring one, Zeus. Because why not?
Are you a Zeus lover or a Zeus hater? I feel like it's the Marmite of CS.
I'm a lover. I'm a lover
really?
of Zeus. I don't like I think they nerfed it slightly too much with the range. But it was too overpowered still at the very start of CS2 as well, right? People were shooting each other from like, what, 3-4 meters away?
Yeah.
That was a bit ridiculous. Now it feels a bit too underwhelming.
It is a Zeus, though.
I know, but it feels a bit too underwhelming.
Yeah, see, I'm a Zeus hater.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, the reason I hate it is...
Who hurt you with the Zeus?
So, okay, it's not like that, right? I don't think the gun's busted. I don't think it's silly. I like the idea that there's a little gimmick weapon. And you're gonna... I don't know. I'm gonna have maybe some mixed feelings towards me. The reason I hate the Zeus so much is because of how much love it gets for no reason.
Ah.
So, I hate the fact that the Zeus is a weapon that everyone is like, oh my god, the Zeus is so cool. Like, it's not. It really isn't. And that's why my hatred comes for the Zeus. But look, Crew finds 12.
Alright, just quickly piggybacking off that. Then going by that logic, I'm sure you're also a cultured intellectual such as I who is a CZ75 lover.
No. I'm not a CZ.
Ah, you cretin.
Why would I be a CZ lover? I'm a Zeus hater. I'm a.
CZ gets like no love.
That doesn't mean I instantly love it, Bo. But
I was going off your logic here, but apparently not.
Yeah, no logic.
That's denied. I do like the fact that Crew at least tried to go for it this time more than just one. They tried to salvage it, only end up losing it a 3 or 5 then. Playing a little bit of a risky game. Testing Riggy with the AWP here. It's not the main AWP for sure, yes, but...
Yeah, look, it's the peaks that come through from Crew, and the individuals don't hit the shots. There was utility for them. But it does seem as though this should be an overtime game now. Utility pretty limited, though, on the Keyed Star side. Leo just playing on the bomb site. Holding currently is Riggy, but that's why you're a rifler. A fairly simple shot. Looking pretty poor. 2 versus 5 now. A near impossible round. Making a 1v5 reversive. The bottom performing player here. You've got 40 seconds. Why are we just jumping through the smoke? Well, Flash shows the reason as to why you don't do that. Keyed Stars, they push to overtime.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. They found the openings there. You do have a Crew who try and challenge long, yes. Denied. And from there, and this AWP shot denies their chance at an A-side take as well. And now, the magic number shifts to 16 to decide who takes map number 2, who potentially takes the series if that's Crew. That's coming back to it. One more thing, gotta mention. You said it as well, Dash has had a couple of real good rounds toward the end. He was, what, 8 and 13? Maybe not that poor, but certainly wasn't doing great. Suddenly he showed himself to positive KD, 17 kills. We are seeing that impact that we need to see out of him here for his team to get a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, look, again, though, it's gone overtime. It's gone to a position where it never should have. Crew have had about 5-6 rounds that they probably should have won, yet over-peaking, over-fighting, kind of at the cost against ecos. Obviously, in rounds where they were 5v2, 3v1, 5v3, 4v2, just any combination of an advantage scenario, Crew has lost that this game. So, yeah. Reversive, though, finding the opening. Opening kill for Crew. Bit of a rarity, I've got to say. Kind of since this switch to the T side. Usually been fighting on the back foot. But it's going to be a play through B. A great read from Keyed Stars as they opt for a gamble. Just leaving Desh as the defender on A. All about the utility. Buddha just spamming through. If anything, this gives it away, but ammunition's biggest issue. Riggy great openers, and this is what you can do with a rifle. We saw him bring out the AWP in the last, completely whiffs the shots, but that's what an AK can do in Riggy's hands. 13 now found.
Yeah, that's why he's a rifler. Missed the AWP shots, but he'll make up for it in this one. He sacrificed the entries, but he's the one to make up for it as well. Beautiful stuff there, cleans up the side. Leads Crew to 13, but hey, like I say, the game is not done until one team hits 16.
Oh, is that your early intel that you think it's only one overtime?
Nope.
I could see this going 10.
No, Fred, clearly, you've never met a Dust 2 hater such as I.
Okay.
I've had Dust 2 games ingrained into my brain. You're not a real hater if you don't know what you're hating, right? Gotta at least respect the hustle, right? That's why I hate this map with a passion. And the only two outcomes here are the fastest beating of your life,
or overtime mania. Yeah.
Overtime mania, about 17 in a row. And there is no in between. If you think it's a close call, if you see like a 12-8, 12-9, it's overtime, easy enough. I can tell you that with close eyes. Even if it's a 1v5 to CC-75 and a Zeus with 2 bullets in the magazine, you're winning that 1 versus 5.
2 bullets with the Zeus.
2 bullets with the CC, 1 Zeus, you're winning that 1 versus 5. I don't care how it goes.
It does have the reload now.
It does have the reload. But I'm telling you, it always goes to OT if you think it's a closer game. If it's not a 12-0, if it's not a 12-5, it's done. It's into overtime, locked in, loaded every single time. Here as well, I'm preparing myself for the absolute worst of about 4 of them in a row.
Yeah, you kind of tempted the CS gods to kind of outstretch this game for another hour or so.
I only predict what I know is going to happen. Makes the job easy. Here, the A push, however, it is a slow one for Crew. Because the smoke, the Molotov is the counter utility for the CT side. It has given them a lot of room to play with, a lot of time off the clock at it. The bomb not even planted yet. Now it goes down, and everybody on Heat starts essentially ready to fight for this one. Looking like that first pistol round all over again. A majority through short, 1 through long. I think it's a very slow, very, very slow long lurk. Keep that in mind. That's what might catch Crew off guard here. There's the flash. Here's the entries. We're playing the retake simulator here.
Oh, and retake simulator.
Boot up. Be careful. Off long.
Shekin's got great information, but yeah, as you say, Budak's got to be cautious. Keyed Stars with that late retake from Leo from long will confirm the round. So 13 apiece. Look, both teams have been vying and hoping to find 13 on Dust 2. But sadly, that's in regulation. So Crew, I feel like we are going to be expecting the T's to secure 2 of these rounds. Honestly, I think expectations need to be thrown out the window. Anything based on stats or reasoning has not been seen in this game. Because advantages, it seems like that's what gets you in trouble. Long's been taken here, though, from Keyed Stars. We have got Desh posted up towards short. Leo joining his side. And Ataraxia finding Flash. Surely this is to be the acceleration towards B now. Vidabeast tucked away towards Car. Just biding his time, hoping for some rotations. But Buddha, great trade. The B-bomb site, we know the difficulties of the retake. And there can just be another smoke from Buddha. There's still another smoke and a molly on Riggy. So I feel like the CTs might look to try and reclaim the bomb site before it's even been planted, and it's looking good so far. The bomb can make its way elsewhere, as in CT lies 1. Oh, that is terrifying. Now, you assume that Shekin is going to get that kill. He has got a molly and HE grenade as well.
Oh, that's
his teammate drops the smoke. I love this. I would actually really like to see Shekin stay in CT. He's going to stay to this smoke. Yeah, he's got the read.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. He's got the read. Nade as well. I'm going to give him the other one as well. No. Riggy's too far to give him that second HE, but you're looking at Riggy as well. If he doesn't see anybody here in the next 5 seconds, he can just come back immediately toward the site. The utility here is all buying time for Riggy to make his way back. With that Molotov in mind, all you have to do is slow it down for about 5 seconds. Molly goes down and the round is done, but that doesn't even come to it. They just take their duels up, ramp down they go.
Not only do they take the duels, both the CTs pull out the smokes at the exact same second. Both get caught off. Collectively, a bit of a communication issue from Keyed Stars, so they will head into that T side, that second half of overtime. Disadvantage, but Crew, they now need 2 to close out the series. This is their map selection. We anticipated Crew to find victory after that 5-0 start on their CT side. It didn't happen though, did it?
No, it did not. But now that we, again, so up to another half here, do you think Crew's got to get themselves out of the sort of pickle they were in toward the end? Right, it's a completely fresh mentality. Like, surely it has to be a different vibe again. You're gonna have a different read. You're warmed up to the map.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is one of those games where I think crew will have known the pitfalls, that they will have known and already been able to identify the issues that they've seen. They've been overfighting far too often, maybe a little too kind of where confidence turns to complacency. We've seen it against ecos. We've seen it when they've got kind of hefty advantages in full buys, kind of just double swinging randomly. So I think now crew, they have to identify and they have to say, look, we should have won this game ages ago. We should have got that quarterfinal spot quite a while ago. We've now got the lead. We're on the CT side. Yes, it might not be our favored side, but look how well our CT side started off. Actually, look how well Crew's CT side was. It was a pretty decent half, especially when you take into account they got 5-7 and they threw away about 4 rounds as well. So I think right now, Crew, if they can forget about I guess the difficulties that regulation showed and just go back to the basics of Counter-Strike, of going for these early fights towards long, getting the trades, taking the space, and then just not messing around in the advantages, that's where we can really see success. The utility here, although the util's great from Crew, return fire utility is even better from Keyed Stars, and Veto can get one, Riggy falling to Leo, so it's now a 5-on-3 within 20 seconds of play.
They'll force the trade. There's the second. Trying to capitalize upon a small chance given away in middle. That's the bomb as well. They've got Ataraxia's got to be really careful about the flames. With that, Shaskin checking force the fight. Ataraxia, however, he is playing this one a bit more patiently. I dare say patient as he runs and jumps through the smoke into the open arms of Anubis, but it's a round for Keyed Stars. They don't throw away the 5-on-3 there. They'll instead shut it down cleanly and efficiently, trading each other out. Yeah, we're looking for 15 and 16 from here on out to close out the game. I've long ago said goodbye to those thoughts. Individuals can always still shine through. Bring us what we've been missing. Riggy is him for waiting that long. Nobody's going to be here. We haven't seen much of these pushes through the doors. At least not at the right times. Here, that's going to change.
Yeah, the difference is they've gone loud about it. It's not as though Riggy's just shifted through. The flashbang indicates the Veto. Ninja's now taking a bit of space. It is going to be mid to be utility. They don't have to go through it, though. I think with the return smoke, Ninjas is somewhat worried. Veto to be joining his team in middle. Still a bit of an open-ended round. Keyed Stars could go absolutely anywhere. I like this from Buddha, playing above the smoke. Bit of a risky play. Oh, has he been spotted by Ninjas? He silently drops and he gets the dink the Ninja finds. Shekin now. Shekin needs to get a kill and then kind of back away. All 5 players, though, making their way through mid. This could be very costly. And now Ataraxia under pressure. The no-scope connects to the first. He's so worried about tunnels, and quite rightly, but needs to hold the window. Will get his second. Searching for the third now will be Ataraxia. Pistol in hand, and he finds Veto. 2 versus 2 now. Posting up. He gets the damage onto the AWP. Both these players are low. Ataraxia, he has been the hero for Crew in nearly every moment. Yet Dash could be the one to deny. Ataraxia, he's got the 3K here, but reversive rotating in to get the 2. Crew find 15. What a round from Ataraxia.
The AWP showcasing what it's got there. That is him alone bringing that one to fruition. Insane.
Absolutely mental, though, but that's the combat AWPing. That's what we can see. That's what we can expect from a player like Ataraxia. I'm so happy that both AWPers are fragging here. Obviously, we saw it from Dash, but not so much Ataraxia on map 1.
Out was long. Crew, they're fighting, they're dying. First one to guard. They're gonna need more support as well for Buddha. Stuck in the pit at the moment as well. It's gonna be his teammate that needs to get the attention, but I think they might have seen the second as well. That could still be enough. Flashbang, the support is coming through. There's gonna be a 4th man joining in the pit. He's still stuck and fighting. Trying his best to survive, and nobody can get rid of him.
Yeah, Buddha can just be a nuisance here. Ataraxia does have a smoke as well for Buddha to survive. The problem is as well for Keyed Stars is they have taken like so much time to try and deal with Buddha. He's gonna push into the flames. I love the idea of it. And Shekin's gonna be this flank. Ataraxia's gonna reposition towards short. This is where Crew, all they need to do is get Ataraxia posted up towards short, and they have won the round. That is all they need to achieve. Ataraxia can get a free kill on short. He's got the AWP in hand. It's going to be very difficult for Ninjas and Desh to try and find him as well because they're limited utility, and they're going to be heading their way back towards long doors. Back turn. Shekin gets one. Shekin could get the second. So much damage dealt now, and Ataraxia just needs one bullet to find, and it's the AWP shot. It's Ataraxia to find, and there we have it. We are going to be seeing Crew progress to the quarterfinals. Look, I predicted a Crew 2-0. It didn't really go the way I thought, though. How has it gone to overtime? How have we seen Crew kind of make so many mistakes on Dust, yet still find victory? A ridiculous performance, but Nexus, still some feelings after that one.
Man, I've got thoughts and feelings conflicting once because there are so many mistakes on both sides as well. Right, imagine the reason we get to overtime, the reason we see Crew win this one, despite, you know, so much of the turbulent starts and beginnings and almost till the end as well, is around number 23. It's 2 saved AKs. Glocks around them. They rush A. They find an entry and 2, and they just work their magic into it. They secure it at 12. They get to overtime. And from there, it is just barely. It is Ataraxia as well to clean it up there. It is individual moments that have been the highlight for this game. Right, that's what started, of course, Keyed Stars as well there. If Vina Beast doesn't manage to get with one of us two, we may never see that same fight out of them. He hypes up the team. He does his absolute best throughout the entire series. What, like 25, 26 kills toward the end there? It's an absolute masterclass. He tries his absolute best as well. Desh wakes up. We start to see the best parts for these teams. But in the end, it is Crew still to come out on top here.
Yeah, obviously, though, look, we're a little bit behind schedule. We do have 90 to face Dusty Roots in about 5-10 minutes' time. It's not going to be me and Nexus. You're going to be joined by the wonderful faces of JRT and B-Dog. So make sure to show them some love as they're going to be bringing you these final 2 matches for this evening. Look, it's been a wild ride. So many clutches, so many crazy rounds, and I'm sure that's what the rest of the evening entails. But that's been it from me and Nexus. And we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes for that next series.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CCT South America. We've got 2 more games on the docket. It's me, B-Dog, unfortunately looking a little bit like a ghost right now, but that's because my lighting is all over the place. But I'm joined by JRT, who's looking a little bit more lively than me. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited to get going here today for sure. It's got some interesting matchups.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what's been going on. We'll take a look at the schedule because we can see that the first 2 games, they nearly overran us, even though they were both 2-0s. Crew and Key Stars like to give it a little bit of a back and forth on OT on Dust 2. But now we've got some interesting ones because we've got 9Z, who haven't played an official in nearly 2 months, taking on Dusty Roots. And we've got FURIA FE, the female team that recently came off winning ESL Impact Season 7 in Dallas, going up against Flamengo. That should be a really interesting one. I'm excited to watch FURIA again because it's been, since Dallas, since I've really watched them as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to kind of acquit themselves up against the competition here in CCT. In their outings outside of Impact, it hasn't necessarily been that great. I think they went 13-11 against Case, though. Lost 11-13 against Case. That was their closest matchup, but would like to see if they can kind of take that step up and maybe have a chance of coming up with a win against a team like Flamengo that hasn't necessarily been in top form.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be, I think, a good matchup for them when we get to it. I really want to focus on this battle of 9Z versus Dusty Roots because there's a lot going on here. It's probably better to talk about 9Z first because look, you've got Hueso Peak, Martinez, Adam S, who used to play on Nexus. He's Romanian, but he speaks Spanish. Now plays for 9Z. Obviously, Martinez heralded in his time on Movistar Riders for a little bit. Has now come over here. Luke and Max, who have been together for yonks. It feels like they've been together for such a long time with Hueso Peak. And I can't believe the last time we saw this team was 7 weeks ago in a grand final, no less, for Fire Esports Buenos Aires 2025. Unable to get it over the line against Imperial, but I guess hoping that a break from competition. It's really ironic that they're now starting to play when we are approaching player break, but here we are, jumping back into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table here. They've typically been very good against South American competition. I mean, you saw that in their run to those grand finals. You were just talking about losing to Imperial in a 1-2 scoreline there, but they beat Bestia, they beat Crew, they beat Dusty Roots previously, although I believe Dusty Roots had some changes to their roster since that point. I'm not 100% sure if they were playing with this current one, but either way, they've been good when tested on South American soil. And usually you see teams in South America love to play Counter-Strike. Like, they want to play all the time, anytime they get a chance. So it's kind of surprising to see 9Z just sitting on their laurels and not playing for so very long. But yeah, and I agree with you. It's kind of strange to see them right at the end of this season really start to get going. But, you know, they're going to be going up against a Dusty Roots squad that has made a couple of changes. I don't know if it's been for better or for worse. We won't know yet. And I guess we'll switch over to their roster here. They did win Season 52 of South American Open, ESEA. So that's something that they have already got under their belts. They'll be going to ECL next season and to that new format with the cups that are happening, but that's not important right now. The important point to talk about is RZK and Next being added to this roster around the core of Max, Core, Tommy Jet, and Ferguti here, Brandon.
I'm even looking, I know we're going to touch bad hunts in a moment. I'm even looking at, like, for example, Sharks, a team that has also been affected by VRS. I'm thinking, how has 9Z not been impacted by competition? We'll come back to that. You're right. Look, Max calls Tommy Jed for Guity. These guys have been together for such a long time now, and the Max called Tommy Jed duo has been a real long-standing piece, not only for Dusty Roots, but it fell all the way back towards River Plate. This team for me has just been really interesting because sometimes they really look like they're on an upward trajectory. I think not even back end, like middle of last year, Dusty Roots were putting up some really shock results. They're making their way through the Swiss stage pretty comprehensively. And here, look, they made it through the Swiss stage pretty comprehensively, sure, but the opponents that they faced were not the same caliber that we're used to seeing out of them. And it's one of those where it's like, okay, you can only play who's in front of you. But in that regard, and in that same breath, we don't know what Dusty Roots we're going to get compared to we don't know what 9Z we're going to get at all. It's one of those where it's actually a really weird matchup because we haven't seen the full potential of Dusty Roots, but we haven't seen anything of 9Z.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. And I agree with you. It's hard to get a feel for how Dusty Roots is going to play here, given their competition was pretty light in the previous 3 BO3s. And I mean, it was Yawara, Masitas, and La Champions Liga. 2 of those BO3s were pretty much blowouts in favor of Dusty Roots. And on the other side for 9Z, I still feel like, look, you got such name recognition on the 9Z side that I feel like there's a lot of firepower there still. Max is the only remaining piece from 2020, although you have Hawaso, Peak, and Martinez, who were added in the first stage of their rebuild, and then Lukin and Adam Mess most recently. I think you already mentioned that, though. So, I mean, look, it's really difficult to kind of get a feel for this. We'll check out the map Veto, I guess, right now and see where we're going to end up. But if you're looking at the maps these teams like to play, pretty similar, and Nuke and Dust 2 at the beginning, so we're probably going to get one of those, and there we go. And then Inferno picked over by Dusty Roots is an interesting one, because I thought that they would go into Nuke, but I guess we're going to get a Nuke decider, Brandon.
Yeah, look, for Dusty Roots, whenever I've seen them play, and that is quite a small sample size, but I think I've probably seen them play like 10, 11 times at this point. They always pick D2. If they can't pick Dust 2, they go Inferno every single time without fail. It's because their map pool is so shallow, right? So you feel like, okay, going into their strength in both counts, but you are going up against 9Z. It's one of these things where it's good that they've picked into their opponent's strength, or their strengths, but their strengths are also 9Z strengths, and it's going to be a little bit of a mess. The only thing I can really foresee going in favor of Dusty Roots here is if, look, 9Z are going to be sloppy. If 9Z are going to be really sluggish, you've not had an official in a while, you're going to keep banging on about it because it's really relevant. You think about how many teams are playing 2, 3 best of 3 so consistently every single day without fail, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem, to not play in such a long time. What were you doing? Were you scrimming? Were you on holiday? I'm asking these rhetorical questions because obviously no one's got any clue why, but if they were scrimming for 2 months, I feel like that's not healthy either. If you took a big time off, or because you weren't getting invites, so you said, look, we're going to just skip this event and we're just going to have some time off, maybe a mental reset needed. Hey, do you know what? Who am I to question that? Because you've also got CCT coming up, you've got Thunder Pit coming up. Like, it's going to be a busy period here for 9Z. What I will say, though, is the fact that you've taken so much time off, you now need to prove that it was worth taking that time off. Because if you bomb out the competition here, if you don't make I'd say grand finals of CCT, looking at this bracket, semi-finals would be probably a little bit of a failure here for 9Z. Even going and not winning the thing might even be a failure for this team. So I definitely will hope that they will give it their all, and we get to see a new, like, refreshed 9Z.
Yeah, and like, let's not forget, we're in the playoffs now, so it's one loss and you're gone. So 9Z doesn't really have a chance to kind of pick themselves back up like it would be in a Swiss stage. They have to win right away without any warm-up at all. And I agree with you, it's going to be difficult for them, especially on a map like Dust 2, where the team that's probably got more recent practice, more recent official in their belt on that map in particular, will probably be a little stronger. And you look at the over on Dust 2 for Dusty Roots, it's 3-3, not great. I mean, a 500 record, but still, you know, they've had some pretty strong victories, I believe, throughout this the Swiss stage as well. Yeah, they won against Yawara and Masitas 13-2, 13-3. Again, not the toughest of competition, but still, you know, they are coming out with the wins on this map. And you look at the other side, 9Z do have a very strong Dust 2. 5-1 record, 83.3% win percentage, and the only loss they had was the most recent one against Imperial, and it was 11-13. So it was really, really close on that one, even without all the practice, right? Even coming in cold here, Brandon, we know that 9Z are a good Dust 2 team. I feel like they should still have the edge on their pick, but there's certainly that potential for an upset to come through.
I don't think so, and I tell you why. Like, I just looked at the group stage results for Dusty Roots. They're nearly losing to La Champions Liga, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but when you're a team and your name is La Champions Liga, you're ranked like top 220 in HLTV, and you're going OT map 1, nearly losing map 2, like, nah, that does not look good at all if you're Dusty Roots. I'm sorry, especially with Max Core and Tommy Jed on your team, and your coach. That trio, that core, has been together for over 18 months, so that is not good enough, quite frankly, and I feel like they might get blown out the water here.
You know, it's funny that you brought that up, because I was thinking about it. I didn't say it, but you kind of took it right out of my brain there. Like, that, the Champions League name in itself, you're just like, why are they called that? So, yeah. Anyway, look, that is certainly a very tough situation for Dusty Roots to have gone to those 3 maps and for it to have been that close. So maybe we're not giving them enough credit, but at the same time, I don't know. It feels like you might be right about that. We're just waiting a little bit on, I think, everything to get ready in the server, guys. But I think do we have a head-to-head to go over? I believe we should. If not, then oh, there it is. Head-to-head, MaxCore versus Martinez here. Yeah, this kind of makes sense, right? 2 top players going up against each other here. And if you look at MaxCore, you know, doing a great job with the AWP. Impact rating also very strong, sitting at 1.22 over the last 3 months. You see his ADR at 8.5, which is actually fairly good for an AWP player to be that high. It also shows that his rifling isn't too shabby either. And I think he's got, 86 firepower rating. And on the other side, you're looking at Martinez, obviously op comparison here. He's also very strong. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these two, Brandon, in particular on the first map.
Yeah, we should do. I think, again, what's interesting to note here is that Martinez nearly has as many kills as MaxCore. He hasn't been playing for like 8 weeks, so it's going to be tough. A reminder as well, Dusty Roots also came from 0-2, so went from 0-2 to all the way to the playoffs, which is a commendable achievement.
Yes.
In of itself. We're still waiting a little bit to get this game undergoing, guys. So we're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, we're going to jump into Dust 2. It's our first map of this best of 3 between 9Z and Dusty Roots. We'll see you in a sec. All right, then. Let's jump into this. Dusty Roots versus 9Z. Didn't have to wait too long, and Dusty Roots have boosted immediately. This is wild. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
On pistol? No. Yeah, this is either a hard read of what they're expecting 9Z to do, or just maybe their standard setup now in pistol. I don't know. Either way, Martinez gets the opener here onto MaxCore, and the space up cat is clear for the taking.
The good news is that they've had to just dismantle the boost immediately. And what sucks is there's a deep CT smoke, and Hoyser Peak is already pushing forward, but RZK will at least find one. Sight is being overwhelmed, but the long players are doing such a good job at living. First player will finally go down, and then everyone in tandem follows suit.
It was interesting for a moment, right? Because, as you mentioned, they seemed very resilient towards long, but they crumpled in a heap once 9Z closed in on them, and Martinez gets the last frag on to next. That'll do it. Pretty clean for 9Z, aside from one frag that comes through the smoke at CT, which I think you were kind of hinting at maybe being a safe haven for 9Z, but it ended up not being.
Yeah, it's crazy how that's like the one place that they died from is the one place that they smoked off as well. But, I mean, really cool. A really nice comprehensive pistol, molly lower, smoke Xbox. It felt very CS:GO in the way that they approached that, but it worked perfectly. So can't fault them. Force back in. Tommy Judd and Max Core both on scouts for the CT side. One of them's in mid, one of them's on B. Let's see if they can find anything. In fact, they're now converging into being an AWP in mid. Never mind, Tommy Judd's left.
Couple of players stacked up. Yep, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, that's one of my favorite stupid sayings that people say in like CS. They're like, oh, well, if I got 2 scouts, it's an AWP. It's like, come on, guys.
I've never heard that before, to be honest with you. As Max and Adam are going to get a couple onto RZK and Ferguti. And this is pretty straightforward. Is this a common saying that I'm not aware of?
No, it's probably just my friends, to be honest. I think it's like, yeah, well, I'll buy a scout because I think I'm really good when I'm not. But you gotta have that false confidence, right? It's just like life.
Yeah.
And cooking, as I found out earlier. And basically, you buy a scout, you're like, okay, cool. And then my friend's like, well, I'm gonna buy a scout too, and then we're an AWP. It's like, right, okay. I mean, the logic kind of checks out, but it also just doesn't.
Maybe if you're a hive mind and you both fire at the exact same time at the exact same spot, then yes, but we're not, so I don't know. Interesting. I get it, though. I understand what you mean.
We should make it a common saying.
Maybe. Well, I'll keep saying in my broadcast, Brendan.
Yeah.
And you can too.
Whenever we're commentating together, John, if we ever see 2 scouts, they got an AWP. Like, they just got an AWP.
We're gonna make it become something real here. Oh my god. 1:19 on the clock. As we're waffling about. It's just an anti-eco though for Dusty Roots. I should say for 9Z. And looks like it's gonna be straightforward because no one's B.
No, they're all on A. So that was easy. And your player that was defending B also had the entire responsibility for middle. So next is completely by himself, looking at B tunnels on the cross and mid doors with a USP. Like, it's never going to go well, unfortunately. Now your next objective here, if you're Dusty Roots, is I wouldn't even hunt for kills here. I'd just try and make sure you don't die to Hueso Peak on the Mac 10.
Well, this is, I mean, a chance to punish perhaps the economy here for Dusty Roots of 9Z, but no, that's a wicked headshot coming from Hueso Peak towards Dark. And, well, it's a non-starter in the end. Good attempt, but the pistols do damage for Dusty Roots, but they don't get a single frag.
And he gets 3 kills on the Mac 10. Oh, they boot camp it. He just... you see that? He fist bumped.
Yeah.
Oh, they might be boot camping.
That could explain why they haven't had any officials, right? They're doing boot camps, and I guess in that case, if they're doing a boot camp, I don't really mind it at all.
Well, yeah, now next question is, how long have they been boot camping for? If any of you in Twitch chat know 9Z, what a long shot that is, can you message them? We want to know. Or if anyone just knows directly. Fast B here, immediately, through the incendiary, full blind, next finds 2. And that hasn't even, that's even before RZK even gets in on the fight. The flashbangs were so good out of 9Z, but next is just held left click and won the round.
Yeah, it's the bonus round for 9Z. They tried to go for a quick play to capitalize on the SMGs, but at the end of it, it doesn't really work out at all. Everyone was there, and the third frag that Dusty Roots get is on a player that I think it was Max, just coming out by his lonesome. Spacing wasn't really there for anything to really materialize, and it was kind of a freebie given to Dusty Roots. So now it's Martinez and Lucan, and Lucan's on life support at 7 HP. Just trying to regroup and find something to do. Staying alive would not be great They obviously want to hit that bonus if they can, but at the same time, looking at the guns they have and the money they've invested, it would be greater than the bonus if they decide to save. But I don't think they're going to. They got enough money to buy up anyway, so they're probably just going to send it to a site and hope for the best.
Yeah, like if you can do damage here to Dusty Roots and you get the bomb down, that would be unreal. That's a really big ask, though, especially given the game state. With 35 seconds, you have still not established as a player in Goose. You'll know that now, but it's too late. Lucan will find one, but traded out immediately. So 4 stay alive immediately on your first gun round is a good feeling for Dusty Roots. But as you say, that was just the bonus. That it's one of those where they had Mac 10s, they had lesser weaponry they were more than willing to just chuck away and try and see what will happen now with the guns. You got Martinez on an AWP. Let's see if 9Z will start to build into this game. So if they go for faster plays and Dusty Roots are going to hold like that, then they're going to be in a world of trouble.
Oh, shot connects there for Martinez onto Nex, but it might have been through the door or into a leg. Either way, Nex is still alive. Although the damage has been done, MaxCore needs to fade off of that. Needs to be careful not to over-aggress. Tommy Jed, the smoke thrown. I don't know if that's where he wanted to throw it, though. It looked a little off from mid, but there was another one there anyway, so it's okay.
You have to know they're in short at this point, right? So now what is the reaction here? It looks like 2 players are grouping up for Dusty Roots. Tommy Jed drops a flash over, but no one's taking deep long control. Martinez is still holding mid doors. That's infuriating at 1 minute 10. If you're Dusty Roots, you're thinking, why on earth is he still holding that? Well, it's because players are in short. And because you've not pushed an extremity, you've got no info.
That's a really good pick for him to find as well. It doesn't know if that was the player he tagged earlier, of course. That was next, which makes the B site a very prime target. It's ripe for the picking if they decide to go in that direction, but doesn't appear to be the case. Looks like A will be the final destination with 40 seconds left on the clock. MaxCore with the op. Can he connect on one? No, nothing. What a shot from Max. Fergutti does get one through the smoke back onto Adam, but it's still a 4v3 for 9Z, and they've got the momentum going into this A site. Huaso peek on to next. Fergutti spotted out. This is probably done.
Oh, it absolutely is. If you're RZK, you're just saving. And that's even if you're going to be allowed to save, because Hueso Peak is already clearing out lower. He can then start to push into top middle. It's going to be so difficult to try and save this gun. And I love the way that they scale that there for 9Z, because it's a counter bit of utility thrown in by Dusty Roots to break that smoke on short. And then you've got Martinez that swings really close, but you've got Max that goes really wide, and it just enables all the riflers to come in on the fight. So say he does get removed, which he doesn't, he hits a blinder, but the whole idea of his movement there and his positioning is to get the other riflers to immediately be able to trade, and you're setting up your AWP for late game. So I really love the way that they played that, because it just goes to show that they are putting a lot more focus into which way their players are going and how they're entering it.
Absolutely. And it's another point is it's a great round for them to take, right? Because Dusty Roots isolated here. They don't really have that economic foundation. They will be in a situation where they got a couple of guns in their hands. So that's okay. 2 M4s, a scout, and an SMG and a pistol. But it's not the best of buy-ups. They're just waiting for that next round. Although this is very serviceable, especially if they get a quick opener. Max sprayed down to 33. Will stay alive, as 9Z are kind of playing defaulty a little bit here, waiting for pushes to come through. Now they're going to take the initiative towards mid. 3 players going out. Is there going to be a line coming up from long doors? This could be massive if it's not watched for.
Oh, they know about it now. Yeah, because he was flashed in. If he didn't flash and went contact, there was a world in which Lucan's turning back away. Maybe he could have got the bomb, but we don't live in that reality. But what's good is that he is able to get out of dodge. He is able to escape, and he's gone all the way back towards site now. And now if you're 9Z, you think, right, we need to retake this long space. But because he dropped a smoke, that's going to waste so much time now. So that's a really good play by Friguity, but Hueso Peaks found MaxCore.
Yeah, and that was towards the B site. So you see 2 players kind of sticking into B because of that frag, and it opens up long completely for Goody, not looking the right way. Adam S blindsides him with the headshot from the AK, and now 9Z have a free path into A. It wouldn't surprise me if Dusty Roots called for the save.
I'll tell you what, that's the power of your lurk in 9Z, getting that kill in middle.
He gets another one.
In fact, I lie. It wasn't on mid. If you look at the X on the map, Maxcore was
It was B.
scouting at backplat at B,
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
just
yeah.
got that kill. Look at the power of that one kill, though, as a lurker. Because what you've done is you completely made Dusty Roots forget about the fact that you're probably going to retake. It's really meta at the moment in Counter-Strike to retake the space your opponent has just taken with 10, 15 seconds in a window, and it's so powerful, especially when your lurker gets a kill, because you definitely won't be expecting it. And it's such a shame, but it also shows lack of game sense from Dusty Roots. They're not ready for 9Z, because a team of 9Z's caliber are absolutely going to be retaking long as soon as that smoke fades.
Yeah, no question. I agree, though. Like, the lurking was fantastic from Hwasu Peak. Not only does he get the first, right, then the second afterwards, when they're just trying to get to a safe spot, they don't even want to engage, and he finds another punish. So that's good to keep the economy light on the Dusty Roots side, even though they were investing into this one. You see, like, 3 players down below the 200 mark. If another 9Z victory comes through here, then things are going to start getting dicey for Dusty Roots very, very quickly. Now 9Z want to go fast towards long. Let's see if it works out for them. Player beyond the smoke towards pit. Catches off one, not the second. Great trade from Lucan. Now, we'll see if they can find these 2 players who are trying to surround them around the smokes. RZK's doing the work, and then the spam through the smoke by Ferguti takes Adam S down to 46. There is a reply, but it's going to be short-lived because it's still a 2-man edge with that one coming back from Ferguti. Adam S has to clutch a 1v3, and he gets the first.
It's got a health, though, and Nex is locking this in. Really good position here. Can hear Adam S directly. Adam S, I think he's going to expect a guy here, and he pre-fires him. Oh, no. And now this makes it really difficult for Maxcore, because not only do you not know where Adam S has gone, but you've got an AWP. You miss one shot, is basically the equivalent of Adam S having 100 health.
That's a really good point. And also, he doesn't know where Adam S is going to go. He's trying to see, okay, maybe he went mid, maybe he went T-spawn. Adam S is using all that clock, right? Because all that action happened in the first 30 seconds of the round, because 9Z went for the quick push. So that's to the advantage of a clutching player on T's side if they end up in a situation like this, because they got all that time to work with to make the CT second guess themselves.
What's scary is all the damage came through the smoke as well. So you don't actually know that he's been tagged up whatsoever. Maxcore back on the angle. That's that missed shot that we're talking about. And of course, he might drop the nade in, but he's just going to keep re-peeking and re-peeking and re-peeking. Unscared, unbothered. Maxcore's in his own lane, and Dusty Roots are able to get that second round, but it is very, very touch and go.
I'm surprised Adam S doesn't just throw the Molotov, take cover, and wait for the Molotov to actually connect before he goes for that play towards the site, because he probably would have had the advantage, especially up against the op. Either way, it is a good shot in the end, and a good idea from Maxcore to re-peek not once but twice. And a second round on the board for Dusty Roots as a result. But 9Z, their economy has stabilized nicely. On the other side, it's still not the case at all, because it did come down to only Maxcore. Molotov at his feet, burns down to 30 HP, decides to fall off after throwing the nade, and he'll go back and retreat towards the A site. Lots of emphasis towards A in the early round here for Dusty Roots. Now shifting to mid.
We're getting this boost again, first time since the pistol. But for 9Z, we've got more of a default spreads. They're just dropping all their util. They're taking up the tunnels. Now we're in mids. Now we're going to go into short. Drop a couple of pieces of util. The mid to B smoke might come in, but it might just be the disguise of commitment. 9Z can take this anywhere. That's the point. They're just hoping for this reaction explicitly. Molly now dropped in for Guity. Look at the rest of the utility here for Dusty Roots. They've got nades. Sure, Tommy Joe's got an incendiary, but he's on the boost. That doesn't matter. And they've got, what, 1 smoke for the rest of the round? That's tough.
Here comes the mid to B smokes. In fact, smoke thrown for CT and 1 thrown for double doors B. So they're trying to get into mid without really having to engage with the B or CT players. Should there even be a B player outside? There isn't. They do send 1 towards, 3 towards Cat. In fact, this is an interesting play coming through 9Z. Maxcore ends up getting a couple, though. He's trying to keep hope alive for his squad by getting another frag here, which will give him the 4v2 edge. And there it is. Maxcore doing work. They just can't isolate him.
Well, now they will. But I don't think you're going to be ready for Tommy Jet. He starts making noise, which will surely put these players on alert. They need to get this kill, and it is given to them. But keep your eye on short. Because, look, Adam S and Max didn't. And immediately, you've got this kill. You've got Nex that is able to get that backstab in from short. And unfortunately for 9Z, I don't know what it is, but whenever I it could just be me, but whenever I see this left-hand smoke go towards mid, as well as the right-hand side, the teams never go middle. They always go short. I don't know if that's just a set strat sort of round, or if that's just a me always maybe thinking subconsciously, oh, this team's going short. But I genuinely never see teams go mid after they throw that left-hand side smoke.
It surprises me, though, that they didn't go mid in that situation. And also surprised me that you noticed a trend where players are going short instead of going towards mid with that type of setup, because you've got all that space to be gained. You've got so much possibility to really pincer in towards that B site and make life difficult for the B players, but they don't. And if they had visibility on the minimap like we do, they would have definitely gone B, because there's only one player there. And that was next. Either way, Dusty Roots going to get tagged early on here. Martinez on to next again, who's probably frustrated with the fact that he's below half health almost every single round. Not even seeing an engagement for that point. Incendiary flies through here towards Cat. Not going to fuss Max too much. And it is still a buy up here for 9Z.
Yeah, you're so right, actually. This guy just can't catch a break. Like, he's just always being legged by Martinez. Another break. They keep doing this, Dusty Roost. As soon as you smoke off this close corner in towards short, there's always going to be HE. And they get the read right again. Look at this, 3 players on this B bomb site. Adam S coming up through middle. He's not going to expect this many players on the bomb site, because he'll get the first. He'll anticipate a second, but not the one towards car. But at least that's the info given over, but it doesn't matter, because everyone is falling.
How do you expect a double car setup? Like, I mean, that's just unbelievable that Dusty Roots made the right gamble again, this time towards the B site. I don't know. 4th round going to be picked up. 9Z looking a little bit lost, like they want to keep doing the same thing. They tried to drop that into CT again. That didn't work at all. MaxCore connecting onto that shot. Then they try to go into mid to B, but for whatever reason, Dusty Roots, maybe because of the way the util fell, or a matter of information that was gained on their side, they get the adaptation right and they go to the B site and they drop that bomb to the ground, and once that happens, the round is over.
I think it's a smart little call from Dusty Roots, because if you think about it, 9Z, they've gone short, they've gone and faked mid to go short. Every single time, Dusty Roots have had 3 players there. And you've seen that so continuously if you're 9Z. So it's like, okay, well, in 3 separate instances, 9Z have seen 3 CTs dedicated towards this A bomb site, and you are getting the leg on the B player. I think the leg is really playing a part into this as well for Dusty Roots, because like, okay, they've seen us. We've also legged in towards mid. Let's just gamble 3B here and just take that risk. And it just works perfectly. And you can use next as this low HP just to be that bait, and it just sows that extra seed of doubt, because that's the confirmed player you've got damage on. Oh, okay, there has to be at least one more. And then there's the second one. The crossfire's immaculate.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was Tommy Jed doing the work there for a couple from Carr. And now we have round number 10 after what was a fairly strong start for 9Z. Dusty Roots making a case of it here on Dust 2, and another tag from Martinez. This time it's RZK is going to be limping towards the B site with only 8 HP.
That one you don't know about if you're 9Z. Right. You're no clue if you've actually tagged someone through the wall. I feel like the thing is, mid to B was so open last rounds that I feel like 9Z are going to run it back again. They might dribble some utility into wood short, but they haven't really got utility to do that. So it would not surprise me if they go mid to B, because up until the point in which they receive contact on the site, there was nothing. There was no indication that 9Z were there. They could have contact walked all the way up mid to B for all we knew, and Dusty Roots would have been none the wiser.
No commitment yet from 9Z, and they only have that one big piece, which is the AWP in Martinez's hands. Other than that, it's just the pistols. They're trying to wait out the util here. Hope that Dusty Roots burn as much away as possible. And there's the incendiary toss. A little bit of noise made by Martinez. So that might be a hint to the Dusty Roots as to the direction 9Z are going, and it doesn't feel like 9Z are going to back off of this. This is the execute they're going to go for, trying to get up Cat, and the bodies are here once more. There is no one on the site proper, though, so if they're able to deal with MaxCore, then maybe, just maybe, there's a bomb plant and a chance at a round.
you know, put a lot of a heavy emphasis on this long lurk as well. Tommy Jed comes in to help out Max Core. Does he see any of them? Yeah, he does. He sees a lot of them cross. Max Core's able to find one. Martinez needs to find these trades, and Max Core is just hitting people through boxes now. Martinez cannot trade, but at least the bomb potentially can be planted by Max. And Hueso Peak is now out long. It's starting to get a little bit dicey now here, because Max has also found one on the bomb site. Orb scooped up. 2 versus 2, and one player is incredibly low.
How is it the Deagle's doing all the work there? And now Hueso Peak picks up the op, gets one more. He's going to have to get the last as well as next. Is trying to get that defusal. He knows it's not planted for him, and there's that defusal coming through. Yes, it did. I wasn't sure for a second if he pulled off of it. And next does get the defusal.
I mean, what else can you do there if you're next?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're out long, cool. I'll just defuse. The bomb is not planted for you whatsoever. I mean, Hueso Peak, he has bought so much time for Martinez to land 1 kill. 1 kill, bro, 1 shot. That's it. That's all he needed to land in that entire round, and it gets infinitely easier. Instead, he missed everything. And Hueso Peak has just made magic happen when it really shouldn't have. You liken Dusty Roots' chances in the rounds. 9Z then get a miracle moment with Hueso Peak, and it's like, okay, they should win, and then they don't. And it's a shame, but it's cool for Dusty Roots, because I was flaming them pretty hard in pre-game. I think that's fair to say. And now they're 5-5, and they recovered from, what, 4-0 down, 3-0 down in this game?
They really have. We'll see if they can keep it up, because that last round, despite it being a victory, it was a little bit sloppy, and 9Z did a lot of work with the Deagles. And that saved AWP. Martinez does have the op back. A lot of missed shots for him. Surprised he didn't get a single frag in that round, because the opportunities were presented to him at the beginning, right before that bomb was planted. And now you have another heavy emphasis from 9Z towards mid. Ooh, and there's 2 players cat. There are the nades. The util comes in. Dusty Rich chased off of the cap position. So 9Z have a little bit of breathing room, but I don't know how long that's going to last. They're trying to take the fight towards 1. That's for Goody on Cat, and it's back and forth we go. What happened to Max? Was he dropping down?
No, he burnt in the molly, his own molly. And now Lucan has just somehow hit max score. And Martinez has got all the space in CT, but it's being held by Tommy Jet on that double AWP. So now Lucan has to try and clutch. We'll put a smoke down on default. We'll look over the top, and that spam will at least confirm to everyone it's a fake plant on the commitment. He wants to do it even more, and he's actually been able to find Tommy Jed. Where on earth is this player? He's in short, and Lucan just destroys him. Fair enough, mate. That is one way to win a round.
Holy moly, Lucan in the 1v2 fakes the plant not once but twice, and it works beautifully, in fact, because the player from CT was coming around, just tried to wide swing it. Lucan gets that first one and then catches the cat player off guard as well. That was absolutely gorgeous from him. Individual effort, a 4K on the round, and after that we got a tech timeout called here. I'm not sure what the issue might be. Either way, 9Z, that might be their first round in the last 5. Maybe at least 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4 or 5. Definitely feels like it. And you had that near win experience last round, and this time it actually is a conversion. But again, it comes from heroics. This isn't 9Z doing anything particularly special, tactical wise. I think the biggest contrast you can make is, like, yesterday we were watching Vitality versus Mongols, and now we're watching this. And there's such a difference in the level, obviously, but it's upsetting to see 9Z where they're at right now, because they're such a good team. They prove it with these rounds here, and now we're struggling. Now we're really struggling, because will they go over the line in this series? I think so. But isn't that wild how one half has made me gone from, yeah, absolutely, to I think so. I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, Dusty Roots can do that to you, honestly. Sometimes they come out with these halves and you're like, whoa, we need to believe a little bit more. And, well, it's in 9Z's court now. They've got the lead back in their hands heading into this final round of play. The problem for Dusty Roots in this round is because of the damage 9Z did in the previous two, in particular the one they didn't win but managed to get four frags, is that there's no money left, right? And then Dusty Roots are just going to have to settle for a Scout and a FAMAS as their strongest weapons. Outside of that, it's a 5-7 and 2 Deagles. Martinez waiting, posted up here in the upper tunnels, hoping that someone is unwise enough to peer through and try to challenge him. This is just going to go B. Yeah, they're just going contact B. Here we go. RZK gets 2 immediately. This is a mistake. What's happening? RZK with a 3K and then MaxCore. The headshot onto Anubis that couldn't have gone worse for 9Z.
As soon as you see the two guys there
God.
on B, in that setup, that close, that there's always going to be a third one on the box. The fact that Martinez feels like he needs to be the hero and go around the corner and get the kill, like, you're gonna get swung on, mate. Like that is just the way it's happening. That is a ridiculous round out of RZK. And now for Dusty Roots, you're happy because look, you were not on track at the start of this game. You got back on track in the middle of the half. You didn't get E-code. You did lose to Lucan in the 1v4, but it's fine because you've equalized in this round. In a round in which, to be honest, you really shouldn't have. But you were given a gift. You're going to take it and run with it. Now you go on the T side. Dusty Roots can control the tempo of this half. It's up to 9Z to be able to respond pretty instantaneously. And I'll be honest with you, they need the pistol. They need to just carry on, because if they don't get momentum early, I think Dusty Roots can run away with this now.
Oh, yeah. No, I kind of agree. That was rough at the end. I'm just surprised with 9Z with how good they are on Dusty. Maybe this is perhaps a little bit of the rust, not playing that many officials over the last few weeks. But to go to B that quickly, like, literally just rush B in a couple of rounds without really much around it, and util not there either, just trying to play contact, is surprising. They got wiped off the face of the map in a round where, let's not forget, it was 3 pistols, a Scout, and a FAMAS. Dusty Roots hold them to 0 frags. No one got one for 9Z. Anyway, let's see if they can reset themselves here. Heading into the second half, Lucan, headshot onto Tommy Jed, and then Huasu peek a little bit of fortune as he connects through the smoke onto next. 5v3.
Yeah, and now Lucan's just looking to close the gap even more. Remember, he was the one in top middle, but Hueso Peak is just spinning. This is getting a little bit spicy, but Martinez has got the dualies, and he should know that RZK's walked through the smoke at this point. Up and over, he sees him. They should just swing together. Easy collection of a kill. Great round from Hueso Peak. 9Z will get that pistol, but it is back-to-back pistols that they've won in this game, and they're only winning by 1 round. The gun rounds has really been where 9Z have been lacking, which is, yeah, what happens when you don't play an official for 7 weeks.
Yep. I mean, also, I want to highlight RZK, right? In 13 maps that he's played with this roster, he's sitting at a 1.13 rating and right behind MaxCore at 1.18. And I believe that if you're just looking at the pure numbers, he might even be more of a player to watch than MaxCore right now.
And where did he come from? The Champions League.
Hey! Maybe should have put a little more respect on the name, huh? Brandon?
Well, no, because he's not there now. So.
Oh my god.
I will always find a way to win.
Truly.
Even when I'm
14th
wrong.
round. What's that?
It's even when I'm wrong.
Well, you gotta hold true to your roots, right? You have to stay strong on your opinions, I suppose. MaxCore staying strong on the Scout. Headshot onto Martinez, but Huaso Peak with 3 back. And while 9Z will allow a bomb plant here, the round will be theirs.
How did he... How did he get those kills? It looked like the first one, I was like, okay, definitely. It's the meme where it's like first shots 1 to 5, definitely missed, or whatever it is. But no, the first one looked dead on, and then the second and third one, it just looked like he was sprayed at the smoke, and he just gets instant headshots. It's only against an eco. The fact that they're able to get the bomb down in that situation for Dusty Roots is so good. Like, it's so good for their money, because it just means you can force back into it. MaxCore's going to be struggling just a little bit, so I have to go onto a Scout again, because that's what he invested in. But for 9Z, you've overcome that hurdle with limited casualties. It's good that Hueso Peak is now up to 18 kills, but I need someone else to step up with him. Someone else has got to start carrying with Mr. Hueso.
Yeah, Hueso Peak is doing. Lucan was good too, right? That clutch that he pulled
True.
off, the
Yeah,
1v2, the 4K. So I mean, there's some stuff happening. It's just very isolated aside from Hueso Peak, who's been the most consistent piece. And we'll see here if they can continue to fend off the Dusty Roots. Are going to be coming at them with the AKs, as you mentioned, off that bomb plant. I think MaxCore certainly can acquit himself well with the scout, so I don't think that is necessarily a weakness. And it also depends on their approach. It looks like they won't get that much out of a scout with a mid-to-B approach in this case, but we'll see. He's watching upper tunnels. Good smoke. A lot on Adames's shoulders in this round.
Oh, but that's a really good start because Lucan's dealt with middle, and now he can help out Adames, who's just commed over that they're flashing. He just lives. And there we go. Lucan takes the contact. Adames can swing from backside, and he even gets the flash assist support. Really well played. However, MaxCore's dealt with Adames. Fragility's also found Lucan. You know where both of these players last were 5 seconds ago. So you should be able to do a Fragility pretty easily. And now MaxCore's on 2 HP, trying to catch and clutch the 1v3. It's not happening, my friend, unless they line up, unless you get super duper lucky. Now, Molly will buy some valuable time, but there's a kit on Martinez. There's going to be a swing that comes immediately out of 9Z. And the shots miss, unfortunately, for MaxCore. Nice try, but 9Z will hit 9.
I mean, still gets the bomb plan at the very least, but yeah, just NT, unfortunately for them, it's going to be a lighter buy into this round, unless they decide to go for a force-up again, which I don't think would be wise, because there were 3 survivors there on the 9Z side, or at least 2, I think it was 3. Anyway, doesn't matter. My short-term memory is failing me. 16th round of play. And 9Z are flirting with double digits. It will indeed be a half buy for the Dusty Roots. They want to get a healthy buy up in the next round. MaxCore with the scout. Could connect one here. And doesn't.
MaxCore has gone, okay, we didn't win the pistol round. I'm going to buy a scout. Then I'm going to buy a scout. And, I'm going to buy a scout. Oh, dear. That's not the nature you'd hope for. But he's got 1 kill in that investment. And that is what? More than an AWP in terms of finances. So the rate of return isn't amazing here for Mr. MaxCore. But Tommy just scooped up, so maybe he can have a hero moment. What's nice is that 9Z have been able just to have a comfortable run-in this second half. But they were looking really good in that first half, and they completely changed face. Let's see if Dusty Roots are going to give them a challenge. Whether the CT side just feels a lot better for this team.
Lucan's in a good spot to punish Adames supporting him, but with Adames walking away, now it is all up to Lucan, so he's going to have to hit his shots. Gets the first, gets the second, and he's all good. Lucan's stepping up here in this second half. 14 frags on the board. Next in for Goody, the last 2 standing, and they're both going in to this B site. Adames should have an easy time of it, unless he gets hit by a crazy deagle shot. Ooh, nice flashbang at the very least. But indeed, it is easy peasy lemon squeezy for Adames. 9Z get a 10th.
Can they do it? Can they go 13-6? Or are Dusty Roots going to have an answer back here on this T side? MaxCore will finally have this AWP, but he's also going to peek straight into Martinez. It's one of these whack-a-mole games in towards middle, and no one sees anything. In fact, MaxCore was holding for lower, and no one crossed there. So at least that's info here for Dusty Roots.
Yeah, I feel like in the majority of the rounds that Dusty Roots won, it was MaxCore coming in big with the AWP. So this could be the key to them coming up with another round victory, but that is just ridiculous aggression from 9Z. A flashbang thrown for Goody, can't see anything. And then they charge through the smoke and take care of him. So well done for 9Z. They gain the long control. They know they only have to keep 1 player there now, and they maybe can put more emphasis towards mid, which is exactly what they're doing. Dusty Roots, they're going to fall into the trap. There's a smoke that comes out. Yeah.
They both smoked at the same time. Again, though, that's info at least for Dusty Roots. Okay, they used 2 smokes here in towards middle. That means that Max might be playing on this little headshot angle. He moves back in towards mid to support Lucan. LMS still remains on B. So there is this prominent gap here in towards short, and Martinez has to try and cover all of it. There is a slight gap here. It is so tiny to try and get a kill, and he falls off the line, but he definitely saw the head. Flashback, he has to play retake.
Yeah, that's a nice little execute by Dusty Roots. I'm not sure if the second smoke went exactly where they wanted it. Perhaps they're just trying to block off the cap boost. In fact, now that I think about it, that was probably the case. And it works pretty well. Dusty Roots still in a man disadvantage scenario, but that changed it with MaxCore connecting on the AWP on Lucan. Immediately traded. There is another player who maybe won't be expected by 9Z. We'll see. He is not. Tommy Shed gets one, but the trades continue to be strong here for 9Z. RZK, the last one standing in a 1v2. Martinez up close and personal, connects, and that'll be an 11th for 9Z.
Finally, look, you spoke about the impact that MaxCore has, especially in that CT side. We finally get a little bit out of Martinez. And to be honest, I love the way he plays it because his scaling in towards long, look, he's a known entity in that situation. Could have reaggressed, could have kept swinging. And the Martinez in the first half was doing that. But instead, he waits for his teammate. They go together. They deliberately create these little 2v1s. They make it so interesting. And when Martinez is required to hit a shot on a player that wide swings out of the bomb site, he does. This time, he does pass that test. And the gun round will go the way of 9Z. And finally, it feels like we're getting a little bit of strength, a little bit of stabilization, a little bit of intent. MaxCore will find Max, but keep an eye on Martinez because he's in lower.
Yeah, this is actually wild for Martinez to be in lower with the op right now. Won't be expected at all by Dusty Roots. And I think the problem is once you get that first frag, retreating becomes a little bit of a challenge. So he does have that player posted up top mid, so that'll help him out. And in the end, he decides to go in towards mid. This is early mid aggression by 9Z, and they keep going. Martinez connects for one, then the second. Lucan waiting here with the rifle, and Martinez also spotted a player lower. So much information and map control gain for 9Z.
I love the way he's playing it because, yeah, he baits Lucan in perfectly because he drops an incendiary up top. Lucan's now whiffing a little bit, but he's able to still get a kill, and Hueso Peak will swing in from long. Really clever incendiary thrown by Martinez because he dumps it in top middle, and then he goes back towards lower. They're screaming, guys, he's in mid. You can come and fight him, and it baits it perfectly in towards Lucan. Fantastic round again out of Martinez. Finally, he's showing some impact.
That's what we expect to see from him, of course, in that duel with MaxCore. We're highlighted in the head-to-head, and I would argue MaxCore right now winning the head-to-head, at least in that first half, and maybe a little bit in this second half, but overall Martinez has had the better way of things here on the CT side. 6 rounds required for Dusty Roots in a row just to push overtime. 9Z, sitting pretty.
Yeah, look, I think MaxCore's been the more consistent AWPer, but Martinez has made his impact invaluable. Because if it isn't for that retake, if it isn't from rounds like this, suddenly you're looking at 10-8, and you're looking at the money being broken. So important.
Oh.
And he continues. I couldn't even see him. I couldn't even see him when I'm spectating. That is ridiculous.
I did not see him at all. That's a crazy shot. Anubis and Lucan doing work here towards the B site. Lucan's burning down, but it doesn't matter because Max is going to get that frag on for Goody. MaxCore's gone as well. 13-6 for 9Z. A clean sweep on their DT side.
Yeah, fair. Look, we came into this saying, Dusty Roots, 6-6, rebounded back into this game. If they're able to get the pistol, if they're able to start strong on some of these gun rounds, then maybe we could definitely have this conversation. At 9Z, they take both pistols in the game. Martinez just decides to turn on his monitor in the second half. And from there, it is just plain sailing. Like, it's so good out of 9Z. Like, it's so much better than we expected, considering how that first half went.
Exactly. And I think just maybe that first half shaking off the rust, perhaps, of not playing many officials, right? And the second half, like, okay, we're good to go. And it looked so much better. It looked so much more composed. Just the spacing, the way they were taking their fights, even when they were going for aggression, it didn't look as, I would say, decomposed as it was on the T side, right? They were very sparsely placed in some instances. You saw a player pushing on to nothingness, and it didn't feel like the cohesion was there. CT side, completely different story. And honestly, if they continue that onto Inferno, then I don't know how Dusty Roots are going to come out with a win here.
It's interesting because the T side felt a lot more default centric into not really innovating anything. On the CT side, we've got so much more variety at the tempo of the rounds. We've got Martinez being a lot more dynamic because, of course, you can control the tempo a little bit easier on the CT side of D2. But you had this aggressive long fight with the deliberate set play of Flashbang going over and then the pre-fire on towards Blue Bin on the reverse side of it, which I thought was really interesting. Yeah. So the fact that you've got new ideas there is good news, but it's worrying. Again, I will comment on it. It's been nearly 8 weeks, and it looks like you've only been working on one half of your game. You can't do that. And I'm sure that isn't the case, but that's what it looked like on the extremely small sample size of Dust 2, right?
Yeah, and when you go on your T side of Inferno, you need to be way more creative. I mean, Inferno is a map where strategies become very integral when you're going on that attacking side. Fakes and everything become much more prevalent. We'll see if they're more prepared for their T side, guys. But before then, a quick break.
I'm happy like a child. Getting closer, my I'm torn apart.
Eventually, everything must fade.
All right, we're back here, ready for map number 2 between 9Z and Dusty Roots. 9Z started off a little rusty on map number 1, but they looked great heading into that second half, did not lose a single round, and now they get to start on CT side, so we won't get to see their T side just yet, and the CT side was the one that was stronger, Brandon, of course.
Yeah, their CT side was rock solid. In fact, yet to lose a round on it. That could change now with Max Core finding this, but look at this split. Max has just swung. Martinez was thinking about it and has now backed out. And for Dusty Roots, they've got to be on notice here that they should have seen a lot of aggressive pieces moving forward.
9Z are trying to get a read here. It looks like they're trying to stack a site and figure out where Dusty Roots are going. Looks like they're wrong right now because they're going B. Dusty Roots are just waiting, biding their time for exactly this type of scenario to arise. This is not going to be great for 9Z if Dusty Roots go A.
Yeah, and Toby Jed's even selling it further. He's just cleared up to sandbags. So he's just going to walk away. He knows he's got the smoke out of them on B as well.
Oh my God, it's so
it's going to be
good.
pretty damning. Yeah, this is awful. They're going to walk out into a free A bomb site. And if you're 9Z, because it's Inferno, do you just save? Do you just save your Kevlar?
I think so.
Oh,
I think
no, you
so.
don't.
Well,
He's
Max
off.
doesn't have any, right? So he can just go
true.
fight.
Here, off you go.
And the rest will save the armor. They're literally setting him by himself. Like, go, fight, win.
I really am enjoying the different perspectives we're getting of the 9Z boot camp because you've got Max, who's got just so much room on his desk, and then it will cut to Hueso Peak, and he's just working with nothing. He's got like little T-Rex arms. In a minute, it's actually hilarious the disparity of like desk space they've got, and obviously it's because it's setups and whatnot. Like I love watching the player cams for that reason, just to look at different player setups and how they work. I'll get my little bit in now. Look, Mezzi won the major, and he walked on right click. So.
Oh my God. That is so weird, honestly, to me. But anyway, I think it just could be Max that has seniority. He's been there for 5 years, right? So he's got more desk space. No, I don't. Obviously not. But
Right, keep your eye out for
I really want to
Hueso
see it.
Peak.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
I'm pretty sure it's just how he plays, right? But it's funny, like the contrast. When we get it.
Everyone else looks fairly comfortable from what I've seen, so I'm very curious to see his perspective once we get to it.
Like, Martinez even got another monitor. He's chilling.
Yeah, he's got 2. Ready to go.
Yeah, oh, this is tormenting me now. I don't care about the round anymore. I just want to
Yeah,
watch Hueso Peak.
Where is Hueso Peak? He's on the A side. Okay. Well, it looks like it's going to go B here, and that's why we've got to keep that emphasis here for now. That being said, a couple players have worked their way into the apartments for the Dusty Roots. Yeah. Hueso Peak. Maybe. They don't want to give it to us.
Bro, this is such a tease. Max is doing a good job at pretending there's so many players here. He's splashing in the water. He's throwing the smoke in from CT. It's almost too good. It's almost like you know it's a fake. So they're just going to go straight back. That's the wrong guy. That's the wrong one. Let's see. He's just on balcony. He's going to see no one. But Martinez will. Great shot onto RZK. Flashbang immaculate. And he can't get the kill.
I feel like Martinez should have had that one. The flashbang was, like
Max
you
has left
said,
B.
perfect. Oh, what? Oh! Max doesn't realize he's bumping into next. And 4v3 for Dusty Roots, meaning because Max leaves B, as you were alluding to, it's completely empty. And it will be a save here on the 9Z side.
Spectate Hueso Peak now. Please.
The observer does not want us to go to Hueso Peak.
Bro, it's like... It's actually so funny, man. I spoke
The
about it
whole round.
for like 2 minutes, and we just don't get it. This is because the observer's looking at all the player cams, as Hueso Peak's just moving his setup, just making it a little bit wider.
It's crazy because we saw every other player in this round except for him.
I know.
He's posted in those apartments. That being said, I mean, good start for Dusty Roots, 2-0 in their favor. They're getting good reads. The fakes have been good, even though there was that attempted fake by Max towards B. They threw the smokes into the A site, one for Moto and one for Arch, and did send a couple of players up there, which might have helped sell it a bit further, right? And forced Max to come, Max felt forced to go back towards the A site, and it ended up going B in the end. So well done for Dusty Roots. Got to give them credit there.
For sure. Can't believe that Next didn't die to Martinez or Max though. Like that's actually just quite ridiculous that none of them were able to get the kill. There he is.
I didn't see it.
Oh no. It's so tiny in comparison to everyone else's. Your smoke off, top bracket. Oh, and that means that Martinez gets a nade. That's like a homing missile on his noggin. That's horrible.
That went right in his mouth. Just exploded.
Got no teeth.
Yeah, exactly. Pressure onto the B side again this time, but there are 3 players here. Dusty Roots go in this direction. They could be in trouble, and that might be enough to fend them off. Lucan spamming with the FAMAS, and they don't want anything to do with it. Huaso Peak! Yeah, I see what you mean now.
Yeah, right?
It's like just squeezed in there.
Are they? Oh, they're doing the same round, but they're committing to long this time. So this is new. The smoke on library. Flashbang needs to come forward, doesn't come in. So Lucan wants to play late. He needs to wait for contact, but also at the same time, he needs to try and help out Huaso Peak. Huaso Peak has only lived for one. And suddenly Max and Anubis have got a USP and an MP9. This is not happening.
Yeah, it was a half-buy round, and I mean, lots of damage done to Next and Forguity. In fact, the fact that they live is crazy in itself. Very tightly contested for 9Z on a lighter buy. And I think they just want to try and do some economic damage at this point. They don't have much to lose, just a USP and an MP9. Maybe the armor for Anubis, you could argue. But he doesn't seem too concerned about it. And Max, these are 2 very easy players to frag, and he misses all the shots. No, Max, he's going to kick himself if he watches the demo after this.
The open console. Just insta. Just ready to type disconnect. Unlucky. But look, as you say, it's a half buy. He's on a USP. Yeah. Ultimately, it doesn't matter at all. What's good is that you saved enough money to get Martinez on the AWP. Where was Martinez doing his best work on the AWP? CT side. So hopefully we get some impact out of him because he was slow to start on D2, warmed into things. Max score is only 1-0, hasn't had a chance to warm into things. We get an AWP head-to-head very early here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, Inferno is a little bit more difficult to run the AWP on, I would say, than Dusty. In fact, a lot more difficult because there aren't as many long-range engagements, right? So we'll see what Martinez can do. Certainly on the CT side, you have a better opportunity because mid is available to you and banana. But when you're coming up with the AWP on T side, it's pretty much just, the early fight in mid and banana. And then afterwards, it's not really much use unless you get a strong post plant set up. Anyway, 9Z. Oh, there it is. Max core on banana does activate the AWP early. Max has gone 5v4.
They're not looking to accelerate off this, though. They actually thought about dropping utility and think better of it. Because you've got advanced spacing towards boiler here for Dusty Roots, it makes you feel enticed to go into things. Molly doesn't spread on Martinez, and Anubis is tucked in this corner. They threw a nade here before. This time it is just Huaso Peak boosted up. Flashbang is brilliant. You still don't know about this MP9 in the corner. Anubis will swing and confirm, guys, it is B. Let's move.
There is a lurk left behind and next, so he could catch the players rotating towards mid if they overlook him. He's making a lot of noise, though. He has to be right now. Lucan, flashbang toss, there goes next, spotted out by Martinez. Lucan's alone, he's throwing a lot of util to try and keep himself alive and wait for reinforcements, but he eventually falls. That said, the damage is done on the periphery. It's all down to Forguity, who has to recover the bomb and probably get a frag before planting. Misses the shots, but so does 9Z. No one can connect here, it seems. There's 2 ops down banana, and it ends up being the M4 of Huaso Peak, which will end the round and 9Z get there first. That was a little messy.
That looks so awkward at the end there because Animus
Yeah.
kills Maxcore, who's only got an AWP. So he's like, oh, an upgrade, and it's another sniper. But what's really cool here is that Animus hears the player in underground, and he lets Martinez kill him from top middle. And that way, you've got no idea, if you're Dusty Roots, that Animus is that far progressed down top mid. So that's why he's able to have this element of surprise on Max Core. So a really nice little micro play, but it's just allowing the AWP to get kill, which gives misinformation down the line to Dusty Roots to guarantee the round for 9Z, which is really nice to see they got that little embedment of communication there.
Definitely. That's a really good little detail you've spotted out there. As it will be a 5th round coming through after we sort things out. A technical timeout called. Adam S. has not purchased it, neither has Max. I wonder if it's related to that. But either way, it ends very quickly, so we don't have to speculate any further. Tactical pause by 9Z to talk things over now.
He's got no room on his desk. He's got his PC taking up all of it. That is good. That's good PC etiquette, though, guys. If you have got your computer on the floor, like on the carpet, lift it up, elevate it.
Yes.
'Cause it's only gonna get dust and roots all in it. And I know that from experience. So I now have got my computer elevated on a little desk, and I still need to hoover it. So probably the sentiment isn't fully there, but you know, it's up now.
It helps with airflow, I think, most
Yes.
importantly, right?
Yeah.
So if it's on the carpet, then the airflow is a little more limited, and it makes the computer get hotter, which decreases the lifespan of the parts. So definitely,
That's
get off the carpet if
that's
you
the
can.
correct thing that I was trying to say. You also
alright.
get dust in it.
You got the Dusty Roots part in, though, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Martinez going to get the opening frag here onto Ferguti. And that is a good one to spot out for the Opera here of 9Z, who's starting to heat up with that AWP. Lucan, follow-up, easy. AK's really not threatening at all. I'm surprised Dusty Roots continue the approach here. Jumping over that half wall, a little bit risky. Martinez can't get the flick. They try it again. Misses the flick again, but that would have been a ridiculous shot if he hit it. Anyway, Lucan gets one before he's traded out, and Martinez right there to get his second on the round, leaving only Max Core standing alone and isolated towards bottom banana.
It's going to be a bit of a stupid statement, but it's one that I'm going to make anyway, so often as I do when I commentate. The way when I watch Martinez play Counter-Strike, he is such an unconventional AWPer, because I think Inferno CT is something that he's going to actually thrive on a lot more than Dust 2, because he loves these little close quarter angles where he always can just swing, shoot, fall back, swing, shoot, fall back, like so continuously, but up close. It's weird. When I watch him play, these small to mid ranges are what he thrives in. Martinez, he always will remind me, I'll always be reminded of his nuke pushes on ramp on his time in Movistar, and when he played Vertigo A ramp to gap, bang, instantly, like gap to like ramp on Vertigo. So consistent he was on that angle, and it's those ranges that are more prevalent here on Inferno. And I actually think he's going to have a better game on Inferno than he will Dust 2. We'll test the hypothesis, and I'm not sure what I'm going to name the experiment yet, but that's just what I get when I see it.
I don't think you're wrong at all, as well. This round's over. Just a complete shutdown towards Banana by Lucan and Max. But yeah, no, he definitely looked very comfortable in those close range engagements, was not shying away from pushing in towards lower, which is a risky play for an Opera that isn't comfortable with the close range angles. And you see him be very dynamic. He was all over the map on Dust 2, and certainly you need to be more comfortable in those engagements on Inferno, like you were saying, just because it's a lot of more close range engagements. And you've already seen him, you know, right there in that previous round with a couple of nice ones. So now, Martinez, despite that, will be posted up towards mid. Throws the nade, does a lot of damage with it, and then the follow-up for Goody's dead. 4 nades connect on him. No chance to even start here in this round for him.
I'll be so sad.
Yeah.
And Tommy just walks out of that on 70 HP, and Viguti's just taken all of it. It's like a magnet to the shrapnel. Here's Martinez, different angle, gun spotted, missed shot, but of course, he's going to swing in and take this fight. Look at him go!
Jesus.
Oh, he's like a moth to a flame. Such a quick peek, and it doesn't work. And that's the duality of Martinez at... Oh dear. Can Hueso peek trade? They won't know he's in pit because of that molly. And Tommy Jed's in
That's a good
library.
catch. Also, Peak needs to be big here, and he's not going to be. Only one. Max does get the trade back, so it is a 2v2, but this A site has been taken by Dusty Roots. The smoke will secure it. Now they get a plant in. Only one piece of util left here for Dusty Roots. You got two on the side of 9Z, and I think Lucan, best idea here for him would probably be to dunk the Molotov, or the incendiary I should say, in towards the back of site to clear out one angle, which just erases the possibility of needing to clear it, because there's so many places you have to check as you're coming on this retake. Luckily for them, it is even numbers, so it simplifies things a little bit, but it's still tough. And yeah, Max, we're getting that first, secures it. That'll do it. Dusty Roots will find the fourth.
Yeah, don't hate the molly on towards top graveyard there, because the reason why you've thrown that smoke is to almost entice the pit player to go up to graveyard. So I like the idea. It's a shame that the guy that's got the kit is the one on half HP, because if it's the other way around, you know that Max is going to be trying to generate a lot more space for Lucan. And unfortunately, it's just the way it pans out. But great round out of Dusty Roots. The fact that Tommy Jed's in library, of all places, is a really unexpected one, because we're so tunnel visioned in on what Hueso Peak is doing in pit, and it doesn't matter because that half of the bomb site has just been gutted open by Dusty Roots. So a really nice response from them. And it's cool to see them immediately bounce back after, I wouldn't say a drought of rounds, but momentum potentially shifting the other direction.
Yeah, they're showing what they've got here on Inferno, which is pretty nice, at least in the first 7 rounds. Look at that util dump from 9Z. Doesn't connect for any damage until the tail end, but there's a tag onto Max. He's down to 10 HP, so he'll probably have to retreat here. Doesn't want to over-engage and lose his life. Lucan continues to want information, waiting for that smoke to fade, or trying to see if anyone's going to push through it. No one is, and eventually, can't overstay your welcome here on top Banana, and then they will fade off a little bit, leaving only one player there. Could take more aggressive posturing, potentially, if you're that Banana player pushing down, but they won't.
Yeah, they won't,
Martinez.
because Martinez will do it all for you, right?
That's what I was going to say, yeah. I thought it was Martinez for a moment. I wasn't sure.
Nah,
I
if
could
it
see
was
him over the
Martinez,
off,
it'd be in the smoke.
Yeah.
Good news for 9Z is that Lucan's done enough, and he's used his block smoke to the point where Dusty Roots feel committed to go for this apps pop. This smoke might change plans, because they've now retaken a little bit of Banana. You can still vacate. In fact, oh my gosh, RZK is in the smoke with Max.
RZK's down.
Oh, no way. Wait, hang on
No
a
way.
second.
No way.
This play is ridiculous. Does Fragurity know he's here? Yeah, he does now. He identifies the bomb. And the bomb site was being overrun on B by Dusty Roots. The fake works perfectly. And they're just in the site.
That's actually a really, really smart play from Fragurity. You got to give him a lot of credit. He does lose his head here. Hueso Peak coming out, trying to get into the site before the rest of his team arrives. He does get traded immediately by RZK, and I think that's going to do it. Yeah, 9Z don't see a path back into this round, and it will be a save once more. 5-3 for Dusty Roots. But I really want to highlight Fragurity again in those apartments when you realize you're not moving forward and you get that awareness, like, oh, someone could be in the smoke. Going forward is the worst thing you can do. Falling back and seeing what's going to happen is a very strong decision. And you see that the player inside the smoke, CT player, starts to push forward, and Fragurity has an easy frag as he spots him out. So well done.
Yeah, it's so dangerous there as well, because if it's the other way around, right? If Fragurity is the one that loses his life in that engagement, that's the bomb. And you've got like 13 seconds left. So the fact he's that calm and composed in that moment, especially when RZK or Next, one of the two, have already walked by Max in the app. So, I mean, what a great heads-up play to make. Just showing his game sense. An important moment there for Dusty Roots, because, look, 9Z are now on their last legs. Their money is going to be completely busted if Dusty Roots are able to win this. You did make a good point in our little green room as we were speaking before the game went live, though, that Dusty Roots, it feels like they need rounds on T side, because the CT has been a little bit hit and miss.
Yeah, CT side here for Dusty Roots in terms of win percentage. 42.9, below 50%, which is surprising considering how close the matches they've played have been, which means that the struggles for them have absolutely been on CT side more often than not. So Dusty Roots want to try and get as many T rounds under their belts as possible. I would say if 9Z can recover here and get a lead or even a tied scoreline into the second half, I don't know if we're going to see a third map.
Damn. That's pretty conclusive evidence that the CT side is not very good. So that's quite worrying, saying that at 5-3, but I'm right there with you. I completely believe you. It's a tough in this round because you've lost the opening pick here for Dusty Roots. You didn't have any advanced map control. They're floundering a little bit in towards mid. They don't know whether to press banana. They don't know whether to push into top bracket. They still know Martinez is alive and is going to be ever present. Maybe you can get this kill in towards short because, to be fair, he has been in short a lot.
$18 seconds left. Dusty Roots need to get a move on here. Oh, nice shot onto Martinez. They push through up lane. They have the space and they get the shots. Adam S deleted. Perfect timing for Dusty Roots. It had to be perfect. Otherwise, they would have fallen by the wayside off the clock. 6th round secured.
Going to be quite critical here of 9Z. And they have played the same setup in the mid to late round on A every single round, apart from when we have that deviation of the player in apps pushing the smoke. Every time it has been Martinez on this angle, whether he's been on the far back one, or he's been on the one close up, walking onto boiler, walking onto top mid, falling back, then playing that same damn angle every time. Sure, fine, he's the AWPer. You've had no one in default. You've had no one on bomb site just playing like tucked, trade spacing, not being there. It is always way so peak in pit, not mini pit, not balcony, not in the open, in pit, every single time. So that's why, honestly, you can leave an exec to the last 20, 15 seconds because you know damn well that if these players are playing in this position, you're going to win the round. And why on earth would you second guess that they're going to play anywhere else?
Yeah,
I think it's cool, and it's also really innovative to Dusty Roots to go for a late play in towards short, because most of the times when they've been going A, they've been incorporating long a lot.
Yeah, I think 9Z need to get a little bit more aggressive on their hunts, and they were, in the rounds they were winning, it felt like we're doing exactly that, trying to get more space, map control information on their CT side, but here, sitting back on your heels is not a good thing on Inferno, and I would say in general in CS2, you do have to be taking the initiative more often than not on your CT side, so we'll see if they change things up. They will have an AK saved through and 2 M4s along with the 2 MP9s. Can they get back into this half is the question.
But even if you're playing cold zero box or behind default, even on A there, that round is so different. Just because you can play time. I don't know. It's a frustrating one because I guess they've rinsed and repeated the same playstyle 3-4 rounds in a row. It's so predictable. And again, goes back into this conversation. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but it's like, okay, you've not been here for 8 weeks. Is this still rust because you're now playing Inferno, which is one we haven't seen for a while? Or is it just the case of we're going back into default? We're just going to see what works. Maybe we can just win by playing default. Because you did, to be fair to you, on CT side Dust 2. I wonder if it's an element of that.
Perhaps so. They do have 3 players towards the B site this time, which is a mix-up compared to what we've seen in the previous round. So you kind of got what you wanted, at least, Brendan, in terms of them shifting up the look. But is it enough? That's the question. Tommy shift. What a ripper of an opener, and 2 players gone with no answer yet from 9Z. Adam S gets one. Not the second, very close to it. They still can't isolate him, and he almost gets himself a second there. Tons of damage done. The problem is the 2v4. The only real piece that's available is Martinez's M4, and just not close enough. So the save simulator continues here on Inferno.
This is brutal. And again, let's compliment Dusty Roots, because yes, 9Z do change their setup. They do start 3 players B, but they start 3 players B and they don't take map control when you've got MP9s. Yes, you've got limited utility, but you can go on the yellow wall, you can flash forward, you can maybe have the deep half wall flash. There's so many things you could do. And yes, you can play this bait setup. That's okay, like that isn't the end of the world, but you are giving over a lot of map control back to Dusty Roots. We've seen, I think, 9Z take Banana in total once. I'm not saying do it in that round because I haven't got the utility,
Right.
but
right.
it's not. It's going back into what you're saying. It's just not aggressive enough. It isn't assertive. It isn't. They're not playing like they're the team that are one map up in the series right now. They're playing like they are hanging on for dear life in some of these rounds. It's frustrating because this isn't this team. This isn't what this team was built to do.
Definitely. They're playing against the style that they should be, for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
See if that changes here. A little bit more util to deploy here towards Banana. Flashbang going to get thrown. The nades are in, and they don't connect for damage, though. Dusty Roots on the right side of Banana end up dodging the majority of that damage. And now with a nade thrown back, I mean, it was a quick shift from 9Z towards A because they're trying to stack a site and gamble correctly against the Dusty Roots, which they haven't really successfully done all that much here in this first half. And it's just because of the limited firepower that they have at their disposal. Molotov's going to sail in. Dusty Roots still hanging around towards B. Max is alone, though, with only the 5-7. They seem to always have the right reads, Dusty Roots.
Right. So it's got to be a 5-7 multi-kill or bust is what
Yeah.
we're saying now.
Yeah.
And it might not come out of Max. It might come out of Lucan, who's just waiting in towards long.
Max has another smoke as well, so he can make himself look like multiple people, and he does throw another one. Does that convince him to fade off? I mean, you see Fagruti saying, guys, are we going? Are we going to do it? There is an opening
Oh
frag
my
for
God.
Luke, and AK on the ground. He grabs that. That is not the way Dusty Roots were hoping the first engagement would go. Now only 30 seconds left, and they don't really have the space.
You go B. It feels like you have to go B. You've just been scared out of the apartments, but look at these rotates. No! Dusty Roots are going to commit
doing this
back in. Lucan and Max have rotated over. Hueso Peak just tucked in the corner. Would have heard that tick. And the spray on the MP9 is good with Martinez. And finally, there's a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of respite here for 9Z. They've beaten out the clock, finally, and they can win a fourth round.
Wow. That is like just, you see players scrambling on both sides of the server. 9Z trying to guess where the approach will be from Dusty Roots, and Dusty Roots looking for that opening towards the Air B site. And they just thought in their minds, look, we don't have time. We have to make a commitment at this point. And we know that there's a player towards the A site at the very least, so, or towards B because of the amount of util that was being thrown. And they don't know if there's multiple because of the second smoke that's thrown. So that's good work from Max. And then they go to the A site, but of course that ends up being the wrong decision. All the firepower is there for 9Z, and they set themselves up well for a potential fifth round to bring it back into contention here on Inferno.
What's so awkward is obviously very much like Dust 2. We're actually in a position where 9Z can just get a pistol and just be completely fine and just be back in the map. And then we're going on to bang on probably about how bad Dusty Roots' CT side is. So it's a very, very important round here for 9Z.
In the previous matchup against La Champions Liga for Dusty Roots, they only got 2 rounds
name.
on their CT side. Yeah, only 2 rounds though on their CT side. Then they got 10 on T side to push it to overtime, and they ended up winning an OT. But that's potentially how poor the CT side might be on their end. We'll see. Right now on T side, they're doing very, very well. They've got this B site, got the opening frag as well.
How's Max not got that kill through the smoke? That crosshair was dead on, and Tommy Jedi is 1 HP. Not going to be the case. This is a retake that you cannot save this time for 9Z. They absolutely have to go for this. Last round of the half. They've got nades, they've got kits, and they've got Hueso Peak on a really, really late lurk down banana.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for. I mean, Hueso Peak has to activate to see what he can do. There's a nice headshot. Now they can move in. They absolutely have to. Time is ticking away. They need to get these frags very rapidly and get on that bomb to defuse it. I don't even think there's time anymore. There isn't. They waited way too long. Oh my goodness. Well, Dusty Roots win it. Even though, you know, Hueso Peak did get that first one, I expect them to activate, just snowballing into the site at that point. But they didn't. They hung back.
That's a breakdown in comms if ever I've seen one, because that is Hueso Peak. Are you playing first or are you playing late? And they're probably having that discussion whilst the bomb's ticking down. You can't do that. Hey, You cannot do that. It needs to be, we're going in now, you play late. In fact, that's just how it should be. There shouldn't actually be a conversation about it. YSOP should always be this late activation piece. Or, as you say, as soon as he gets that kill, because he's beaten the timing, you
gotta go.
you rush, you do everything in your power. And they just stood still and just watched like cheerleaders on the side and go on, YSOP, keep going. You don't have time for that, guys.
It's just the worst way to finish that is having a CT left alive in that situation. You either go in, you get the round, you get the defusal, or everyone dies trying. And for them not to have died trying is quite a shame in a final round of play for 9Z, where it looked favorable for them with the setup they had. And I agree with you. I mean, even going in before Hawasso Peak might have been good. Might have been a good idea, because then Hawasso Peak can get one on the tail end and he can start to get those frags in a little bit sooner. Just disjointed for 9Z on their CT side. We'll see if it's better here in the second half. Their second half was phenomenal when they switched to CT side on Dust 2. We'll just see if they're a second half team here.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, they've got the A bomb site for free, bar apartments. Max Core's now revealed that he is here, but Max is just killing everyone as he's in towards second middle. Next needs to grab this kill, needs to get this trade, and will actually be able to do it. However, he's lost Max Core in the process, and Lucan has just deleted Dusty Roots off a second middle. This has to be the pistol now for 9Z.
Yeah, we talked about Dusty Roots struggles a couple of times here on CT side. The stats don't tell a pretty story. So there's certainly a path back in for 9Z. You already talked. Nice shot for IZK, by the way. He ends up dying, but still a pretty one. We talked about the fact that a pistol round for 9Z means that they're right back into it. We got it. Even with an 8-4 scoreline, it's still very much 9Z able to build himself up here and make this one competitive again.
And attack. I really don't like... I need RZK to force here. I'm hoping the tech is okay for him a little bit. Because in Dust 2, it felt like he was saving a bit of money to give Max Core like the AWP when he was like Scout AWP. And I was just like, you can't be using this kid like this. This is going to be like Sanji James vibes in SA.
Yeah.
And we all know how that went out and turned out. I am on the RZK hype train though. I think you got me convinced a bit. He's quite sharp individual. Obviously,
Yes.
is lacking experience and officials, but that will only come with time. I'm interested to see his journey here, especially in CCTs. I keep an eye on him in CCTs and Thunderpick. That's where he should probably earn and do his most reps.
Absolutely. No, I think he's going to be a good player here for Dusty Roots. I mean, there's a reason they made those changes. You don't usually make changes after winning in South American Open, but they decided that it was something they wanted to do. And I think that RZK next, getting some younger players, maybe a little less experience, but have higher ceilings to try and bolster the ranks. And so far, it hasn't looked too bad. Still feel like when you're going up against a team like 9Z, usually you'll still be on the back foot and it's going to be difficult to come out with victory. An impressive T side from Dusty Roots. I know we talked about the struggles for 9Z on CT side, and I think we both gave Dusty Roots credit as they deserved, because they did a very good job with the strategy, with the executes, with the fakes, rotations. Everything was on point. The reads were very strong as well. So, we'll see if they can hang on here on a CT side that has not been as good for them. And they will be going right into the force buy after losing the pistol. It'll be up against 4 rifles, 2 of them Galils, 2 of them AKs, and then Adam S is going to try and farm that money with the SMG. 9Z wasting no time moving up Banana on their T side. They want that control. CT side wasn't really the case. Max Core takes a shot and fades off.
Yeah, it's actually wild how happy they are to fight Banana on T side, but not on CT. Gotta be a little bit careful here. If you're Adam S, but at least he pushes the scout off the angle, but they're walking right into the stack. They're walking into 2 players, and they still don't know about it. Quaso Peaks gets a nice one, but a reminder, 2 players still on this bomb site, and Fracuity is just hitting deagle shot after deagle shot. In fact, it is only him that lights up the feed. It has to be Max. It has to be Max, and it's 1 versus 4. Knows that there's a second player on site. Will finally deal with him, but how on earth do you get the other 2
How was
kills?
he alive?
It's a Glock fight against 2 pistols, basically. He's now now got the bomb, and he's out of there. This is so weird, but the fact he can get a Galil reload off and head to B, maybe the round isn't done yet, because look, he's got a smoke for CT. No way he wins this.
He peeked Moto like 3 times and survived, even though he was visible. Maybe the smoke kept him alive because Dusty Roots were trying to navigate around it. Either way, Max gets the bomb plant, which feels like a miracle based on what happened in this round so far. He's going to play sandbags now. There's no util to clear him out, so he can just hide here. They're going to walk past it? No, they clear it. Good awareness from Max Core. And that'll do it. Dusty Roots on the force buy. They stack the correct site, which felt like something 9Z could never do on their CT side, and they get a 9th.
They didn't even need the stack, right? It just
Right.
Friguity is just killing them over and over and over again. But to be fair to Max, the fact he gets 2 kills in this round, picks up the bomb, and then is able to run away and plant, in of itself is nothing short of exceptional. So fair play, because it means that 9Z can invest into this with a little bit more. Of course, they'll be forcing in, but what a round to win if you're Dusty Roots, because you win this, you force them to eco, they're going up 11-5, and potentially just dealing with 1 more gun round.
Z hoping that fortune will favor them here on their force buy back in. Off of that bomb plant, Martinez, the one rocking the AK. Everyone else onto pistols except Adam S with the MAC-10. They are gaining the space here towards bracket side. They can isolate RZK, get a frag here. That's an upgrade to a Galil, but RZK so sharp on the shots. My goodness. 3 frags just like that, bunches them together. Might even get a 4th one for himself. Nade sails through. Feels like there's nothing 9Z can do to really challenge him.
This Inferno just looks so flat.
Yeah.
It's a classic example in this round of the entire game plan of Inferno for 9Z, and that is, Martinez, can you get us a kill? Can you bail us out of this round with your individual? And he did do it in a couple of occasions, don't get me wrong, but for the majority, it's been no real backup plans here for 9Z, no real sense of self. I think it's probably the best way to frame it. It feels like they've almost lost complete confidence in the way that they should be playing officials compared to what we used to see out of them. Because we used to get some really good technical rounds out of 9Z. We used to get a lot of aggressive maneuvers out of 9Z where their aim would just take over. And here, I don't know, it just feels all over the place.
I wonder if there's some technical issues plaguing them in the background, right? Because
Potentially.
we've had 3 technical pauses coming through, so I don't know if that could be something on their minds. Because certainly it's they look out of form, I would say, like you're alluding to. That take was very milk toast. There wasn't much to it. They just go up mid and try to take fights up into arch side, and that's really it. Although they guess they don't really have the util to make something creative happen, still nothing at all available for them. And it will be an anti-eco here for Dusty Roots once we get going again.
Milk toast. Ooh. I'll tell you what, really impressed with Dusty Roots. I didn't anticipate this at all. And they're giving us a good show. And then potentially they can force this to a decider. And I spoke about probably the parameters here for 9Z, feeling like, oh well, grand finals or bust. Anything else is a failure. Imagine going out in the round of 16. Imagine it.
I have a tough time even picturing it, right? And we're right in the thick of things here when it could possibly happen. Dusty Roots on to 10, and I mean, it should be 11. So it'll only be 2 rounds from them required on their CT side to secure it. And then send us to that 3rd map. I mean, map number 3 is going to be Nuke. I think that's the one place I would say that 9Z have looked very strong. Their last 3 wins in a row on that map have been good. Dusty Roots was that overtime though, right? When they played them, it was 16-12, and they beat Crew and Imperial 13-7, 13-9. So I don't know. I would expect 9Z to still have the edge if we get to map 3, but the way they're playing right now leaves a lot to be desired, especially going onto a map like Nuke.
There's that prophecy, the fact that we are probably going to get this 11-5, and 9Z are going to have to be all in on the next gun round. Around 17, they need to win it to have any sort of attempt at the comeback. Because let's be real, this round is not happening. Best case scenario is that they're able to get a bomb plant, but I can't see it happening unless they get like a mega time in. But RZK is back out long again. He's ready to hit some heads.
RZK, there he goes. 1, 2, only 2 this time. An AK on the ground. Okay. Maybe something materializing here, but the problem is 9Z just don't really have a path to grab that AK, so they're just going to have to stick with the pistols. A bomb plant would be absolutely miraculous here for them. The problem is the bomb is on stairs. I think he's hoping that they're going to walk past him and won't expect him to be in this smoke. Furguity wisely backs off, I would say, because if he gets too aggressive, he walks into those 3 pistols. Not tagged. Ooh. Should be okay. He is.
It's fine. It's Glocks. He can just swing, and even if he dies, he's still got his teammate there to back him up. And of course, it's Furguity that gets all the kills. So this potentially could be even more dominant than 9Z's win on D2.
This is when it could change or go to exactly that narrative, honestly. Because 9Z, they've got the rifles. Power to change their fate in their hands. Although 2 of them are Galils. Got that util that they were desperately looking for over the past couple of rounds. Molotov is going to sail in towards top banana, and look at the nade damage on Luke, and almost falls to the same fate that Furguity did early on in that first half. He's happy to be alive, at least. Thing is, it doesn't feel like 9Z are really committed to taking this banana control.
He burnt in the molly for 18 more damage.
Oh my
He's on
God.
2 HP, didn't see anyone. Oh no. That's a disaster. Nade goes in again, and the combination of the spam. Yeah, they're limping into this one. Unless the player in apartments, his Hueso Peak, can find a kill immediately. It won't even matter, I don't think. Because look, they've rotated here, Dusty Roots. They've done enough damage, they feel like, on Banana. They don't see any pressure. They're going to drop out a well-timed smoke here from Furguity. And they're going to keep this 3-2 setup.
Oh my God.
Right. Okay, Lucan's had a upsetting round.
Didn't see anyone and dead. As Furguity did previously, this time he's going to be the one delivering that blow instead of falling to it. This is tough. I mean, Dusty Roots playing it well. They got this crossfire towards B. They know the damage has been done into Banana. And 3 players stacked up lane side. It leaves mid open a little bit, but it won't really matter because 9Z are going to go B. They have to. No time to rotate. Here come the smokes. They have to win the fights.
Oh, Tommy just on a nice little spam angle. He doesn't know whether they're in yet. And I love this. They're just going to play dark. Yeah, Furguity needs to be cleared, and it isn't, but Tommy Jed just denies the bomb. That's it. That's round over, because Tommy Jed has just walked through the smoke and denied the bomb. That's what they were playing for, Dusty Roots, and they're going to get up to map point.
I'm surprised they leave Max with the bomb in that situation, because he had
Yeah,
below
that
10
is
HP.
really silly.
Right? Yeah, and you can get spammed so easily in that situation, so usually you want the healthiest player possible going for that plant in that situation, and instead, well, you know, kind of ended up that way anyway, even though it was a swing around the corner. Still, maybe could have survived long enough for someone to trade out the frag quicker, but instead Max dies right away as soon as a bullet grazes his shoulder. And it's 12-5, Dusty Roots. They've got more opportunities than 9Z did on Dust 2, as you were alluding to, Brendan. And it will be 7 of them, and to close it out, and 7 in a row, in fact, in the reverse side for 9Z, if they want to see overtime.
I think that just is a... Oh, nice shot.
Oh,
just
geez,
a
okay.
good example of how frazzled 9Z are and how shell-shocked they've been of this Inferno, because that's a mistake like nobody should be making there. I love this defensive smoke and util dump from Tommy Jed. It looks a bit silly, but he's baiting an RZK beautifully. And Hoiso Peak is actually getting the team kill. So he hasn't lit up the feed with his friends. Well, he has, quite literally. And suddenly Adam S is now left all alone. He knows Tommy Jed is on the back of the bomb site, but Tommy Jed has just repositioned beautifully. Dusty Roots close 13-5 on Inferno. How about that?
That's one of the best CT sides I've seen from Dusty Roots for quite some time on this map. Wow. I mean, look, I thought that, honestly, 9Z would be able to swing things back in their favor, especially after getting pistol, but they just looked flat, like you said, in every way, shape, and form on Inferno. It was the opposite of what happened on Dust 2, where they woke up in that second half. Their CT side looked phenomenal. Everything started to click. Here on Inferno, it's just... yeah, nothing at all really to speak of in terms of positives, Brandon.
Yeah, it's a shame. But I mean, we got to talk about positives for Dusty Roots because
Yes.
they're already just surpassing
Yes.
expectations. And it wasn't just Max Core this time. Tommy Jed had a really good game. RZK was brilliant as well on those B holes, the limited ones that they had to deal with. And it felt like they were more in tune with what was going on. And sure, it's their map pick, but they were getting the majority of the reads right. They kind of got the guess where the stack was going to be in the mid round. They played a much better Inferno, both macro and micro wise, compared to 9Z, which is a hard thing to do because 9Z are no slouches on Inferno. That's up for Nuke. Obviously, a knife round is going to decide which side you start on. I tell you what, if Dusty Roots start CT, you get worried for 9Z because they were so flat throughout that whole map. They were flat in the first half of D2. They had one good half all series so far. If they don't step up, if they don't rectify things, then they could be out the tournament. It really is as simple as that. Dusty Roots, the heavy underdogs, and 9Z with work to do. They need to rebound, and we're going to give them a break to do it. Final map here between Dusty Roots and 9Z, and oh dear, my prophecy has come true. Dusty Roots starts CT.
Uh-oh. That's problematic for 9Z, but there is one silver lining. I mean, stats didn't really matter in the previous map, and I will get back to it because there's a fight happening immediately here. Ramp room, 9Z are trying to take control of it. They do. No frags to speak of just yet, and it's Huaso Peak who'll get the first one, but Tommy Jed with the immediate trade and the follow-up as well. Adamus lurking around ramp does get a connection onto Ferguity, so that is going to make it even numbers, but it still feels perhaps like Dusty Roots have the edge. No, Tommy Jed oversteps, and Lucan catches him.
Oh, hang on a sec, because Nexus just found one more. You've got this pushing towards Hut as well. And Nexus being such a nuisance that I think you can set Max Core up for success, or maybe he could just do it all by himself. That is a disgusting headshot. Max Core now comes back over to main to help out next. There should be no way that Lucan can win this round, but he's making it really, really difficult now for next, and now he's spotted him out. So Lucan now has complete control. He drops down in towards A. He's going to plant, and Next is going to be in trouble.
I don't know if he had to go that fast, but perhaps so, because Nex is already in many here. 1v1, tag on to Nex, but it's only about 11 damage. Lucan wants more than that. He wants to get that frag, needs to hit the headshot to do it. Missing a lot of shots. Nex closing the gap. Each of them peeking around the corner, but Lucan does indeed find that ever-elusive headshot, and a 3K on the round gives 9Z the 1-0 edge.
And this is what I hate about Counter-Strike 2. It's the fact that you can just continuously move. He doesn't stop moving that entire time, Luke, and he's just 100% accurate. I mean, it's an insane clutch, to be fair to him, but, man, what happened to my game, you know? I know it's been nearly 2 years, but what's happened to this game?
Yeah, I think the running accuracy is something that I don't know if it'll ever get addressed. I think this is just what we have right now and what Counter-Strike 2 will be.
Like I'm playing Apex Legends sometimes.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy. Because in that game, you expect the mobility to be there because that's the whole premise of it. But in Counter-Strike, we've grown to love some more skill-based shooting rather than running and gunning. Anyway. We'll see what Valve decides to do, but right here, 9Z are able to capitalize on it, Lucan in particular. And what I wanted to talk about before was those stats, right? CT side for Dusty Roots, as was the case over on Inferno. Nuke is also poor for them, 46.9% round win percentage on CT side, but T side is fantastic for them at 58.6%. It's pretty much the exact reverse for 9Z, so you know, we'll see what happens here. It could be that we end up in overtime with these types of numbers, but I don't know. It's still very, very early to say that type of statement, but you know, it's South America, so I feel more confident with making it.
That's a wild thing to say at 1-0. Oh, okay, but Figurity is alive, and that Deagle is menacing. However, Hueso Peak and Adames combine lovely. Jubbly for 9Z, and as long as you don't go into the scout on max core, this should be a very straightforward round, although Adames has had the scout being taken right to him. That is devastating. Can they make anything out of this 3v3?
Well, I really don't think so, but that tag might be the path in. Martinez down to 9 HP. There's RZK onto Martinez now. Bomb continues to tick away, but it's all down to Lucan. I think they've done it. They're sticking that defuse the full 10 seconds required. And now, oh, RZK might have to pull off, but he can't, though. And there it goes. Lucan does grasp victory out of this round, even though it felt like it was out of reach. 9Z do get a second.
Very much like D2, Lucan is the one providing any sort of just heroic moment and individual play for 9Z. And the way he conducts himself in this clutch is so brilliant because it's so patient and it's all calculated. Instant headshot on towards the scout, and he just pre-aims that angle beautifully, trusts his spray, and notes that, well, the defuse has been stuck for a very long time now. He's not going to come off it. He's going to stick it and hope that he doesn't swap to the pistol and he'll just reload, and there might be enough time for that defuse. But no, Lucan plays it perfectly. Cool, calm, collected. That was the 4 spy, by the way, out of Dusty Roots. Now they're just on pistols. And that is an easy kill. That's the easiest kill Max is going to get all series. Oh.
Bullets rattling off. No frags. There we go. As I'm saying it, Lucan gets one. What a trade from RZK for good. He catches Adam S. Martinez the trade, but again, this is becoming a scary round. RZK's got the AK. He was on the back lines towards T-spawn, but now isn't sure where to go to try and catch off this 9Z squad. And 9Z are managing to regroup towards this B site. They sent Max down to hunt for information. He's saying, guys, it's all clear. No one's home. And 9Z will charge in as a result. Still clearing out these close angles that haven't been confirmed as being cleared out. And there you go. Should be an easy plant and probably an easy round victory.
Figurity is so good with the Deagle, it's scary. And every single time he has a Deagle, you're going to be in danger if you're 9Z. Fortunately, crisis averted. I like the move from RZK because he was the guy that initially pushed out of main through the outside smoke and took some shots at Max. So he knew Max was around secret area. I was hoping that he'd keep him prolonged enough. RZK then moves out lobby, goes in towards spawn to try and catch Max, and was really hoping that Max was still by red box, sorry, but he wasn't. He took the space quite rarely as he should have. 9Z will get this third. None of these rounds have been straightforward. None of these rounds have been easy for 9Z, but that's a sign of a good team, and that's more of the shades of 9Z that we're used to, because they are winning the rounds. Yes, it shouldn't be this hard, but they're grinding them out.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, on the flip side, they might be a little more challenged, right? Once the guns come out and Dusty Roots have a little more firepower to work with. So we'll see if Dusty Roots can activate here. Fourth round of play. 9Z typically win about half of their T rounds, so 6 is the expectation for them. Anything above that would be fantastic. We're already halfway there. RZK deleted by Lucan in the opening moments there. That was maybe a push into lobby. I'm not sure where he died exactly. Could have been in the smoke, but either way, Max Score's getting risky here. Oh, he catches them off. They both pull their guns out. And finally, Martinez is going to be the one to fire first. Forguity does get a trade in the mix, but oh my goodness, some crazy engagements in the early moments, but it is 9Z on the winning side of pretty much all of them. And there you go.
Whilst all that pandemonium was going on, Max had made it down the vent. So this is a wild one for me, because this is the first instance of Dusty Roots doing things individually. It's the first time we've really seen this team go and break out into solo fights, and every single player just basically decided they wanted to do whatever the hell they wanted. Like, Tommy Jed was in lobby, you had that push through from Next that was completely by himself, you got the outside pushes with the knives out, you've got Fragility going around the corner at ramp because he's just been left alone by his team, but again, solo. This potentially could be collapsing at the seams here, which would be such a shame, especially after a 13-5 dominance on Inferno.
Last time these two teams were here was on April 4th and ended up going to OT. 16-12 win for 9Z. Now 9Z with this commanding 4-0 lead. Well, they don't get the opener this time. Wasso Peak gone. Max score, nice shot. Still 3 9Z players leaning towards yard. And Max Score is backed off of the approach because of the wall of smokes that have been placed down here by 9Z. So they have a clear path pretty much in towards secret if they want it. But now with those smokes fading away, the timing's not great and they fall back.
Yeah, they think better of it completely.
Yeah.
At least it's burnt out a lot of utility here for Dusty Roots, and again, another smoke's just been deployed. 2 players down secret, at least you shuffled rotates. If you're 9Z, if you're going to go in towards A, do it in the next 10-15 seconds, and just make sure you're all going together. Next would have heard that drop off of T lobby. How good are the clears out of Martinez? Pretty good, but Next will at least take one to the grave with him.
I think that's even better for Next, to be honest, because it does damage to Martinez as well, and keeps the man advantage in favor of Dusty Roots. But the util very much favoring 9Z, so if they can use that well, they could gain the advantage right back. Trades again are good, and Max Core with a critical second frag. Oh, he's burning alive in the Molotov! Oh, luckily for him, Forguity's got his head on a swivel, and he will catch off Lucan. Dusty Roots win their first round.
Yeah, really nice team play here from Dusty Roots, because you have got Max Core dropping on the bomb site. and he does miss his shot, but the whole point of him dropping on the bomb site is to give that space to RZK. And RZK just pushes main on a really lovely timing and is able to backstab all these players just preoccupied with max core. So even though he burns alive, he kind of sells himself almost too well, but because he falls, right? But the entire point of him being there is to give the riflers / MP9 space, and he does exactly that. Faster one out of 9Z, overwhelmed isn't RZK because he's full blind, he still gets a kill. Good damage onto Hueso Peak.
Yeah, 9Z, they tried to go for that blitz into the A site, but as soon as they lose one, they fall off of it and reset. Still plenty of time on the clock for them. I think ramp would be potentially a better approach. Oh, a little bit of spam catches RZK and brings him down to 51. The 9Z are, as predicted, resetting in towards T-spawn. 3 players heading yard. Hueso Peak is waiting in lobby to see if he can catch a rotation or a lurk or something. Lots of time still, as that smoke's going to get tossed from Mini, and they catch 2! Martinez with a 2K spray down in yard. RZK and Tommy Jed gone. That's so much space opened up.
That's going to push you into towards the sloppy fight, which is exactly what Hueso Peak wants. Look at this. Next, of course, completely overlooked, and that means that Max Core is just going to wait here. Figurity needs to come and help him out. Max Core is just not ready. And they're in B, they're in A. You could take this anywhere. Oh, Figurity's on B. Cool. Let's just go up the vent. Round 1 for 9Z. It's 1v3 you're not going for. You're saving. You got no money. Remember, even though you won the round for Dusty Roots, you came into this with 2 MP9s.
Yeah, the money hasn't stabilized at all, and that one is going to sting big time, especially with Dusty Roots getting the opening frag, right? It fell, and the damage as well, onto that for second player, but they just can't do it. Martinez, I think both of the players he fragged there were either in secret or around it, and as soon as that happens, they just can go whichever direction they like. They end up catching another player, that's Hueso Peak, who was waiting for that approach to come from lobby. It's a freebie for him, and at that point, 9Z have full control, as you alluded to. They can go wherever they want. Ended up going back to the A site once they found out the last player was towards B, and there you have it. 5th round on the board. Everything's looking phenomenal for them. Half buy through for Dusty Roots. The one saved M4 is available in Tommy Jed's hands. But 9Z looking like a much more comfortable squad here on Nuke, which is what you expect as it's their main map.
They're just going to burst. They're going to go straight in towards the A bomb site. Flashbangs are really good. Next has got no idea that scaling is here. And yeah, look, they're still not even aware that Next is at the back of the bomb site. The gun did block, and RZK is still finding kills. It's fine. Or is it? Because you got Figurity on this Deagle. You know he's the ramp player. You see that Lucan is just holding 4 and Figurity on the angle. This is ridiculous. Timing isn't there. So by the skin of their teeth, 9Z are able to reclaim that, but it looks really, really dicey just for a moment.
Yeah, Lucan, you saw him, his head was just flicking back and forth, back and forth. He was not going to let himself get jumped from either angle and just waited for the opportunity to present itself, and it did. Very well done from him. He's been good throughout the entirety of the series, I would say. Already up to 12 frags here for 9Z. And a big part of this 6-1 lead, but here come the Dusty Roots. The full buy is in, 4 M4s and AWP. Lucan watching, waiting for a push to come in here from Secret, and Adam actually has already pushed into Hut. That's a problem for him with that incendiary. No, it doesn't even touch him, so they might overlook this spot, although he eats the nade to keep this control of Hut.
Yeah, that's really savage, and he's even going to drop a smoke forward. RZK falls. Lucan is on fire. 13 and 3. And keep your eye on ramp. They're putting so much pressure on A that it's drawn all the rotations over. And now 9Z are just taking command of ramp. Don't even have to commit into it. Just the threat of them being here is enough, because there is already a rotation down here.
I think a little bit of a miscommunication there from 9Z. A couple of flashbangs committed towards Hell instead of only 1. It doesn't really make a difference. It is information gained for Tommy Jed, but he decides not to peek it at all and to allow them to maneuver themselves in towards ramp. So 9Z can hang on to that advantage. 48 seconds left. It will be a B hit. Smoke in for observation. And the flashbang towards B. Oh, Figurity actually connects through the smoke. That's just sheer luck, just holding the angle.
He's done enough because he's delaying. Oh, he can even open double doors here and go to deny the planter. Can't do it. But he has at least denied the bomb going down as of now. So look at his teammates. They're now in position to go for this retake very quickly. And these players are low.
They are. But they're hunkered in. They're bunkered down. Martinez does drop. And the two low players are two of the three that are left, which makes it maybe even more problematic. Lucan and Cubby pops around. Huaso Peak supports him. Next, we'll find the trade. Still possible for Dusty Roots to get back into this one, and even more so now. Anubis, last one standing, 1v2, gets the first, not the second. The kid is there, and the defusal will be as well. Dusty Roots have got a second.
Yeah, all because of Fragility swinging open the double door and denying the bomb going down. Not by killing him, but by just scaring him. And that means these players are immediately in from ramp, and Adames's timing is then thrown completely off kilter. Because imagine if Fragility hadn't have made that play. Imagine if 9Z had actually committed to that bomb going down. When Adames, the timing of Adames getting that kill over towards the Astralis bomb plant is the difference between 9Z winning and losing that round. And they probably would have won it if he did get that kill on that delay. Because of where the clock was. Because of who died. That was such an important moment for Fragility to open the double doors and get 9Z off that plant. I cannot tell you how round winning that play actually is. Even though he didn't really do anything. He didn't get the kill. But by him making that move, sets the entire round of motion.
Tactical pause going to be called by Dusty Roots here. Only one left after this. They really want to be sure of their setup here heading into this one. A great retake, though, in the previous round. Opens the window. Just a crack. A chance for them to force it open and get back into this map and series as well. We saw the discomfort for 9Z on a map like Inferno that they don't play much. Even on one of their best maps of Dust 2, they looked shaky in the first half. And now, I would argue, one of their main maps, right? I already said it here on Nuke. It is their second best behind Dust 2. And they've looked pretty strong in the opening moments. Like, that 6-1 lead was built up well. Sure, they lose the retake, but it's not like they made any egregious errors. It's just losing the fights. So I would say this one, as expected for 9Z so far, but we still have a lot of Counter-Strike left to play.
If we can play it.
Yes.
Back in the techie. Oh no. I wonder where... God, I mean, 9Z without Lucan in those first few rounds, they'd be looking even worse for wear. So I feel like Dusty Roots, as you're saying, like, that they shouldn't be too hard on themselves, considering where they're at right now in this half. Like, sure, it's 6-2, sure, you're on the CC side of Nuke, but you've been really in this game. I feel like the scoreline is extremely misleading.
Yeah.
And there's a really good opportunity to bounce back here, and I hope they're able to. Especially as you said, that their T side is definitely their strong suit.
Yeah. If they can get a few more rounds here on CT side, like make it 4 or 5, then I think Dusty Roots definitely will have a chance at upsetting 9Z and advancing here in these playoffs. And you're not wrong in saying that they have been competitive, absolutely. Just 9Z have been that touch better, and 9Z have had a couple of fairly convincing round victories in the mix as well. So we're just waiting, guys, to get some information on what the nature of the technical timeout is. Looks like it's just trying to sort out some issues on the back end.
Lovely.
Yep.
Well, we don't know how long that's going to be, so I'm gonna do my classic. I'm gonna throw it to a break, and when I throw it to a break, it's gonna come back instantaneously. Right, we're gonna start it. Ready, steady, going to a break. There we go. Easy. And look, we're even straight into the round immediately. Adam S has made the Mac 10 work onto Max Core. And now Ramp's under pressure for He can't hold on. And it's a 2-player advantage for 9Z.
That's not the way Dusty Roots wanted to follow up that previous round victory, and now a 5v1 as Lucan caught next right after Max gets Tommy Jed. RZK, the last one standing, and there's absolutely zero chance he's going to get this round. It will easily be a 7th for 9Z.
Where did that even come from? Like, they came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
They just RKO'd them at ramp. Like, I don't know. Like, they just... I'm looking at the kill feeds. I'm like, oh, cool, we're back from break. Oh, okay, Adam S has got a kill on the Mac 10. Oh, everyone's dead. Like, it was just instantaneous.
Yeah, they just took the initiative, right?
Yeah, they did. And it's also just, again, individual fights around the map. You can clearly tell how much confidence 9Z have got in this map. And how uncharacteristically in this series, like really small sample size, uncharacteristically in this series, it has been falling apart for Dusty Roots.
Well, Dusty Roots here won't be able to buy up. They just have the saved M4. Half buy at most, and it will be armor for everyone with pistols and max core affording the MP9, which means, well, I want to say he's sacrificing the op, but RZK has 3100, so he'll be able to drop him the op in the next round. And smoking it tossed here by Ferguti. And opening frags for RZK, 2 of them in fact. That will help immensely. They can't recover the M4, which is perhaps a little bit of a problem, but still, it's a 4v3 edge for Dusty Roots.
That's huge. And what's difficult here is getting the bomb and making its way over somewhere, anywhere that isn't outside. Max Core's in a round-winning spot. It all depends on whether he peeks, whether he gets any info. That there's no one holding this cross outside's the dangerous thing, and Max Core isn't going to swing because he likes his angle because it's so far advanced. So it's all smoke and mirrors. 9Z are going to walk right past with the clearance in towards lobby. I'd expect more people to be rotating ramp.
I mean, Ferguti's managed to recover a Galil. Tommy Jed's got the AK, so then they've got the guns. This becomes even more problematic for 9Z because the armor was purchased up, as we mentioned, by Dusty Roots. So now this is a legitimate 4v3 in their favor. Max tossing the smoke and the Molotov immediately, but Huaso Peak will find Ferguti. That is a big pickup because next is isolated towards ramp, and he's the closest one that can strike after that previous player went down.
Such an important kill because it just gives you so much room. As you're saying, and now the players in from Vent and Secret need to make noise if they want to do anything in this retake. Smoke from Max Core. Tommy Jed has opened the single door and dealt with Huaso Peak, and now suddenly both these players in 9Z are smoked off. The pressure's coming in from ramp. It's also coming in at double doors, but the Mac 10 is being put to good use. Adam S doesn't buy this defuse. Also, Max has now seen that they're not on it. Next is sticking it the entire time. Adam S, can he get them off it? No, he can't. Defuse will come through. Dusty Roots, they still want away.
Yeah, that was even the body block in play there, but absolutely stealing one away. RZK has been the catalyst so often for Dusty Roots in this series. Again, he is at the beginning of that round, getting 2 off of just nothing, just a contact push out towards lobby. Beautiful stuff, and that's what sets the stage for the Dusty Roots because they're able to recover the gun that RZK dropped, the 2 that 9Z dropped, so you end up being in a proper man advantage in a round that only featured pistols really before that. Very, very well done. I mean, there was the SMG in the mix too, but still, Dusty Roots deserve a lot of credit for pulling that one off. Martinez going to get the opener here onto Tommy Jed, and maybe a pacier play going to come through from 9Z, which led to their success a couple rounds ago.
Even thinking about dropping in main, just adding in a little bit of variation. RZK, though, right place, right time. Has got to have his attention managed by both door and main. Will deal with Lucan. Nade will soften him up even more, but he has got support. That's the important thing here. For RZK, he has friends.
3 players, yeah, as you mentioned here on this A site. Only 1 towards B. 9Z have got control of yard. No one really challenging that. What do they do with it? And Dusty Roots commit a couple of players in the lobby, which means that the A site only has Forguity here. Interesting spot, but spotted by Huaso Peak. Now the A site cleared out. They see the Hut player. Next gets two.
What?
He gets both of those players in heaven. I have no idea how he manages that, but it still is going to be a 2v1 for 9Z regardless. MaxCore spotted, coming up the vent, gets peppered down to 64 HP. Flashbang tossed. He's completely blinded, and Max will capitalize off of that. So 9Z win the round despite a very interesting mid round coming through from Next.
I cannot believe that Huey so peaked. This is now 2 rounds in a row. He's hard checked for Forguity in both rafters on A and rafters on B, and it's his kills that are single-handedly just winning 9Z these rounds. Yeah, it didn't work last time, but now it works out a lot better this time. That flashbang on towards MaxCore as well is so brutal. Good little micro decision to drop the bomb down to Max, who has to get the kill with Squeaky to get over there as well. So many moving pieces, but it works out wonderfully for 9Z. 8 rounds on this T side already feels like more than enough.
Really does. Dusty Roots could use a fourth, certainly would help. But the CT side living up to the stats this time for the Dusty Roots. Now they're going to try for potentially a lobby crunch. Looks like they want to move in, maybe waiting for a flashbang to be tossed. But they don't have any, so they'll be waiting a long time for something that doesn't exist. They're just posted up here, waiting for the push to come through. There's a good nade, does a little bit of damage both Next and RZK. But they continue to hold with the MP9. It's not a bad idea, though, Brandon, keeping these MP9s here.
Will work out, you'd imagine, quite well. Although, Waster Peak has yet again just found Tommy Jed, and they're not even going to go away. They're going to drop down the vent to B. This is infuriating for Dusty Roots.
Okay. Okay. RZK and Forguity do get a couple back. Bomb gets planted. Lucan evens the numbers at a 3v3. That's the important frag. MaxCore. Oh, what a shot onto Martinez at the back boxes of the site. That gives him the advantage. Can Lucan do anything here? Needs a frag, at least one. There's the first. Looking for the second as well. And he flicks around, head on a swivel. Lucan's trying to do it all by himself, and it's only MaxCore left with the op in his hands. Anubis closes the distance, but Lucan is on for not only the 3 there, but a 4K on the round. 9Z with 9 as well.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible from Lucan. The fact that he's able just to get the kill and then 180 swivel, hide his teammate in his shadow. And then get the final one too. I mean, what more could you ask for realistically? 19 and 6. Reminder, Lucan won them the pistol, the second round of his clutches. There's just got another multi-kill man that's there to close. 9-3 for 9Z. Their pretended Inferno never happened.
Absolutely. No, and I mean, Lucan has carried them to that lead for sure. Unbelievable play coming through from him. He just looks absolutely ready to rock at every single turn. And a pistol round here for 9Z could be curtains for the Dusty Roots.
Yeah, you imagine it will be as well, don't you? It just feels like it is.
Well, I was going to say 9Z have a 66.7% win percentage on pistol rounds. They've won 9 of 12 so far in the last 3 months on this map. So, yeah.
Oh. I didn't even know that, but that just makes it way worse. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's
Stats
good.
don't matter.
It's...
Stats, ignore stats.
Oh my god. They got absolutely owned. Alright, get an ace.
What is it?
Knife him.
Well,
Oh.
burst fire coming in the mix there, but it will be MaxCore to end it. That was absolutely dominant from the Dusty Roots. Unusual for 9Z not to get a single frag on a pistol round on Nuke, but that's what the Dusty Roots have pulled off, and we talked about it. Their T sides are significantly better than their CT sides with a 58.6% T round win percentage.
But as you say, stats don't matter. So
They don't in that round anyway. I don't know. It just bothers me. I'm all about the stats and reading through them, but sometimes they really don't mean anything.
Oh my god, they're stuck. They're stuck on the vent. They're stuck on the
They're
vent.
stuck.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it's fine. They didn't really get punished for that, so it's all okay. It was Martinez going to get punished on silo. Yeah, he's dead. Tommy Joe's going to kill him. Tommy, there he is. Going to kill him. Okay.
We're fine.
He made that way more difficult than it needed to be.
And I'm still believing in the retake here. There's the first for
It's
Lucan onto
okay.
Ferguti. Yeah. And the player's trapped backside. He's got no support, and Lucan finds him as well. Lucan cannot be stopped. 5.7 rifle, whatever he's got in his hands. It's enough. It's all down to Tommy Jet and Max score, and Tommy Jet's deleted by Lucan. He's on for the ace. The bomb is defused. Does he get the frag? No. It's Huaso Peak, but oh my goodness. Lucan 23-7, 10 for 9Z. This just feels like it's going to be power to the finish line by Lucan one way or another.
That's even more devastating. You win pistol, you lose force. After you got the bomb down, you got the opening picks, and then
Yeah.
Hueso Peak just eats himself on the bomb after Lucan gets 257 kills, and Hueso Peak's the only one with defuse kit. Man, oh man! Like, what can you say in this moment, in these 30 seconds for Dusty Roots, apart from, right? Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Like, that's awful. It's such a horrible way to lose a round, and you've lost it in that manner, and you're 10-4 down on the decided map. And it feels like you were just in control, especially when you were in control about 20 minutes ago.
I think it's just that like the last point you made, being 10-4 down or 9-4 down before that, and that happening, right? That's the biggest problem for the Dusty Roots, because if the scoreline's closer, you can recover, but now you've given up 10 to 9Z. You're on a force buy of your own, which if this goes awry, you're cooked. Already probably staring down at 12 rounds in favor of 9Z. All right, let's see. Lucan, can you do it again? He can. 2 more for him. He does eventually drop, but with Adam S supporting him, it's down to only Tommy Jet and MaxCore. MaxCore does grab the M4 off the ground to increase the odds a touch. It's still heavily favoring 9Z to take this round.
Look at Martinez. Like, you can clear a lot of these angles. This is such an off angle to have a look at, and it is jiggled. Nice. Oh. Okay, fair enough. MaxCore will collect him, but Huaso Peak is here immediately. And you know MaxCore was there because he's the one that killed Martinez. Easy double, I was about to say, from MaxCore. 10 HP left, though. It's going to be improbable to try and win this. Maybe he can go up heaven. Maybe he can just get the kill on Max. He does a lot more damage to him. And I love it. I love that he's just waiting. And now he's repositioned himself on the other side of Unbreakable. Max could walk into this. He's given himself a really good chance here to win this clutch.
Time is against him, though, and Max knows that. So he's waiting for MaxCore to make the mistake. MaxCore has to move. Couldn't get that frag. If he gets it on Max, you're in a 1v1, then absolutely you start to believe, even with the low HP. But 20 seconds left now. He's got to make some noise. Or maybe not. Very silent there on that drop. Max going in. Now he's going to hear that. A bomb plant's great, given the circumstances. I don't think he wins it. There you go. Max will find the last. But still, a bomb plant comes through, and that will help the buy up in the next round. If they decide to go for it, or they might just play for overtime.
Very hard to commentate Max versus MaxCore 1-on-1.
Yes.
He did a stellar job of it, and I love that Max has gone all the way into CT just to grab an M4, so he gets an upgrade. It just means everything's a little bit cheaper here for 9Z. I feel like if you're Dusty Roots, yeah, you're on double loss. You probably do have to save this and believe in yourselves. Of course, MaxCore gets a scout. Who dropped him at this time? I don't even know.
I think he just bought it.
Damn. Okay, fair. Yeah, he's got no armor, so I imagine he did buy it.
Because he got the frags, right?
So 1700, 1700. So he's foregoing an orb again.
Yep. Understandable on T side, though. You don't really need to worry about that as much. But definitely want to see him on that op more often than not. And you see Martinez gets the first, Huaso Peak the second. This one already feels like a non-starter.
can't believe every map has been a blowout to the point where they're getting worse. Like 13-6, 13-5, it's going to be, you assume 12-4. That'll actually be incredibly funny, but also just a bit of a shame for Dusty Roots.
I think what's also kind of crazy is that Lucan's almost onto 30 in a blowout like this. It's not something you see every day. Only 16 rounds played and 27 frags for Lucan. We go into it. And as you mentioned, just keeps on getting higher and higher in terms of the map points available for each team in the respective maps we've seen so far. But it is map and series point now for 9Z. Smoke going to get tossed towards outside by Adam S. And the same will be done by Dusty Roots. That wall of smokes on forward. Adam S is going to tuck himself into garage. But Max, the one with the chance to punish, they don't clear him at all. Max 2 for free. And it will be a 5v3 immediately. Could even be a 5v2 if Tommy Jet can't do anything here, and he can't. Max catches him off. He's got all 3 frags, looking potentially for a 4th here. And, well, he finds it. 4K for Max on now for the ace.
He's just come out of nowhere. He's just pushed the squeaky door smoke, then walks back into main, pushes that one, and is able just to find 2 more kills. That is brutal. Max caught. Looking to be the superior Max for at least this gunfight. And he isn't. Max gets an ace to close. And it does go 13-6, 13-5, 13-4. 9Z with a little bit of a blip in the middle on Inferno. Still work to do, but they'll be happy with the way that ended.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen that, Brandon. I'm going to be honest. I've
Yeah,
never
same.
seen it go in order like that in terms of 6-5-4. Wow. But yeah, no, 9Z, we kind of, hyped them up to be the favorite team here in this series. And aside from a bad half of Dust 2 and a really poor Inferno, they were the better team here on Nuke. No questions asked from beginning to end. And Dust 2, that second half, they wiped the floor clean, of Dusty Roots in when they switched over to their T side. Anyway, that's going to do it for this series, Brendan. I don't think we have much time. I think we've got another series coming up in just a little bit, so we're actually going to quickly throw it to break, guys, and we'll be back in a few moments for the final series of the day. Keep it locked here on CCT.
One more match here in South America, and it's going to be a fun one. It's the FURIA women's team taking on Flamengo, and I'm really excited to watch them because it's the first time they've played an official since being the first team ever to win ESL Impact that isn't Imperial.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see it as well. That was a great grand final too. They lost the first map, then reverse swept the Supernova Comets 13-7, 13-8 on Dust 2 and Inferno. I think it'll be an interesting test for them to see how they can fare here in a CCT. Last time they played outside of Impact, they ended up losing to Sharks. I think it was really one-sided, 2-13 and 0-13 in that case. But the interesting one is against Solid, right? They got 11 rounds there, almost took a map off them. Those are the types of maps where I look at and say, okay, this is what you have to build off of. This is what you have to try and get. Look at what went right there and try to get more of that moving into any future series. And of course, they have that confidence boost from picking up the grand finals, like you mentioned, Brandon.
Yeah, look, they've been looking really good. We'll take a look at the roster for the FURIA women's team, and I'll walk you through it, and I will say, look, the players you want to watch out for, 100%, is Car on the AWP. She's called Car Sensei, but we just call her Car. Really good on the AWP. Looks for a lot of space. Mid to late round, incredibly good closer. On the other side of things, you've got Lulatens, who is incredibly aggressive. Her and Bazinia bounce off each other really well and will always look to fight that space really proactively. The biggest thing for FURIA that has evolved over the last 12 months is it is funny because they actually took a really similar trajectory to the FURIA of old. When it came to the males team, where it was art and it was really aggressive CS. This is exactly the identity and DNA this FURIA women's team had for such a long time. But over the last year, they got a new coach, they got a new analyst. They are playing so much more structured Counter-Strike. The defaults are looking really good. The game planning and the preparation, I think, if they, I imagine they would have prepped really hard for this game against Flamengo. I would really anticipate them having some trick or two up their sleeve. And I'm not just saying that as obviously an ESL Impact and women's commentator at Counter-Strike. I obviously want them to do well and obviously going to be a little bit biased, but the structure has improved exponentially compared to last year. So I think that this team's got a good shot at doing some damage here.
No, I mean, I do agree, and I always kind of wish for success for the female teams when they go over and face off against male teams, because I think that it would be fantastic for a female team to make strides in the main circuit, and I just would love to see it. It's simple as that. So we'll see if it happens here against the Flamengo squad. Let's switch gears and see talk about that Flamengo roster. Things have been very good for VSM and Misfit on the op, a 1.06 rating, and VSM at the top, great rifler, always has been, with a 1.19 rating. Now, an interesting note about their path through the Swiss stage, though, is they defeated La Champions Liga, which was a cleaner one than we saw from Dusty.
Everyone does, apparently.
Anyway, the map against Elevate, Brandon, was curious because the first map they lose on Nuke 2-13, then they win on Inferno 13-7, and then on map number 3 with Elevate up 12-10, they lose a player and they can't reconnect, and Elevate have to forfeit. Yeah, they forfeit the last map, and that's why Flamengo win that, which is a real shame for Elevate, because I think they were a pretty strong team. I don't think they made it through either, did they? Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, that's such a unfortunate way for them to be eliminated. And then you look at the next two matches against Crew, a very tough loss for Flamengo, and then Aurora was a clean win. So I feel like Flamengo are, just somewhere in between tier 2 and tier 3, probably tier 2.5, honestly. So I very much see the opportunity for them to be strong here, but also for FURIA FE to have a chance at success.
I look at, I like Kutzmaretz. I like VSM on this team. I think Misfit's cool. I look at Del Boni and I look at Denoco, and I'm like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, the amount of teams I see these guys on, and they don't really achieve anything. Like they're just kind of floating players that just exist in tier 2 SA, and they will always be in tier 2 SA. But hey, look, they found their home here. Let's see what they can achieve here. We'll go to the Veto, because the Veto is quite interesting, because FURIA are going to have a fun time, because you're going to see that they pick into Anubis, and then Flamengo pick into Nuke, which they're really bad at. FURIA are very good at this map. And then you've got Inferno as a decider. I don't think you could have asked for a better Veto, if I'm being completely real with you, if you're FURIA. Like, you're going to be so happy with those first two maps.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Flamengo don't pick into Ancient. I know their best map, Mirage, immediately banned, which is a very good ban coming through from FURIA, honestly, because they don't usually... well, I don't want to say they usually ban it, because they do ban it 45.5% of the time, but they will swap between Train. But because they knew that Train was the perma on the side of Flamengo, they decide to immediately get that one out of the way, which is a great benefit for them. And I think, like you said, this is a very, very much a possibility for FURIA FE to come out with victory in this BO3 based on the maps that are picked through. I think the Nuke one is curious still. Like, maybe they could have gone in multiple other directions. Dust 2 could have been a pick. But they go for Nuke, and you look at Nuke, it's 2-0 on the side of FURIA FE. So I just don't understand the logic behind the pick, but we'll see what happens.
I'm looking at just the record here as well. Like, Flamengo have lost to XW7M 13-5,
Yeah,
13-3 losses,
bad.
13-11 to MIBR Academy, for example. Like it's not great. Like it's really not great at all. Like 13-2 lost to Elevate as well, as you mentioned. It's like, I'm not sure why they picked this, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I guess we'll have to wait and see is the only thing I can really say, because I feel like you're more than happy about this if you're FURIA, and I hope they can. I really, really hope they can do some damage here.
Yeah, no, same here. I'm still trying to absorb everything here in terms of the veto that came through. But like we mentioned, it was very beneficial for FURIA having the ability to ban whichever, and banning first as well, whichever map they want. And because they know that the train ban is going to come through from Flamengo. So we'll see how it goes, and could find ourselves on Inferno, honestly, depending on how these first two maps go. That being said, I mean, Anubis is good for both teams, so I feel like we're going to have a close affair there. It's just the Nuke one that becomes the big question mark. And if FURIA can take map number 1 on Anubis, there's the possibility of the 2-0. If we get to Inferno, it's going to be, again, probably closer to what we will see on Anubis.
It'd be hard for FURIA if
yeah.
it gets to Inferno.
I think it has to be a 2-0 for them to win this.
Yeah, I'd say so, and I'm going to try everything in my power to will it into existence. But the reality is, whatever map it is going to be, it's going to be really difficult. But this is why I'm like, look, okay, you are currently, in terms of recency biased, the best team in women's Counter-Strike. So let's go show it. Let's go put on a good game. Anubis up first. Furia's map pick. Of course, I'll be starting on the CT side. And we get to watch them. This is going to be tough with the mini-map.
Yeah, I just saw that. Oh. All right, well, VSM, the opener here. Lily 10's in a position to punch, but it's actually Ka that will get a couple, so even numbers at a 3v3. Flamengo, all three players bunched up in the mid. They decide to go A. There is a player waiting to receive them on this side. What's going to happen? Will it be Flamengo getting it? Gabs can't connect on the shots. That is going to hurt, but on the flank comes in one, and Ka can't do anything. Lily 10's the last one standing.
Oh, that's the bomb. She's dropped the bomb. So this actually gets a little bit precarious. They're going to try and swing her at the same time.
Man.
And Zanoko delivers the headshot, but it's close there for Furia. If she's able to get the first kill, you could potentially see it happening, but a good play from Flamengo just to completely split up and then overwhelm. So a solid pistol round for them, that they avoid all the danger over at B, going towards mid to A. The nice little jump as well to get Misfit on the angle at CT. Works out pretty good. And I don't think we're live.
No, most definitely not. Something happened. So we are waiting to get confirmation on that. We'll need a match medic. Maybe a player disconnected, but the not live call was made before any damage was done at the beginning of the round. And there we go. Medic is in. But yeah, I mean, still, I felt like it was a good round, good positioning from Furia. Everyone in the right place is just unable to get that practice. I think Gabs, if she gets one there before she falls, then they get that round.
It's gonna be difficult for me not to be biased this cast.
It's okay. Do your best, Brandon.
Oh, I like that they got the little wild card graffitis. That's cool. Floor for Flamengo. Alright, I'll do my best now.
I have faith. I do.
It's a nice little double molly sequence to prevent peaks towards connector. VSM now just spamming as well, hoping to profit off the back of that utility. A little bit of a jiggle. Spots absolutely nothing, but Flamengo have all of middle.
Yeah, a lot of time left on the clock, too.
Really interesting force buy. The fact that it's a 4-stack over at A, and then you just got one player in Lula-10s holding down all of B by herself.
They're trying to pull rotations here with that utility usage towards the B site, but in fact, it will be the hit here for Flamengo. Bomb going to get planted, and well, that will probably be the end of the round. Just the 5-7s, and the armor bought up by FURIA, so they're going to want to save it. Lulitens does get one onto Misfit, so that's a good frag at the very least, especially if they can get the gun off the ground, but Dinoko's going to try to charge in here and do a lot of damage with the MAC-10. Won't be easy. They're certainly putting up a fantastic fight, but they're pincered in here. And Gabs, well, she does get one. A TK comes through from Iza, and well, it's still a lot of damage here, Brandon.
Yeah, it is. I tell you what, I've realized it after it happened on the minimap what happened. And basically, Flamengo took mid. They then flashed into camera, smoked temple. As they smoked temple, cut Smoretz with the MAC-10, walked through the temple smoke, and they wrap B. So it's really cool from Flamengo. So they're being a little bit proactive. They're taking these advanced movements, and then the risk with the MAC-10, you're pretty much sending them in as like a scout to try and find info. Oh, I've walked temple, there's nothing here. They stacked A, and then you can just immediately bring the bomb there. So you're right, a lot of damage, but that's basically how they ended up on B.
All right, well, in this round, not much of an investment at all on the FURIA side. Just on for the eco and the save MAC-10 in the mix. Kutzmaret's gone. What a shot from Bazinia. And then Gabs onto Dinoco. Okay, hold the phone. FURIA have the man advantage. 4v3, but two players are quite low.
Tell you what, though, that's really fun looking at it from, it was Dinoco's POV, where he's just literally just been wide swung by Gabs. Carl's made a really good read here, pushing into B main, taking this space back, and she's doing this because the communication FURIA is, well, they could be in A main, but we don't see anything. They've made the gamble read. Carl's about to hit this smoke, landed at temple. Is VSM going to clear this? Well, they smoked her off, so yeah, you imagine they are.
In the smoke. Waiting for her chance to strike. No kit for FURIA, so they will, if they want to try and win this round, have to take some fights. They do. Tens gets the opener onto Delboni, and then Ka finds VSM. It's all up to Misfit now. 19 HP. He's gone. Bazinia finds the last, and FURIA will get their first round on the board.
Yeah, really, really nice little teamwork there. The fact that you take the contact off of Lulitens, then Car comes through the smoke, then you've got that layering in towards Temple. Everyone is tradable there for FURIA, even though these crossfires are really elongated. Nice decision on when these fights take place. And as a result, you win this round back immediately on the CT side. Car gets an AWP. Look at the buy. Because of all the damage done in the previous round, you've got a sprinkle of AK, sure, but you got Tech 9, you got MAC-10. This is not good for Flamengo.
I mean, FURIA have not looked out of sorts at all so far, right? They've been implicated in every single round. And you're right, it doesn't look good buy-up-wise here for Flamengo. Ka already pushed out into connector. Gabs looking for fights at A main as well. Not going aggressively yet are FURIA. They're waiting for the fights to come to them, and Flamengo will be patient in taking those fights. VSM has walked up mid. Yeah.
Yeah. If she gets overwhelmed, then the House of Cards is going to fall on A. She's going to give utility to Gabs. What's VSM's timing looking like? Okay. It's going to be an A exec with this pop through camera. VSM is still going to be an element. They're burning alive. They're completely burning alive here. Bazinia full blind is still able to get one, and she's staying alive in the smoke in the meantime. This is really weird and complicated. And now she's even got the jump on them. Backs turned. Bazinia and Lulitens combine. How has Misfit allowed this to happen? A 1v3. He's being flanked. The Molly's going to push him back into this player, you assume. It's Cart on the AWP, and FURIA are going to steal one away.
And they look good so far to FURIA. Bazinia, what a play. Going to that smoke, popping out at the perfect time. And you're right, Misfit shouldn't have allowed that to happen. But Bazinia gets two for free, slipping out of that smoke towards Pillar, and both players that were sitting on the site were absolutely dead to rights. 2-2, all tied up, and Flamengo are on the eco. I think the biggest problem for Flamengo here on Anubis is they're starting their T side, and it's not looking great in the early moments.
One thing about FURIA is they're very dynamic on their CT side. It won't just be this B main hit. They'll go for the water control with the smokes. It's about these rounds. These rounds, honestly, I'm quite scared of. Even though it's just Tech 9s, right? It's just about making sure that they're clean. And they are. Really good work by Iza and Lula10s. Another molly can be put forward. Delboni finds one, but that's it. That's it.
That's a fantastic anti-eco coming through. They've got the lead, 3-2 in their favor. Looking sharp as well. Yeah, I mean, being a dynamic team on CT side, absolutely beneficial on a map like Anubis. You have to take aggressive fights, look for control wherever possible. Otherwise, the Ts are just going to run you through. So far, so good for FURIA FE. Vizinha. Throwing that smoke forward onto bridge. Flashbang as well for Canals, which will allow the peak to come through from Connector. Iza will be leading that charge. Ka-sensei supporting. No frags to speak of yet, but look at the space they're taking into Canals.
That's what I'm saying. Like they will vary up this aggression, but the good thing about FURIA is they know when to leave. For Flamengo, they realize that they can just retake this space. They have to retake this space, but Ka is thinking about getting on the line. Is there a nade to break open the smoke? There is. Flashbang is exceptional from Cuts, Moretz, and Ka. Oh, if she pulled the trigger, she would have got a kill. She does anyway. Another rebreak on the smoke.
Flamengo, down a man. 55 seconds left for them to make their move. And they don't really feel like they know where they want to go now. Grouping up towards the B site. Will this be the right approach? There's still those two players to worry about. Probably aware of that. Maybe Gabs and Vizinha can activate on the flank. That would be really devastating for Flamengo. Delboni's watching for it. So is Misfit. They're hoping it happens, and there you go. Delboni connecting on the headshot towards Gabs. Iza on the front side gets two, though. Delboni and Misfit gone. Cuts Moretz and VSM just stragglers at this point. VSM gets a headshot, but he needs a 1v3 clutch to pull it off, and he does not have the bomb.
All the time. Has to get these kills immediately, and you're triple swinging into FURIA. And look at how dynamic this is. Again, you got the disengage, you got the double break on the smoke at connector, and then you've got the re-aggression for A main. But at the same time as you've got the re-aggression in towards A main, you've got the mid-block utility, then you've got FURIA pushing through connector. They're always close. They are always so close together. This is now 4 rounds in a row, and the money is in pandemonium for Flamengo.
Paul's going to get called by Flamengo. They absolutely need to talk things over. Because this is an eco coming through. 5 rounds for FURIA already on their CT side Anubis. We've got the 5 maps they've played in the last 3 months. You look at their numbers, only 30.3% win percentage on CT side. So this is absolutely FURIA playing above anything we've seen before, really, on this map. At least the CT side. Half buy through for Flamengo. Flashbang tossed by Iza. They continue to take this aggressive space, as you were mentioning, Brandon. But on the other side, Flamengo are charging down bridge. Will there be a response here? It is Vizinha. Lots of pressure that she's under against these Tech 9s. An opening frag for Denoka.
Yeah, but really good block utility, because that forces Flamengo out of middle, and they have to look elsewhere. Keep your eye on B main, because there is this time in here as Lula10s has to go back to address middle. She is considering B main, as she should, because Delboni is here. The issue for Lula10s is that she's completely by herself. Has got all her utility, and Cars now walks out A. Where's this rotate? They're so paranoid about middle.
Lula10s sees all those players flooding in. She's going to try to get one, but nothing coming through. It's Iza who collects 2. 3v3 numbers even. Still going to be tough to get back in, but Iza's doing all the work. Nate as well. Why is he planting right in front of her? Oh my goodness. So risky. I take that back. It was behind the wall. I was fooled.
Oh, this timing isn't going to work out well. Oh, they can hear him as well. Gabs just turns around. Cuts Moretz
my
cannot do
God.
anything about it. Furia recover, and they get 5 rounds in a row.
Wow, that is impressive stuff from Furia. Goodness me. It looked close. Flamengo on the half-buy. Almost punch it through. And I mean, getting the bomb plan helps their economy, and a buy-up will materialize for them. 4 AKs, the AWP, the full util, but if Furia continue playing like that, I don't really know if Flamengo are going to be able to do much of anything on their T side.
Their comms are so good. Their reactions
Yes.
have just been brilliant. Like, I'm really glad I highlighted pre-game their structure and how much the management and the support staff have taken over, because it's true. Because they look like such a good team. Look at this nade damage that's been inflicted on Zanoko. Spam's coming in already, just blocking behind the pillar. Flashbang, exceptional. That should have been a free kill. It is, but at least Delboni's able to trade.
Yeah, Gabs couldn't find her crosshair there in that situation, so it takes a little longer than she would have liked to find Misfit, which allows for the trade, but still, damage done from the util and the bullets. The Noko and VSM around half health. Cuts Moretz. Looking to take the space down mid. Not forgetting, of course, that... Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, this is really nice with Delboni, and Zanoko finding that kill in con. No one's going to be ready for middle.
Kutzmaretz has information as well. There goes Ka. Delboni getting a second one. And now Furia, I'd imagine, are just going to try and group up here towards the B site. And if it doesn't go in that direction, they'll probably stay there. Oh, no, maybe not now with Lilitens managing to catch off Denoko. Kutzmaretz activating from Palace. Might be able to catch both players with their backs turned. But there's one. Bizenia now knows, but they can just go to A and plant and likely win the round.
Yeah, but Zinnia won't go for this. Good kill on Kutzmaretz, but probably will just be saving the AWP if you can find it for Car, but it's on A, so that feels unlikely. Maybe it looks for exits or on the way out. Finally, Flamengo are able to break the streak. It's because of this pressure being applied on the extremities, it leaves Kutzmaretz to lurk. And even though, again, he falls, but look at where he falls. He falls all the way in the B-bomb site. He gives over all that information for Flamengo to go towards A and to isolate these players on site. This is the first time that Furia have been isolated truly on site. Nice find. But Zinnia is just lasering these players. If you lose the AWP, Delboni, that is terrible. That is a lot of damage.
Wow. Color me impressed. Bizenia doing the work. Great flashbang as well. Dodging the bullets. A miss shot, though, from Delboni is not going to help his case, but it punishes the economy across the board there for Flamengo, meaning that if Furia can strike back here and win this round, Flamengo will be staring down at a likely 7-3 scoreline. This is the turning point. There's Iza with the opener and the follow-up. Oh my goodness.
There you go. Another element of them being dynamic. VSM will at least reply. But Car's on the line, holding for this, and is able to get the trade. That's so important that she's got that trade. Kutzmaretz, Delboni go back towards middle. The scene of the crime in which Iza removed both of their teammates. And Bizenia is still here. How's this timing? It's not great. I don't think she saw them. Will drop the smoke, will fall back. And you're right, look, this is going to be potentially Flamengo going down 6-3, having to eco 7-3. CT side Anubis, by the way.
It's crazy. Xenia's going to get Kutzmaretz. And we can't forget, yes, Flamengo will be ecoing the next round, but Furia earned that eco with the work that Bizenia did.
I can't believe Kutzmaretz is in spawn there. Like, where did he come from? He must have walked through temple again.
Yep.
Can't get this bomb down for Delboni. Still got the AWP in car. In connector, you got this double setup. Really nice setup by Furia here. Just double A, double B. If Iza falls, you expect the AWP to get the kill, but she's playing so passive to the point where Delboni has to commit into the angle. And before he knows he's even in the angle, he's dead. Furia are on a mission to win this best of 3.
Yeah, and we talked about Nuke being a weird pick for Flamengo. Now with you know, the possibility of Furia taking this map. Look, it's far from over, but 6 rounds CT side of Anubis, we cannot overstate how good that already is, with 3 rounds still remaining to be played. And right here, Flamengo, I don't think they're going to buy much of anything. Maybe some pistol upgrades and some armor at most. This is impressive so far for Furia.
It feels... Yeah, it's an interesting one. Because Flamengo do like picking into Nuke from what I'm seeing. Like they did pick it against Elevate.
Yeah, but
they do just pick it. They're just not amazing at it.
it's not their main pick, but yeah. Ka is going to get the opener there. On to Kutzmaretz. So far, so good for Fury on the anti-eco. Pretty simple take attempted by Flamengo. We'll see if they can do anything with it. The answer is, well, a couple of frags. Maybe a bomb plant comes out of this. Bazinha on a great place to punish, but Delboni getting that frag will at least make it interesting. But as mentioned, Bazinha, perfect spot. Delboni isolated between 2 players.
It's important that Bazinha doesn't die here, so she's already repositioned. Gab's also closing the line. Missed shot out of Delboni.
Beautiful.
Good recovery. Again, just a solid recovery here from Furia. It's those rounds, as I mentioned, that can get a little bit dicey. But the fact that, yeah, you lose a few players there, it's a little bit expensive. But ultimately, step 1, you won the round. Step 2, you denied the bomb plant. And you're up 7-3 on your CT side, as foretold. This is looking fantastic. And I'm just so happy to see it. Let's see if they can close the map out first, and I can keep gushing. But for now, this is looking absolutely brilliant from Furia.
Ka misses the shot there, so a bit of a tough spot for her. She's trapped in a corner, but is able to retreat. Smoke is tossed there, which gives her a hasty retreat back in towards E-Box. Gabs will be under pressure, but she's got Bazinha to support. Great flashbang toss. Oh, she doesn't get out of the smoke, though, and can't really take a fight. They continue moving forward, though, as a unit, and it won't end very well. Delboni and Misfit get a couple, and then Kutzmaret spots out Iza. So now Flamengo have finally cracked through the defense. They've made it towards this A site, and we'll get a post plant. Nothing really to lose here for Furia to go for this, though.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's an example of Furia like having a set play in mind, and even when it goes wrong, they still want to do it anyway. Like the minute Gabs gets stuck in that smoke, you should just cancel it. But they really wanted to go for it. Looks like they're eyeing up this retake a little bit, as you say. Like no reason not to go for this. Timing favors Denoco here. There is a kit. There are smokes just all over the bomb site, but Ka can stick this, can try her best, but is removed. 3 AK spams will do that to you. Flamengo will get their 4th.
Appreciate the effort, but yeah, especially in CS2 with the smoke breaking away when the bullets hit it, it's very, very difficult with 3 guns aiming at you to pull that one off, and, well, respect the effort at the very least. It will be the final round of play, in one way or another. Furia will walk into that second half with a lead. The question is, how big of a lead will it be? They still have the full buy despite the loss in the previous round. We're facing off against AKs for everyone on Flamengo. I don't think we've seen the op. No, we haven't seen the op at all in Misfit's hands, because they just haven't had the money for it because of the way this one has gone. BSM looking for a quick take in towards this B site. He's on the opener onto Kutzmaretz. BSM slipped through. Does he get spotted? I don't know. Denoco, in the meantime, on the other side of the map gets one, but Iza is aware of that. That is fantastic, although it will be evened out to a 3v3, and the A site a little exposed.
It's going to be difficult, but look, you've already pushed B main here if you're Furia. You can get Car on the line at Heaven. These flashbangs need to be pretty damn good, and there's enough of them, but it still doesn't matter. Car's now re-swinging, which is a little bit overextensive, but you've allowed Iza to get in camera, but she gets caught off by Delboni. 2v2, and you know that Car is low. Oh no. Wait, did Delboni fail the jump? Yeah, Delboni failed the jump, and now this gets really weird.
That nade could be really dangerous if it goes in the right direction for Delboni. but he's the one planting the bomb here. Does he get caught? He does. Nade lost. Denoka, last one standing, although the bomb is planted. He gets the first onto Ka. Low HP player gone. Lily Tens has the information, though. She knows where Denoka is. Going to toss a flashbang, just try and tap the bomb to bait him out of the corner. There's the smoke pop, and Lily Tens can't win the fight. Great attempt, but Denoka a little sharper, and Flamengo do get a 5th going to that second half.
Yeah, good round out of Denoka. Just able to get these kills out on A initially from the push from Furia. Able to get rid of Ka as well. And Lilitens and Izza make the same play, and yet Lilitens is just able to knock off Delboni off that plant. Had an incendiary. Definitely could have deployed it in towards A main, but instead wanted that element of surprise, wanted to swing on the nade break. Doesn't work out, but Furia, I think, will still be happy that the fact that they've got 7 rounds on the CT side. That feels like more than enough.
It really does. And let's not forget, this was the map where they got 11 rounds against Solidon, right? This is where they found that success against a team around the level of Flamengo. I would even argue a little better than Flamengo, right?
Definitely better.
Yeah. So this is very much a fantastic setup for them going into the second half onto their much stronger side of T side, where they win 66.7% of their T rounds. Could all start with a pistol. They're grouped up and leaning towards the A site pretty heavily, which is the right decision because there's only one player here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Flamengo pushed out Con, saw nothing. So worried about B main, worried about middle, cuts Moretz, sees a leg, and will just drop the smoke. Wants to play very defensive because he feels like he is alone. That's an insane shot. Everyone's now full blind. Izza will trade, and the bomb site belongs to Furia.
And Denoka, a shot through the smoke, a little bit of luck and fortune going the way of Flamengo in this round. But they still are not out of the woods at all. Ka gonna get a couple and the 3K. Oh my goodness, what a sequence there. It's all down to Delboni again. This time on the other side of the server. Delboni has to take these fights and Furia know it. They're just going to fade off. A little bit of damage there onto Ka, but Bazinha the last, and Furia win the pistol.
What a round out of Ka. It really felt like that setup was going to be golden for Flamengo. They were walking straight into it, Furia, and then Ka just rips their heads off one by one. And that's devastating. That really is, because Flamengo have worked themselves hard to get back in that first half. And you think, okay, well, they got the pistol previously. They got a couple of lucky shots through the smoke. It's a 3v4 retake. That feels nice. And they get completely destroyed. They have the full eco. Furia are going to go up to 9 here. They're going to be in touching distance of their map pick. What are you doing?
All right. Well, this anti-eco is pretty straightforward, I would say. Maybe not. Misfit's going to get 1, but then it gets back under control. Good job from Koff. And that'll do it. Couple of casualties, but really the expected results is Furia have hit 9.
Bazinha 18-5, by the way. 18-5 out of Bazinha.
Insane.
Everyone's been having some really good impact here for Furia. Can't really say the same for Flamengo. Fast. Oh, she's dodged the incendiary. Definitely ahead of it. Good nade onto Izza, though, right behind her. This is a little bit dangerous, and it looks like Furia might pop. Look at the control they've got in middle. There's so much control in mid and A main.
Yeah, and the nade cells through. They could just fake the approach to A and wait for rotations to come through with this much control, but they're just going to pop through, as you mentioned. Gaps, not going to get 1 at all, and Cuts Moretz gets a 2K, picks up the AK as an upgrade, and Delboni on the other side deals the blow to 2 more members, leaving it all up to Koff in a 1v4, and that's just not going to happen. Delboni a 3K, and Flamengo strike right back.
Okay, that feels exactly like the A main play on CT sides, you know, where Furia are committed into an idea and they keep doing it even though they shouldn't. That's exactly what happens here. And To be fair to them, they don't know it's a bad idea because you've got the control in towards mid, you've got the control to A main. But look at the way that the comms are in that round, because FURIA start disengaging out of A main, and then the callers, no, actually, no, we will do it. And I feel like there's a little bit of miscommunication there. I really want this A bomb site.
Yeah, they're heavily leaning in this direction. This time it's honestly the right decision because there's 3 players towards B. Cutsmaret's the only one here. Trade here without him getting more than 1 is going to be fantastic, but he fades off wisely. Gets 1, only 1. That's actually exactly what I described. So now they've got control of the site. Delboni trying to support here, but I believe they have an inkling that he might be in the vicinity. They still haven't cleared it out. There's the nade landing right by his side, and they did see him.
Yeah, they saw him in at pillar. And what I love is Bazinia doesn't overextend. Gabs is now holding the flank as well, and he's able to deal with VSM, flashbang through. But, you know, they can't really capitalize on it. And, oh dear, that's awkward. Bazinia gets rid of Danoco in the meantime, and Delboni and Misfit have now got to say, FURIA go up to 10 off the back of a Mac 10, a Deagle, and an A-Rush.
Got a little bit of a misclick there for Delboni. Either way, they will be saving here or trying to. I imagine they'll be afforded that opportunity because I doubt that FURIA want to give away anything here because their economy's not stabilized. But the important thing is they've isolated the round victory. It's on to double digits in their favor in 3 more rounds, and they will take this map going on to Nuke.
Just looking really good, aren't they? Just
Yes.
so solid. The fact that Nuke's up next, I think, is just bonkers that Flamengo picked that. It's almost disrespectful. Like, you're picking into one of FURIA's best maps. Anubis is their best map, and then Nuke is the close second. And you've just knifed VSM.
What is happening?
Oh, they're getting owned.
All right. Bazinia tapping through the smoke, hoping to connect on a player, but that doesn't happen. Delboni waits on the other side of it. And FURIA look like they want to switch things up now. They went to the A site repeatedly. It worked in the previous round. They do have 1 player there right now to try and attract attention. But it feels like the ultimate destination will be B in this round.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Just, again, putting the pressure on towards middle. Izza gets close. You've got Gabs that potentially could set her up, but she hasn't got any utility. So Nade's just being dropped in at B continuously. Rotate is going to come from A, not middle, because Delboni is just so scared. So that means that the rotates are going to be a little bit further away. At least they are here, but Bazinia's found the opener.
Oh, Danoco with a huge 2K. Ka comes back with 1 and Gabs another. That'll neutralize the 2K almost completely. Cutsmaret's will slip through for 1, but only 1. Great trade from Gabs. VSM, last one standing, hanging out in the smoke, but Gabs is watching it, so once it fades, he'll probably be dead to rights if they hang around, but they don't. The timing's a little bit weird. Ka felt like she got caught in transition there, but Gabs, what a re-swing. VSM gone. FURIA have 11.
Their trades are so good. Gabs' trades in this round are so sublime. And the fact that they're even ready for it. This is what I love. I mean, what I really love to see out of FURIA, right? The fact that you've already seen some guy push through the smoke, and yet you plant the bomb, you're still expecting it. Gabs is still holding for it. They both got off the bomb. They both swing together. All 3 timeouts being used for Flamengo here. They are down 11-6. They got no money. FURIA are running away with this.
Yeah, this is got to be a little tilting for Flamengo. You have to imagine they're not feeling good right now about the trend of this one. And you see they're going to force up. They're not playing for overtime. They want to try and get a round right here. And I don't know if this is the right play. I don't know if even waiting for overtime would help them out, but you know, certainly would have given them a better buy-up. 3 MP9s though here. Danoco deciding on what he wants. He ends up going for an MP9 in the end, and VSM on the A1S. FURIA a chance to put a finishing touch here on this map. Danoka. Waiting for engagements here. Towards B main. Smoke tossed. Gonna charge through it. Ooh, missed Molotov there by Lily10s, I believe. Or
Yeah.
did it connect? Yeah, there was a second one
no,
thrown.
it was the second
one
one.
of them missed. Yeah.
But Gaz
Doesn't
still
matter.
found Alboni, and
Yeah.
you still got Danoka really low HP. So this is all well and good for Furia. They just apply pressure on one extremity, found success in another through the reaction of Flamengo. They're now just pushing individually. They're completely lost. They got no idea what's going on. Furia in complete control, looking just to walk this one home, and it might even be through mid with Bazinia.
Flamengo desperately trying to hang on here as Furia double back towards this B site. Two players into connector, and Gabs catches off Cutsmaretz. This is going to be devastating for Flamengo if they don't get something done from E-Box, and well, they will absolutely not. Iza and Lily10s take care of business there. Misfit, last one, 1v4. This is going to be 12 for Furia.
Looking so good. They're just looking so good. And this is Flamengo that went through the Swiss stage 3-1. This is for Flamengo that were powering up. They've got notable names on this roster, like Danoka, like Dalboni, like VSM. Sure, one map, but this has been a dominant one map so far for Furia. Feels like they're not going to put a foot wrong.
No,
What's the money even looking like? It's going to be awful, isn't it?
they might be on full loss, probably on full loss, so they should be able to get a decent buy, but it's CT side, right? So even with 3,400 added to the bank, no, it's not full
Not
loss.
even.
It's 2,900. Okay, so gonna be even worse.
Oh, Misfit, can you drop an M4? Okay, well, no util. There he goes, he even throws the MP9 over. This is it,
It's gonna
and
be pretty miserable. Yeah.
Furia have been winning against the low buy rounds, I think 100% of the time. I don't think they lost a Tech 9 round or a 5-7 round that the Flamengo have had.
Yep. All right. It all comes down to this for Flamengo. Can they hang on and win this force buy? Furia taking their time on the approach. Lily10's now going to back off here and join the rest of her teammates on the approach towards A. The one rifle is here. What can Misfit do? Well, he can't do much because he's fully blinded. Cutsmaretz gets an important one to keep Misfit alive, but Misfit's taken down to 16 HP in that engagement, which makes the A site very vulnerable. There he goes. Ka finds the frag on Stelboni. In fact, no, it's Misfit still alive with the low HP. Oh my goodness, Furia. I don't think they're going to be stopped here, Brandon.
I don't think so either. I mean, look, you're not going to be hard-pressed to push this if you missed it. 3v4. That's a nade and a flash. The nade doesn't break the smoke. The flash lands in the smoke, but Danoka and Misfit still finally
What?
kills Danoka on the MP9. That's ridiculous. Can Lulu10's clutch up? She's found the thirst, but the jump in
Oh,
VSM will
man.
extend play.
That is shocking. What a play coming through from Danoka with the MP9 swinging around, taking the close range fights, which is what you got to do with that gun. As MP9 go burr. If it goes burr into your opponents, well, even better. Flamengo stay alive. 7th round on the board, but, you know, it was still a round where Furia had the money to absorb that loss, and they will get a buy up into this one. Here comes the M4s, the AK, the AWP finally for Misfit.
VSM turned the lights off. It's getting serious now.
Yeah.
And back to A, why not? A did keep working. Obviously, it didn't work that time. But they've really identified this as a weakness. Nice nade. Chucked over by Cutsmaretz. Does soften up Furia, and this nade will keep them delayed. Lulu10's falls in the meanwhile. Misfit's AWP, as you mentioned, is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, didn't get to use it at all in the first half. Now, on the CT side, it's looking good. Cutsmaretz aggressively postured here in A main. Just hoping for a push to come through, but now will fall back. Having that man advantage doesn't have to do anything crazy. Misfit has joined him, though. And will actually take that space and hold it with the AWP. Kutsmaretz tosses the flash, but he wants to go back to camera to make sure no one slipped through.
We've dumped so much util here. So I like this out of Furia. I want to take the fight, but Kutsmaretz will take the fight to them. Is there going to be a trade here on the AWP? There
Yes.
is from Misfit. That's important. Oh, and he even finds Car. Oh, this is how tough it is. Let's see how much damage she can do. Only one. Nearly the second, but not quite. Money's
That's
gone.
a great effort. Great effort, but money is indeed gone. And there is that path back in for Flamengo. They'll still need 4 more rounds to push this to overtime. And there will be at least 1 more strong buy, probably 2 for Furia before we get to that point. Timeout, the first one called for Furia to talk things over. Probably just talking about what they're going to do in the next round. Bazinha with 3.9k will be able to drop the AWP for Ka if needed, I believe. I think this is just going to be a full eco. Maybe a pistol upgrade here and there.
Oh, it should be full eco. Did you say if Bazinha will full save and give Car an AWP? Bomb plant would be amazing for Furia, but I can't see that happening right now. They're gonna go A again, probably. They love A.
Trying to take the Canals fight right now, and VSM on notice at 43 HP. These Glocks really chipping away at him. Throws the Molotov, then the smoke around it to save himself. There's a smoke pop, and Delboni supports by peeking through window at bridge to grab the first frag.
They're gonna go back into Delboni.
Yeah. Would be shocking, though, if Furia can win this one, given what they brought into this round.
Nah. They are dinking these players.
Yeah.
They're making them known. Izza's got a Deeg as well, 1 headshot, and suddenly that can be a rifle recovered, but Delboni is doing the damage. Speaking of damage, like, there's just so much on these players from Flamengo, but it's all okay. Izza is the only one to grab a frag for Furia, and probably 1 is all it will be. Now they're both swapping to the pistols and just chasing it. Flamengo, they're not out of the woods yet. They're not out of this game by any means. They need to play 3 more rounds perfectly, and then it's OT.
Just going to go full AK. No, there we go. The op is purchased up as expected. Dropped over for Ka. No util for Ka, but, well, aside from that 1 flashbang might have been dropped for her, but it doesn't matter because the util is very much available for Furia to go for some executes here. Need to hit their shots, though, as they have been doing throughout the majority of this map of Anubis. Nice nade toss there by Misfit. And the follow-up as well. Did he give him 3? Yeah,
he gave him
3 thrown
3.
forward.
Look at this out of A main this time as well, like a lot more aggressive. But they're holding for this Furia, I believe. They're being aggro in towards mid as well. They're trying to really draw out this fight at A main, and it will go in favor more so of Flamengo, but Furia still have this mid control. Delboni's in the make or break situation for the round. Flashbangs are exchanged. It's Delboni that gets dinked but grabs the kill.
Ooh, there's a trade, but Misfit's right back to it with the AWP. I believe Misfit got tagged by a Ka in that situation, but Ka's also low. So still an edge, both in HP and manpower for Flamengo. Misfit misses the shot. That's a huge miss. Kutsmaretz is there to get the immediate trade, but if he can't, there'll be a man advantage for Furia. He's going in. Can she connect on this? No, but the trade is good. Gabs, a second. Not yet. An HP edge still lies heavily in Flamengo's favor, despite it being even numbers here, Brandon.
Oh my god, look at Car. Car's going B. Car's read the plays coming in, and you've seen this flash. Gabs has just seen that flash coming in from water. So she's going to try and escape it and go towards B. And they've pieced it together perfectly, Furia.
can cut them
Flamengo are
off.
completely bamboozled. You're right. And look at Car's reposition. Going CT to help Gabs and to cut off this rotate. And now Gabs surely is hearing this. Yeah, surely is hearing this rotation. Car can now backstab potentially. Gabs just needs to live.
Timing.
And, oh dear. Oh, it works out great for Gabs. And now the bomb's planted for CT. VSM's just going to stick it. Car hits the shot, gets VSM off the bomb, and then doesn't peek anymore. Both these players are so low. He's going to stick it, get off it again. The time,
He doesn't
how
have
is
time.
it? No, he doesn't.
He's done.
Furia are going to win. 13-9. They call the bluff, and Gabs even rubs salt in the wound. Furia win their map pick.
There was 6 HP between Ka Sensei and Gabs in that round. Like, that is absurd. And the nade toss, you feel like it could be a difference maker, but it doesn't get anything in that situation. It's just so tough, but well played from Furia. Absolutely deserved win here on Anubis. Now we go to Nuke, Brandon. And we already talked about the worries we had for Flamengo picking into this map. Yes, they do pick it a lot of the times, but it hasn't been good. 2-13, you already mentioned it before against Elevate in their previous engagement. I don't know. This could be the 2-0 we talked about for Furia.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the Furia CT side is really good, but they do their best work, in my opinion, on their T side. Their game planning, the defaulting and conditioning on the T side is immaculate, and I often reference it just in ESL Impact because of how good it is. Some of their best work I've ever seen Furia play Counter-Strike has been on T side, and that's obviously setting a very high expectation bar now going in towards Nuke for that second half. But it's true, like, that's the reality. They've already won. Anubis looked really good doing it. The first half CT side looked immaculate. Was a little bit slow to get going on the T side, but they're able to cultivate the amount of rounds needed because of the good work they did in the first half. So good on them. If you're Flamengo, you're probably a little bit disappointed. Now you've got to go and try and win a map that you suck at, quite frankly. And you've got to try and do that. So let's see if they can. They're going to need a breather, so we're going to take one for you. After the break, it's going to be map 2 between Furia and Flamengo. It's Nuke. FURIA starts CT side, one of their best maps. And for Flamengo, they've got to recoup because they lost 13-9 on Anubis. And FURIA have got the chance to win 2-0 here.
Yep, and a 4-game losing streak for Flamengo as well. Again, on their map pick. So we'll see if things improve for them. But Anubis left a lot to be desired. Delboni opening frag onto Bazinha. That's a good start. Gains him a little bit of space here. Only 10's looking for targets, but Ka can't get anything. And yep, Flamengo are going to take control here in this pistol.
Yeah, really good pistol. To be honest, out of Flamengo. Delboni, the orchestrator of Chaos, able to walk through Garage, get the backstab. He then flashes his teammate to drop him towards main. Whilst all that's going on, you get that push in towards ramp. So a really solid pistol here for Flamengo. And FURIA are just going to eco.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to call for the eco, of course. In this situation, they want to get that full buyback. Although, you know, at the same time I say that, usually Nuke features a lot of force buys back and forth in the early rounds. See? They're all stacked up at ramp. That's where Flamengo are headed. Will it matter? I would assume not, and it doesn't.
Car's off on her own adventure down secret. Isn't going to find anything. So we chalk that one up to a second. Then we get to watch FURIA on the full buy. They're even hunting to find her. We'll eventually get her. Cutsmares gets 4 kills with the Mac 10. That is a lot of money.
Farming the cash. There is Cutsmaret's for $2,400 built up. Doesn't upgrade yet. We'll stick to that Mac 10 and see if we can do some more damage with it. Trying to hype up his teammates as well a little bit here in spawn as we go into round number 3. FURIA pretty good on their CT side, but better on their T side of this map, as you were kind of hinting at previously, Brandon, before we finished off that map of Anubis. Anyway, Izza is going to get the opener here onto Cutsmaret's. Takes a ton of damage, and eventually it's Bazinha actually over in heaven who gets fragged up by Misfit. So now a 4v4, but FURIA on notice.
A really weird way to cross secret there, and now they slow down. the interesting call here out of Flamengo. But Delboni already through Garage. You've got that rotation from Gabs already down B. If she keeps pushing and forcing the issue, then she might be in a world of hurt. It's Car that gets the dink, but not the kill. But at least it's forward info. FURIA should now be ready for Heaven.
Xenia and Iza were the keys to victory on Anubis. 22 frags for Xenia, 19 for Iza. Everyone did well, though. I mean, Ka was at 17 too, so we'll see if they can replicate that performance here on Nuke. In the early goings, it hasn't been great. Iza,
Oh my God.
there we go. 2K for her. VSM and Dinoco gone. Lily 10 strikes on the Misfit, and there it is. That's the Furia we saw in Anubis, and they've woken up here in their first buy round.
Iza, what on earth was that? So they got the contact in from the MP9 up Heaven, and Iza, rather than focuses on Heaven, just says, screw it, I'm going to look at main. And it just gets a multi-kill. They all then disperse and don't ever peek towards Heaven right until the very end. What a great little setup there for Furia. And the target selection is just phenomenal. Flamengo are left scratching their head, wondering what went wrong. They had outside crossed, they had the first stage of secret, they had garage, and then they didn't have anything. Really good rotate. So a fast play here.
Oh my god.
It's so quick, and oh my god, what on earth is that? How, what, and why Delboni finds 3? I'm so confused.
I'm very confused too. I don't know how Delboni gets away with 3 there, although that nade could have been damaging. It isn't.
what?
Frag through the smoke. Delboni's on for the ace though. There's the nade will land at the feet of Ka. She does dodge most of the damage while creeping up to take the fights. Both players low HP. Ka spots out Misfit and can't get it done the first time, and I think that's the only chance she really had. She will be fading away into lobby. And despite a very promising start to the round for Furia, they're going to lose it here, and I don't even think Ka gets away with her gun.
Well, we're going to be ready for her at least.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I think she
Ooh,
does
she
the bomb,
does
though.
the bomb.
Probably. No!
She's good. All right.
Okay.
So all the kills, takes an AK. So, I mean, it's not a bad result, but it's certainly not an amazing one. That's a shame because they get 2 kills and then Delboni just kills everyone. Okay. Round over.
Yeah, he probably should have been traded. Credit to him for getting those frags, but he was in a situation where it should have been 1, maybe 2 that he gets, but the third was that step too far that Furia shouldn't have allowed to happen. And still going to invest into this round. The force buy is on because of how much damage they did to Flamengo in the previous round. They're hoping to potentially find a victory here and reset their economy.
Right time, a lobby push here. Delboni's just spamming to prevent players pushing Squeaky. Dinoco is also watching, just in case Lula10 does swing on a timing. Not gonna happen. Gabs is tucked in at ramp, has no support. This is the danger, and she now starts hearing all these players. It's a swing, but not a kill. Misfit will claim it, and Lula10 walks back, and Delboni is holding and expecting Lula10. That is sharp out of Delboni.
Yeah, nothing really that Lula10s could have done there. Just a beautiful shot, like you said, coming through from Delboni. 3 players still up for Furia, and Flamengo are waiting for more pushes to come through. They're biding their time, using the clock to its fullest extent. Molotov thrown for second vents, but they're going to move into the B site.
A good reaction. You got Carl that's rotated up Heaven here as well. Iza will at least find 1, but you see Iza on A, that definitely commits you in towards B. Car still holding just in case they go down. Then, sorry, ramp to Heaven. Doesn't happen. Can Bazinia deny the bomb? Yes, she can. She does a lot of damage. In addition, on towards VSM, Bazinia is making this one contestable, and one of these rotates is really far away.
That's a good smoke thrown for observation, though. It's going to be difficult for Furia to get back out here. They're smoking the bomb, but the Molotov will delay them further. They don't have another smoke to defuse this molly, so they got to wait for their approach towards the site. Here they come, but its positioning is just too good for Flamengo. VSM to 3K, and Flamengo will pick up a 4th.
Yeah, good work from them. Good positioning from VSM. And as you say, the smoking towards control window just completely kills the round. Because it makes them have to go through single and double. It really limits the options of what they can do. They don't really have the utility to fight through it. They don't have a nade to break open the smoke, as FURIA has often been doing on their CT side. So, unfortunately, that one smoke, that one bit of util just kills the round dead for FURIA. And now they've got an eco. This is slowly starting to fall apart a little bit here for them.
Yeah, not looking as structured as they did on Anubis in the early going, so that is definitely a concern on their side. But I would say Flamengo looking a lot sharper. Quite a different approach and look from them overall. This is going to be an anti-eco victory more than likely. And a 5-1 lead. Bazinho, what a shot. Okay.
God.
What?
Wait,
Wait,
hang
hold on. Something might be happening here, Brandon. We got a two-way case picked up off the ground. Flamengo getting a little sloppy in their approach.
Oh,
Great
nice
shot
shot.
from Misfit.
That should stop the round. Misfit, though, isn't dealing with Lula 10, so it doesn't matter. Customerets is in the back lines of the MAC 10. Bazinho will escape with the AK, you assume, although Customerets is hunting, is being really loud, and Bazinho will claim the kill. So it will be 5-1. It will be another one of these AKs saved. It will still be a good chunk of damage being inflicted onto Flamengo. So if you're able to win this, or they're able to break the money, that's how they rebound in this half. But if they don't win this next gun round, it is starting to look really dicey here for them. At least Carl will have the AWP.
No question at all. I think that the one concern maybe for FURIA is that outside of Anubis, when they played outside of Impact, there wasn't really another map where they were able to perform. So we'll see if that changes here. As you mentioned, this next round is absolutely integral. Time going to be called by FURIA, realizing that on their side. Ka finally has the op, though. Where will they deploy her? I'd imagine they want some yard control, which has been lost in a fairly straightforward manner so far.
Just anticipating this next gun round. They've deliberately given Cardi's AWP with less utility for a reason. She needs to start to show it. This is fast out of Customerets, and he does make it down the vent. There's a lot of damage being inflicted, and I think FURIA are aware that he's here. Yeah, Gabs insta-rotate.
Thing is, the other four players are still in lobby, so this could very much go in. That could just be a distraction towards the B site.
Oh, what's happened? Oh, Gabs will find Customerets, and yeah, they will bomb it in towards this A bomb site. There are players here, and they're playing anti as well. It is and then you got this player up Mustang, really well timed counter incendiary here for FURIA.
Oh, and they're watching too, spotting out the toes of VSM. He's punishing. Liliton's trying to do the same, but she can't. Xenia lines up too, and he's at the last. There we go. FURIA win the important round. They try to get themselves back into it, looking for the follow-up now. And as you mentioned, the economy has been pretty much reset on the Flamengo side.
What a brilliant round from FURIA, and it's all because of that Gabs rotate down towards ramp. Doesn't see absolutely anything. FURIA, they don't buy it. They didn't see anything after Customerets makes it down vent by himself. Secret is clear, and that's been calmed by the outside player. So a really good setup that they hold. They don't get flustered. Really important moment for them. So Flamengo are playing some spicy CS on the T side because they're doing uncharacteristic things, and it is throwing FURIA off.
They're also forcing up in this round. Maybe that's also a surprise. Oh, Customerets goes through the incendiary and then gets the headshot onto Gabs. Running and gunning. Molotov thrown into ramp. Ka, heads up play. She will get that refrag. The thing is, the space has been gained by Flamengo, and they're going to continue putting that pressure on towards the B site.
Yeah, I love it from Katsumaretsu. Even though he dies there, he just completely ignores the gun. So many players are going to stop, go get the gun. No, he takes the space. He says, my teammates can get the gun. It's so important I take the space here because look at what it's done. VSM now put in a really uncomfortable position and Izza just headshots him immediately. Misfit needs a multi and can't even find one, so it's Danoko instead to step up. Del Boni will capitalize on it. It needs to be Lula 10s and she can't do it. Look at what happens there because Katsumaretsu forgets about the gun.
Unbelievable. That is really nice stuff from Del Boni and Danoko to shut the door in furious faces. It felt like they had something going there on that retake, but just wiped out before they got a chance to set foot on the bomb site. Will be a buy-up coming back for Furia, but that is the 6th round for Flamengo, and their T side continues to look good. Op shot misses on Ka's side. Not an easy one. But it will allow some space to be gained. Del Boni continues to be on a tear here on Nuke. 10th frag already.
Yeah, Del Boni's playing really well. Bazinia ready for close main and will get the best of Danoko. Misfit will trade and Ka is aware of these players creeping close. Unfortunately, she's losing all of her teammates in the process. It is just Gabs and Ka. And Ka's seen the player rotate up then. This is going to be a 7th round here for Flamengo.
Yeah, Gabs and Ka already on for the save. Just going to fade off into CT spawn, you'd imagine. Xenia and Izza still doing work there. 7 and 10 frags respectively. Just Flamengo winning the important duels. And a lot of that has been thanks to Del Boni's efforts. Got another multi-kill round here at 2K. They're going to try and chase down these last 2 guns, you'd imagine. Because they've got... Well, maybe not. Because the money isn't great for Del Boni and Katsumaretsu, but... we'll see.
I'm surprised the VSM is going to give this a look. But it's such an important kill. If he even gets the second one as well. Oh, Gabs.
Oh
way.
my god, dude.
Really important hunt from VSM.
That is tough. I mean, just some taps through the smoke and manages to get a lucky shot. That does it for any chance at a saved gun for Furia in that round. And here, you're going to see the eco come through with some armor purchased up around upgraded pistols. Lily 10s invests into the MP9, but as of now, feels like an 8th round is imminent. Oh, okay, Xenia does manage to get one back onto Katsumaretsu. Upgraded to an A1S, but Danoko will find an immediate trade, and they've got control of this A site, Brandon.
Yeah. No, it's a shame. You're bang on the money as well. Like, they were looking really good on Anubis. It felt like that every round had like a clear purpose of what they wanted to achieve here. And then Furia, I just think they're playing a lot more default here on Nuke. And as a result, they're being punished because Flamengo are pushing into one area of the map, then immediately taking a different area of the map. They're keeping the rotate so elongated. It is really difficult for Furia to develop into these rounds. Like, they don't really have an identity here. On the CT side, it is almost like they're just doing whatever Flamengo want them to do when it comes to the rotates, and that's why the scoreline discrepancy is so big, and that's what the contrast has been between Anubis and Nuke. T side definitely can change, but they're going to need 4. They're going to need the last 2 here.
I still felt like on Anubis, they were controlling the flow of play, right? It felt like they were the ones dictating the way things would go. They got aggressive into canals. They were aggressive out of B main as well, taking all the fights they needed to. And then here, it's a lot flatter. Like you said, they're just kind of sitting back on their laurels and waiting for fights to come to them. Yes, we see some aggressive hunts coming through, but they're really biting at everything Flamengo is throwing their way in terms of the way Flamengo want them to dance around the map. So, let's see if they can get an answer here. Only 2 rounds left to do it, and to try and deny Flamengo from getting into double digits. And oh my goodness, what a shot from VSM again. Khan does get the instant trade, but I mean, B's lost.
Oh, Izza's ahead of this. Oh, never mind. Donoko
Look
is
at the
just...
pace.
Yeah, it's so quick. I shot at Bazinia. He's stuck in this corner. Lula-10's... Oh. And Carr potentially could have rotated down. Carr needed to hit that shot. They still don't know about Bazinia. Bazinia is being such a menace. And now Lula-10's can rotate down the vent. 2 on 2. Bazinia has given them a chance.
A possibility here. Bomb needs to be recovered for Flamengo. They're wary of it being watched, so they're going to be careful here. Still haven't gotten it. Both players in decon. Headshot onto Donoko means that he's at risk. Pulls out the nade, but he's going to get naded in turn. Trade is good from Delboni, and Delboni again! Another multi-kill. 3 in the round, 2 at the end, and Flamengo will take a 9th off of his play.
Yeah, so it's a weird one why they swing out so wide there onto the B bomb site, but maybe they feel like they have to get out in towards decon, but they've got bomb control. That one's a little bit of a head scratcher for me there, Furia. It works well, and then Delboni happens. Delboni has been playing so well on this T side, making life difficult for Furia. And look, they can invest into this. They got all the weaponry, but the utility is sparse. And Bazinia, who's been doing everything for Furia, has been eliminated early.
Well, Lisa does get the trade onto Delboni. But look at the space Flamengo have gained into yard. Dinoko's already near heaven. I think they're just waiting for the setup to materialize on the other side before they actually execute into this A site. That's a good catch from Gabs. Cutspread's gone. He was trying to get into hell. Oh, Dinoko a little bit sloppy there. Gets the Molotov thrown. That'll put pressure on, but 2 players are here. Does he expect the second one? Yes and no. I mean, misses the spray. 3v3 situation. Still a lot of time left on the clock. They don't have to rush. Misfit comes in and blindsides one of the Lily-10s. Does come on the flank herself to get both VSM and Misfit. And there we go. A round victory for Furia to try to build off of as they head into the second half.
That was a really weird way to end that round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all based off of Carr's information there. Carr rotated down secret early, didn't see anyone, and that prompted Gabs to go back towards hell to cover for deep outside. So we are getting glimpses of this good structure out of Furia. We're just getting it in spurts rather than consistent rounds like we did on Anubis. 9-3, it's really tough. And yes, they're a good T-side Nuke team, but to come back in this manner, it's gonna be really difficult for them. I think we're going to Inferno.
Yeah, I don't really see it, honestly. 3 rounds CT side of Nuke is really not enough. So, despite the fact that they have been very impressive on their T side of Nuke in the 2 maps that we've seen them on over the last 3 months, I just don't see it either, Brandon. Unless we get an insane opening here, which would include at least the first 3 rounds immediately. Flamengo probably have this one in the bag.
Oh, come on, get a pistol. At least, Furia, if you're gonna lose this map, make it be competitive. Don't go out 9-3 into 13-3 Misfit. That's the perfect way to start. If you're Flamengo, Carr will get traded immediately. That's the bomb on the site. Lula-10s gets 1 back, but VSM is in that quick rotate from heaven. He doesn't need the rest of his team. And it might be a 13-3.
Yep, unfortunately, no bomb plant means that this buy-up is going to be rough. They feel like being down 10-3. They have to go for the force buy. Can't blame them. They need the rounds. But these Tech 9s are going to have to hit some very quick headshots. Let's see where they decide to approach from. Could just be the pop into vents, something along those lines, or just going straight out into A. You want to be indoors with those Tech 9s. Going outside probably won't be favorable. And they're going outside.
And it's not favorable.
Yeah, exactly.
You got okay space here, ramp, but the issue is that their new little tens was there. There goes car. And there goes the bomb. Is there any way? Ooh, they could get the bomb down here through a single door. Gabs
Okay.
overwhelms. You can definitely plant the bomb here.
Something potentially materializing here for Furia.
Oh my
He's
God.
out with the frag onto Del Boni. Now something getting very scary for Flamengo. Fourth round here, potentially gifted towards Furia, but some sharp shooting on VSM. He has really awoken in the last few rounds, and Kutzmaretz will get the last. Close, but no cigar for Furia.
Desperate out of Furia as well. Just so many instances of them just giving these 1v1 fights over. That wasn't happening on Anubis. It's happening on Nuke because the scoreline is so despairing, and you found your way into this round by winning these individual gunfights. But you don't need to play like that, especially in the 3v2. As soon as Izza gets that kill, there's no need to fight. There's no need to challenge VSM. What a shame. That could have been the way back in.
Yeah, really could have. I mean, they get the bomb plant at least, so that'll make their next buy up a little more potent. But right here, just the pistols. 4 Deagles, the Tech 9. Nade gonna get tossed early on by VSM, and there's the frag for Kutzmaretz. Del Boni the follow-up. The expected result here in favor of Flamengo so far, and yeah, that's how it's going to end. 12th round picked up by Flamengo.
Just been chewed apart, Del Boni.
Yeah.
So good, just all map long. Let's continue that in the second half. Deserved map winners, Flamengo. They adjusted, Furia didn't. But maybe with Car and the AWP, something can change. They would just be looking for consolation and blushes spared rather than anything else. A big stack, and yeah, Kutzmaretz is now just pushing. Oh dear.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Still alive are Furia. Couple of frags back. Bazinha and Ka. Doing the work there. Pinocchio strikes at a perfect time. Catches Ka with the util out. It does give Bazinha and Lily Tens a chance to get in towards B, though.
You see how many times that smoke bounced off his head in main?
Yeah.
Theory me.
Trying to give him a headache there.
Come on. Can you get this back? 2v3 already being spotted in. The timing is brutal. The flashbang, you know Kutzmaretz is here. The molly's brilliant as well, and they're just going to completely ignore him. They say, okay, you can go around that corner. VSM touches the bomb. Now has to be in towards single. Door swings open. Dinoco and VSM will kill him the kills. 13-3 to Flamengo after losing Furia's map pick. They win theirs in dominant fashion. Had questions about the Nuke pick, but it's pretty dominant overall.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of questions based upon the results they previously had on this map, but absolutely clinical for Flamengo on their pick. 13-3, decisive victory. And now we go to Inferno, Brandon. We both agreed at the beginning of this that if we get to map number 3, it'll be a very, very tough go for Furia, because this is where Flamengo have played really well over their last 3, looking quite dominant, and it hasn't been that good of a map on Furia's side.
Yeah, so it's a shame it's kind of come to this, because they showed their potential on Anubis. Unfortunately, Nuke, they didn't show the same level, but Inferno is a fresh opportunity for Furia. But for Flamengo, as you say, it's very much in their wheelhouse. It's a really good map for them. They're going to be happy that they've now forced this decider and they're able to go to Inferno. So I think it's positives for both teams, but this one's definitely leaning more to Flamengo now.
Yeah, no question. Well, we're going to hit the break. When we come back, we'll see if Furia can come back and get this, or if Flamengo have it in the bag.
Inferno is where we find ourselves in here. FURIA versus Flamengo. Our last map of the day. Last chance for one of these two teams to qualify through to the quarterfinals. Otherwise, you're eliminated. Bazinia loading up a flash, and this is quite quick. At Flamengo, they just want to go. There's that flashbang, and Lunatens will find the opening kill, and even more. Car's able to double down, and this is a complete shutdown on B.
What? Wow. After not being able to get a pistol in the previous one, they finally get one here. And in style, Ka with a 3K solid defense towards B. And Flamengo just have nothing to offer. So great start for FURIA. We already talked about it. We don't feel like they necessarily are going to have an edge here on map number 3. But anything could really happen based on map number 1's performance. And if we get back to that point. Round 2. Flamengo do not force, but they don't need to get that shot. Actually, they do force, and they get the headshot on Ka. Surprise, no bomb plant, but they still go for the buy up here.
That is ridiculous. What is that? Just completely blind through that smoke.
Yeah.
VSM now starts to work. Gabs has got to be careful. And we'll get out in time. And I like this. They've just juggled the FAMAS back all the way in towards the bomb site. VSM can still hit a time in here, though. He's so quick. Gab starts to turn. How is this timing looking? VSM's now paused, and that should be a great relief to FURIA.
Flashbang in Gabs' face. She has to back off. 49 seconds left for Flamengo to move, and there's the follow-up as well. Still no frag to speak of on FURIA's side. And look at this, the rotation to beef on Flamengo. It's at the perfect moment, but Xenia has to deny them all. She will get the first. 36 seconds left. Incendiary thrown outside that smoke so no one can get through it. Xenia trying to do as much work as possible before the reinforcements arrive. There's the second, the third, no. The damage done onto Denoco and VSM means they are very easy to finish off. 2v2 now.
2v2, but you know that Gabs was already halfway down Banana. They could have taken that chance on the reload to deal with Izza, but no dice. Instead, it is one of the strongest crossfires in the game. for Flamengo, and there's no utility to speak of for FURIA. Have to try and isolate these fights, have to try and find these kills, and Misfit. He's gone up and over, but Gabs has done a really good job of finding at least an Oko, but Misfit will swing, and Flamengo will break FURIA's hearts. The Force Spy will work.
That is a big shame for FURIA and a big win for Flamengo on the other side for them to pull that off. Sure, money's not going to be great for Flamengo, but they're going to be happy with the result of that previous round and still managed to get 4 rifles through. A couple of them a Galil and one of them saved M4 from the previous round. On the other side, FURIA, they're going to go for the Force by 4 5.7s and a Mag 7, but it felt like they had that round, Brandon. Just a real shame. And as you mentioned, one of the most lethal crossfires they had to walk into, but they almost got it. Nade lands at Bazinia's feet. Waiting at the half wall with the Swag 7. Will it be expected? I don't think so. This is probably good for 1 frag out of... Nope. Okay, I take it back. Kutsmarets takes care of business. And it will be a 5v4.
Almost just willing these FURIA players into these rounds sometimes. That smoke's gone a little bit wayward towards long. Lutens will find one. Can Carr pick off any with the Deagle? Not quite. So now it's going to become very tricky for FURIA because everyone else is on B. 2 of these players are battered and bruised as well. So you just got to save. You're forced into this. You're able to recover the Mag 7. That's certainly something.
Bomb has been planted.
Well, yeah, they're not going to have much of anything else in the next round, so any bits and pieces you can pick up off the ground will help. But this third round will be going the way of Flamengo.
If you save all of this, which is a really big ask, like Lutens has got a pistol, so you can drop that as well. Issue is, I don't think they're going to be able to save all of this. Is a Mac 10, full blind, easy kill for Delboni. And, oh no, they lost everything. So they were going to have 4 guns, and now they got none.
Yeah, and now it turns into a complete save again. The eco will come through. No investment on the side of FURIA. Just going to be the USPs. Maybe they'll go for that stack towards Banana, the pyramid stack. But outside of that, maybe 1, possibly 2 frags off of a stack like that.
I like the dark one. Oh, they're going to do the dark one. Oh, that's
okay.
This one's the best one. Look at all the elevations as you go around the corner. It's like a totem pole of death.
There's the first off of it, yeah.
Oh, and we'll go away. Thank you very much.
But the thing is, you can, if you're FURIA, you read that, right? Just go all the way back to the A site. We'll see if Flamengo waits and hopes that the rotation will come through. I like the idea here from FURIA to try and clear a Banana. VSM does find 1. Bomb gets planted towards A, and yeah, this round is probably over, but at least something found for FURIA. But I don't know if it means that much. Just the Mac 10, and it's gone already.
Yeah, no dice. Still though, creative ideas, which we didn't really get enough of in Nuke. So let's keep that fort and now bring it forward. Because Flamengo are 3-1 up. No AWP for Carr. Zinnia has to go onto a FAMAS, an MP9 for Gabs. It's not the prettiest of purchases, but at least they've got util.
He's, oh, I think a Molotov was burning away at her, and she's down to 5 HP. Trades her gun for an MP9. Flashbang and a Molotov are going to sail in. I believe that Molotov is destined for top Banana. There it goes. And some counter util toss by FURIA. That said, Flamengo never really seemed to have a mind to go to the B site. That was all a ruse. Kutsmarets. deviates himself back into mid as the rest of his team are going to just pile down from apartments and deal the blows. Denoco with 2 from the MAC-10. Delboni on the Galil gets Ka, and that's the round.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty brutal. And again, just the continuation of this hunt. You've now seen both players in Banana here for Furia. There's already one in T-spawn that you're not going to be ready for. Misfit, what an angle that is. And Luten's going to get spammed out in the same vein. Nothing saved again for Furia. And Flamengo are just adding pace into these rounds, and they're just set plays after set plays. And Furia just can't handle it.
Feels similar to Nuke, honestly, on the T side from Flamengo. They were just going very quickly, trying to overload Furia and not give them a chance to understand the setup. Once more. Well, that's a miss nade, I think, yeah. Little bit of damage, not the worst thing in the world. Especially considering the circumstances on the other side. Delboni spamming one down. Flamengo, a little bit of a risk here pushing in towards Arch. If they decide to go in that direction, that is. But they go the other way. VSM. Oh, the wall bang almost finishes off Luli-10s, and there it will now. Reload for VSM. Denoco supporting, luckily for him, because he was probably dead if that doesn't come through. So it is all good here on the anti-eco, and Flamengo will get a 5th.
Yeah, pretty streamlined game right now for Flamengo. They're just going through the motions. It really feels like they've just grown in confidence after that Nuke game, and Imperial. Not Imperial. So you're saying Imperial because they were the best with women's team for a very long time. Furia, my apologies, have just sort of dwindled in confidence. It's such a shame because Anubis looked so good. And we got that first, so then we had that bar of expectation. And unfortunately, we're going below the bar sort of every map. And it's a real shame because they definitely showed what they can do. It's just about then making it consistent over the entire map pool, which is starting to become a struggle here.
Number 7, buy-ups in for Furia. Iza. Along with Ka. The sentries at mid. Denoco, the opener on Luli-10s, and what a frag from Delboni as well. No chance at all on Iza's end. And once more, Flamengo just running through Furia, taking no casualties at all. Katz Murat's going to get the headshot onto Bazinia. 5v2.
Oh, I'm sad.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's still you gotta look at the positives here for Furia. They won a map here. Up against Flamengo, that first map looked fantastic on Anubis. Absolutely deserved the win. Very structured approach. Just that it feels like it fell off completely on Nuke. And right here on Inferno, despite a good start and a good second round, it's gone back to that same trend that we saw over on Nuke. But like you said, they just have to expand their map pool. They have to be better prepared on the rest of their maps outside of Impact, of course. And that's only going to happen with more reps, which
Exactly.
I hope they get.
Yeah, it's a shame. Like the wheels have definitely come off here for Furia. But you bang on the money. Look, more opportunities like this. Like you put up a really good show in here so far. And look, the map is by no means over. But if we're talking bigger picture and we just assume that it is just for the basis of the point, then it's one of those where it's like you're still giving yourself a good show in here.
Yeah.
And now you can potentially go forward and get even more invites. You definitely can hang in tier 2, tier 3 SACS. Like it's good that is the case. And if anything, like I hope this gets like scrims for them. And I know, to be honest, the South American scene is really respectful of women's Counter-Strike, which is like always good to see. So, damn. Okay, well, Flamengo are just taking matters into their own hands now.
Gabs does get one back. I'd be surprised if they go into this M4 any further. Probably just go to the B site, and that would be the correct call, given that FURIA have rotated all of their forces towards A now. Flamengo have Delboni as the tip of the spear here towards A. In fact, the only player at A, and he's gone. Nice shot from Gabs. Thing is, it's going B, so it's going to be a long rotation for FURIA, and I'd be surprised if they go for much of anything because the money's not great. Although they have the full loss bonus, so yeah.
It's one of those though where you think about it, it's like, oh, maybe you should go for it. Like you definitely need to start winning rounds. But no, they're not going to. They're gonna, to be fair, save 2 M4s and an AK with Kevlar. It's not a bad trade, but the issue you've got is that you're saying to Flamengo, okay, you can go up 7-1, and then FURIA need to win all of them. They need to get 7-5 at a bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. And it just hasn't been there, right, in terms of the gunfights. So we'll see.
You can get excited if these rounds are close, but they've unfortunately not been for the majority.
All right. Well, timeout called for them to talk things over. Again, realizing the importance of this one. They did win the round we called important on Nuke, but then there was no follow-through. There was nothing else afterwards. Maybe they can do it here and get those 5 you speak of. Has to involve winning out in the half. I don't know though, Brandon. I gotta be honest, I feel like Flamengo have hit another gear and FURIA haven't been able to keep up on these last 2 maps.
No, I agree. It really does feel that way. Let's see if they can hit some stride, because when they were able to get some rounds, like the momentum did carry them for quite a lot of that Anubis portion of CT. So we'll have to see. As you say, car with the AWP, you expect good things, and she just gets smoked off immediately. Not ideal.
No, not at all. You'd want to see her cycle around back towards the site to get this op more active in the other direction, but also maybe posting up at Moto wouldn't be a bad idea either. You don't want to let them slip through if they decide to go in that direction. And, you know, Flamengo right now just putting the brakes on, waiting to see if they're going to get a fight handed to them. There's VSM tossing a follow-up smoke. Ka wants to get ahead of it. I like the idea. Oh, there's a gap. Good flash.
Well, meanwhile on B, look at this. You got an edge through the smoke at library, and you've also got the edge through the half-wall smoke on CT, and that player's going to beat it as well. Delboni will find gaps. That's over in apps, and you've got complete control. Car misses the quick shot. You still got Cutsmarettes on B. You can take this bomb absolutely anywhere you want, and VSM is looking for kills. Luluten's getting that one. I was going to assume that they'd rotate back to B, but no. Cutsmarettes is going to be the lurk, and Bazinia is going to die because her knife's going to be out.
Well, Cutsmarettes going to... Nope. He doesn't go the opposite direction. He goes exactly where he needs to, and will get that frag. Flamengo 8, FURIA 1. And we have seen some... We saw some frags there. We saw some trades coming through for FURIA. It's just that the important duels, I would say, with the op from Ka... She doesn't really connect on much, and then the op gets picked up off the ground. Nothing comes through either after that. And another timeout called for FURIA. They're trying to find the answers. They're trying to do something here, change things up, but Flamengo just proving to be a little too strong.
Yeah, that round, again, it's a really nice call, to be honest, from Flamengo, because you're pushing both extremities at the same time. You're also smoke pushing at the same time. It's so devious, and it's just working out so well for them. And it's very similar to Nuke. It's just confusing Counter-Strike, and it's Just so many things going on at once, and FURIA just can't handle it. Triple nade in mid, just in case the Orb's gonna peek.
Bazinha getting naded down to 43 HP. Look at the presence that FURIA have towards Banana, but they can't do anything with it. The Noko burns Bazinha to Nit DBT Crisp, and we've got a 5v4 for Flamengo. It looks like they want to press that advantage they've gained towards B. There's only one player here.